Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Golaith Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Nestling. Midoriya Izuku woke up in a cold sweat, blinking as he tried to sort out the remains of a strange dream. Blearily, the 4-year-old pulled himself to the side of his bed, pushing the All Might-themed blanket off his body to sit on the edge. Stretching, the boy groaned at the stiffness in his shoulders, making little grunts as he tried to twist in an effort to relieve it. That's weird, I shouldn't be so sore. Kakin and I didn't play that rough yesterday. Maybe I hit my shoulder when dash. The boy's train of thought made a spectacular and fiery derailment when his reaching hand came into contact with his shoulder. Beneath the fabric of his pajamas, Izuku could feel a strange, stiff protrusion that seemed to run across his shoulder blade and down his arm. Bringing said arm up to look at, he squinted at the kinda lumpy look of his sleeve, then blinked as he realized he could see the arm at all, despite his All Might Night Light, limited edition, bought by his mom for his 4th birthday, being turned off. Izuku slowly started to wiggle in excitement, the only solution to his predicament becoming clear. He got his quirk. The boy squealed in happiness, only to clamp his hand over his mouth, unwilling to wake his mom even over something as huge as his quirk. With another giggle, he quickly pulls his pajama top up and off, dropping it to the floor as he stood up and tried to examine himself, his lips moving as his someday to be iconic, muttering habit kicked in. Okay, so I have night vision and strange things on my arms and back. They're hard but not sharp, feels kinda like bone maybe? But softer, more bendy somehow. Maybe like toughened skin for armor? My nails can't break it, but wait, my nails? The boy looks at his fingertips, only just now noticing the pointed tips of claws curled over them, the color much darker than his nails used to be. Poking his skin where his armor wasn't, Izuku giggled at the strange feeling having short, almost stubby claws gave his fingers, before mumbling some. Cool. I have claws and weird skin armor. Maybe I'm like a tiger, but tigers don't have armor, so a turtle tiger? Tiger? I should look in the mirror. He jumped up from the bed again, moving on short legs to the door of his room and hurrying quietly to the bathroom, though not without another excited wiggle and giggle. Opening and closing the door, Izuku grabbed his stool his mother bought him and stood in front of the mirror. Then frowned. While the small amount of light beneath the door gave some illumination, he was dissatisfied with the glimpses he was getting, but his eyes glowed. Like cat eyes. And flipped the switch, strangling a yelp as the sudden light assaulted his sensitive peepers. When he finally managed to open watery eyes, the discomfort was soon forgotten in favor of wonder. At this point, the changes weren't too major for the young boy, but they were certainly noticeable. First and foremost, Izuku's shoulders and back were covered in a light gray, fading towards black on the armor's edge, the thick plating overlapping and flexible enough that it didn't hinder movement too much. The pattern was repeated on both outer forearms, providing what looked like really cool. At least that's what he thought, bracers. His hands were a little too thick, knuckles a bit more prominent before reaching the ends of his claw-tipped fingers. Along his neck, Izuku could see discoloration matching his armor, though when he touched it felt far softer, more like a lizard's skin, he noted idly. Also, why did he feel the strangest sensation of needing to cough but not really? Well, as he took stock in the mirror, mumblestorm at maximum velocity, the boy became steadily aware of another feeling, hunger. Despite eating the absolutely delicious katsudon his mother made last night, Izuku felt like he hadn't eaten in days. Maybe there's some leftovers I can eat. He murmured to himself as he flicked off the light, opened the bathroom door, and walked into the kitchen. Sniffing the air, the boy could faintly smell the scent of his mother's cooking from last night, and knew there was more in the fridge. Also, he noted on the side that he somehow knew his mother was in her room, tossing in bed as she dreamt, but that could wait. Food now, weird super smell later. He thought whimsically, his tail wagging side to side as he opened the fridge door to rummage inside it for that delicious katsudon. Wait, he had a tail? Midoriya Izuku had learned to expect many things when it came to raising a child. Especially a child like her beloved Izuku, bright and always so curious. She expected Izuku to ask strange questions, maybe even ones she didn't know the answer to. She expected his pleas for the newest hero merch, along with his almost unbeatable puppy dog eyes. She expected his inevitable answer to her question of what to eat, the food Katsudon taking on almost religious importance in the boy's life it seemed. She did not expect to wake up from a restful sleep, mother senses tingling, to find her son's room door open and sounds of chewing and rattling from the fridge. She did not expect to round the corner, flip the light switch and see a black tail attached to a small creature in the fridge feasting on her produce and ingredients. She most certainly did not expect that creature to be her son, turning at her noise of surprise with a half-eaten piece of pork chop, raw pork, hanging from his mouth full of sharp teeth in a happy grin, who then promptly snapped the rest of it up in a single gulp and exclaimed with glowing green eyes, "Cousin, I got my quirk." Thus it is completely understandable that Midoriya Izuku responded to these unexpected events with a reasonable action, fainting dead away, as Izuku squeaked and tried to catch her. Ka-san. Chapter 2. Growing Up is Hard. The sounds of a city in the morning are hardly what one could call peaceful. Car engines, horns, hundreds upon thousands of people all trying to get to where they need to go in the shortest time possible. It all combined to make the perfect recipe for a whammy of a headache, especially for someone with enhanced senses. It's with this in mind that Midoriya Izuku chose the nature park as his place of early morning contemplation. Yawning, the greenette scratched the side of his neck almost lazily, one leg dangling off the branch he was currently sprawled across. Below him, the only other creatures in the park were some squirrels, the ducks on the nearby pond, and a pair of joggers methodically plodding along the paved trail, the dark-skinned woman holding the lead to a rather large and surprisingly friendly-looking mutt, while the older man looked like he'd smoked cigars since he could talk, shot whiskey like water, and ran an interplanetary group of mercs for hire that made a living out of killing monsters. But that was probably his overactive imagination playing up again, Izuku thought with a sharp-toothed grin. Physically, the years had been kind to the black-armored green bean. His hide had grown thicker, the plates expanding as he aged, until his back, arms, and legs were almost completely covered by the flexible protection. His tail had grown considerably longer and more agile, though he could do without it misbehaving, as if it had a mind of its own. The thicker gray across his shoulder blades was dotted with mostly symmetrical bumps and ridges that traveled down his spine to his tail. His claws were long and sharp as always, but he'd mastered the art of gripping something without cutting or piercing it long ago. It only took one limited edition hoodie turned into a modern art equivalent of Swiss cheese for that lesson to become a priority. Last but least, the boy sported a physique that rivaled most amateur bodybuilders, thick neck and bulging arms usually hidden under a loose jacket or hoodie when he could manage it. While his body had blossomed, not all was well in paradise. A fact that had led to this self-imposed meditation, Izuku mused with a snort, his mind wandering over the time after he had received his quirk while he tried to rub away the pain of a cracked armor plate on his arm, scorched burn marks surrounding the shattered hide. 10 years prior, day after the fridge beast. When his mother had eventually woken up on the couch to her surprise, she was caught somewhere between excited, distraught, and amused as she was chattered at by her hyperactive son. Izuku had immediately attempted to move her to a more comfortable resting place than the kitchen floor, and apparently had been strong enough to do so with only a little extra effort, to his glee. Eventually she got the story out between gushing about the parts he'd discovered, apologies for scaring her, and the adorable boy's distraction every time his highly expressive tail would catch his attention. Then, in true Midoriya fashion, the two of them shed happy tears at the development of her baby's quirk. When the waterworks had eventually run dry, she immediately set about making sure that her son's health was taken care of. Calling in to work and Izuku's daycare, she scheduled an early appointment with a quirk specialist to make sure there weren't any complications from its manifestation. After a hearty breakfast, consisting mostly of Izuku voraciously gulping down 4 bowls of Mighty Crunch cereal while she watches wide-eyed, the two of them packed up into the car. Izuku briefly had trouble when it became apparent that his tail didn't like being crammed between the seat and seat back, much to his mother's amusement, but settled for curling around slightly to lean sideways, his new limb waving happily as he bounced in place. An hour and a half later, the two sat in the doctor's office, awaiting the results of the various quirk tests. Izuku was allowed to bring one of his action figures, so he was happy as a clam to act out how he and All Might would team up to fight the big scary villains and save all the people. The doctor arrived in time to see an adorably posing child, one hand raised with toy in grip and tail wagging furiously. After the obligatory laughter and motherly teasing, the doctor shuffled some papers before speaking. "Well now, Mrs. Midoriya and Izuku. Your quirk is quite amazing, if I do say so myself." He humphed a bit with a smile while Izuku turned to his mother excitedly, talking quickly. "Hear that, Kaa-san? My quirk is amazing, I'm gonna be the best hero." The doctor waited for him to calm slightly before continuing. "Yes, well I wouldn't be surprised. Your son's quirk appears to be a hybrid mutant and transformation quirk, ma'am." Inko frowned a bit at that, but motioned him to continue, choosing to wait until the end to question. His body has undergone rapid changes, including the dermal buildups that form his armor, the claws plus teeth, and of course the tail. Those are just the visible changes too. Tell me, has your son been showing any signs of increased appetite or other strange behavior? Yes, to the appetite. I just assumed it was him being very hungry after his quirk appeared. Inko spoke thoughtfully, her hand reaching out to grasp Izuku's reassuringly, though the child seemed perfectly at ease, even excited. Other than that, and the fact I found him eating raw pork from the fridge, I haven't noticed anything unusual. The doc nodded, writing down further notes as he followed up. That's to be expected. It seems that young Izuku's quirk used and is still using a lot of energy to make the rapid, radical changes to his body we're seeing. As for the raw pork, I think it's safe to say that his digestive system has changed as well. I hypothesize that your boy has the ability to eat practically anything organic without suffering any ill effects, most likely to maximize the available food sources to gain energy from. Inko was nodding along following most of the explanation, while Izuku's face was screwed up in concentration. Smart as he was still only 4 years and some change old. But bless him if he didn't try his best. "So, I can eat whatever I want and not get sick?" Laughing loudly, the doctor replied. "Maybe not quite, but you can definitely eat things that wouldn't be safe for others too. Tell me, my boy, have you noticed anything else?" The boy thought about it before squeaking happily. "I can smell real good." "Really? How good is that?" Izuku grinned and threw his hands wide. "I can see with my nose." "Kinda." As in you can smell people and things as well, you can tell exactly where they are." "Ah. And what they're doing. Absolutely fascinating." The doctor muttered to himself, writing furiously on his board while Izuku beamed. Inko shook her head, settling down for lengthy doctor visit. At least they didn't charge hourly. Present day. Hawur. Fear, surprise, threat, hide. The sudden tree-shaking howl from beneath him roused Izuku violently from memory lane, startling him badly enough that he fell with a squawk, saving himself only by latching on to the brand with one clawed hand. The sudden flood of emotions from what he had both lovingly and exasperatedly dubbed his tail mind certainly hadn't helped either. Looking down, Izuku could see that the large dog had somehow gotten away from its owner. It was standing with front paws on the tree, large tongue lolling out as it seemed to smile up at him before letting out another resounding boof. "Daisy! Damn it, I told you to stop chasing people?" The dark-skinned woman looked nonplussed as she stared up at the green-haired teen hanging from a tree. For his part, Izuku just giggled and waved with his free hand, drawing a laugh from the older woman. She quickly managed to reclaim her dog, apologizing profusely while doing so, which the boy insisted was unnecessary. After sorting everything out, the woman left to rejoin the older man, who stood watching from the trail, amusement written on his face. The tailed greenette shook his head again with a smile before pulling himself up by one hand to grab his yellow backpack from where it had been safely lodged in the crook of the branch before dropping down to the ground about 15 feet below. In the distance, as he dusted himself off, he could still hear the fading voices of the joggers leaving, the old man speaking first. "You know, I told you we should get a better leash for your pooch." "Shut it, Cabot." Izuku smiles as he hefts his backpack, stretching for his walk to school. The smile slowly fades as he starts his walk, shoulders hunching in and tail slowing until it was a mere shadow of its former playful self. After all, if he didn't stand out, the chances of a beating were reduced by nearly half. He attempted at optimism before sighing. Maybe Kaken will be in a good mood today. Chapter 3. Too cool for this school. Izuku swore the clock hand was moving slower each time he looked at it, biting back a growl with every glance. His impatience warred with the bubbling anxiety beneath the surface as he struggled to ignore the two red, glaring eyes framed beneath spiky blonde hair of his friend foe hunter Fearbringer, childhood friend turned bully. With a powerful explosion quirk, combat intuition to spare, and a built-in charisma, Bakugo Katsuki is, and always had been, a shoo-in for heroics. A fact that everyone in his life had shared and encouraged since his quirk's appearance, much to the detriment of literally everybody else in his age group, especially his former best friend. The boy shifted in his seat, taking a moment to ensure that his tail wasn't misbehaving again, needing only one lecture on appropriate quirk conduct after the wayward limb found its way between somebody's legs. The ensuing pileup of bodies was still a well-told story amidst the halls of Aldra Middle School, and he had no desire to start a new legend because his quirk couldn't keep himself to himself. Afterwards, he focused back on the teacher's words in an attempt to stay busy, fingers twirling his pencil as he hunches down in his seat to keep his 6'2" frame as small as possible, hoping beyond hope that his tormentor might take the act of SBMson as it was meant and leave him alone after the bell. Izuku couldn't help but wonder when everything went wrong with the boy he still to this day looked up to, his tail slowly starting to wave back and forth as the memories flow through his mind. 8 years ago, Izuku age 6. "Oi Deku. Hurry up, we're gonna be late to patrol." The young boy looked up from tying his shoes at the loud call from his friend, grinning as he calls out an acknowledgement and hurries to finish. Izuku shouts goodbye to his mother before closing the door behind him with a slam, scurrying around the corner fast enough to skid on his way to the stairs. Below on the street, Katsuki was waiting impatiently, foot tapping and palms cracking like snapdragons when the greenette appears on the curb. "What took you so long, loser? Come on, those sidekick extras are gonna beat us there at this rate." He belts out before turning to run towards their favorite park, the younger boy yelping out before taking off after him. The two were off to meet with the other members of the Bakugo Hero Agency and go on patrol through the forest trails looking for devious villains to foil. 30 minutes later, the 5 children were marching along the forest trail, in cadence to Bakugo's singing as they happily kept the peace. Ahead of them, a log stretched across a small river, the boys not even slowing as they approached it. The sound of a small wing flapping, a red string snapping. When Izuku's head shot up in alarm, his nose twitching as something flared in his head, the black and white image crouched just below the edge of the drop. Reaching out, the boy cried out, trying to warn his friend of the danger foe. "Kaken! Wait, look out!" The blonde's head started to turn, mouth opening before a vicious snarl cut him off. Leaping up the incline to the river, a 4-legged shape lurched forward towards the boys, jaws opened wide and flinging spittle, causing the explosive kid to cry out in fear as his quirk went off, a loud bang startling whatever it was into missing its pounce with a yelp. Shuffling together in fear, the kids looked on in terror as the dog stood back up, snarling with hackles raised. The hound was clearly malnourished, ribs visible in his pathetically thin frame, but no less threatening for it. Izuku could tell it was starving, desperate enough to attack even a large like theirs, not sure how he knew that, but trusting the instincts thundering in his head. Katsuki, despite his obvious fear, stood fast, gripping the stick he was waving moments ago in 2 trembling hands. Swinging it back and forth at the mutt, he yelled loudly, "Back! Get back, you demon dog!" The thought crossed Izuku's mind that he shouldn't be swearing. I won't warn you again." The dog just growled louder and took another step, barely flinching at the swishing branch. Izuku sniffled as his tail lashed back and forth wildly. The sounds of the dog were so loud, the crying of the other kids like sirens in his ears, and the snapping pops lighting up his eyes like stars. The fear-danger enemy hunter stalked closer, while his head pounded like a drum, sight wavering between normal and a darker, almost tunnel-like vision. Then it leapt again, Kaken's yell and swish-thwack, yelping, snarling and biting, ripping tearing sound. Oh God, Kaken screaming. Blood, it smells like blood, he's bleeding, was the last thought to pass through his head, as a gash of crimson on his best friend's upper arm filled his vision, eyes dilating wide before nothing. When Izuku came to, he groaned loudly, his arms and neck so very sore. Memory rushed in quickly after, and he whipped around to look for his friend. Katsuki stood across the small clearing watching him with wide eyes, an unknown emotion filling them, the three others varying between crouching behind him and lying on the ground crying. The boy's eyes lit up as he stepped towards his friends. Kaken, you're okay dash, only to be stopped by a loud pop from the blonde's hand. Stay back. Don't come any closer. You monster. Katsuki's voice broke as he held his palms out towards the greenette in warning. Izuku immediately felt tears welling up in his eyes, reaching out towards his friend with a question on his tongue. Kadesh. Kaken, it's me. Whabuch, what do you mean mon dash? Only to be stopped by the sight of his arm. The boy's hand was misshapen, longer than normal fingers tipped by jet black claws, and his skin covered in the same dark gray hide as his back, traveling up his arm. But the transformed limb was only noted in passing, as he was far more concerned by the massive red stain on his limb. So much red, is that blood? It covered his arm and hand, dripping from his claws with a slow methodical sound, landing in a puddle of the stuff beneath him with a ripple, drawing his eyes downwards where he blanched and stumbled back in horror. The dog was gone. Beneath him in a pile was broken bones, small bits of flesh, and a huge drying bloodstain. His hand immediately shot to his mouth, the sight sending a ripple of nausea through his stomach, where he encountered a new sensation. His jaw was different, felt strange beneath his hand, almost like it was wider, hinged strangely with gaps on the sides, and large teeth unhidden by lips. More importantly, the boy found his hand coming away stained even more, and holding what appeared to be a strip of food meat with fur still attached. And he wasn't hungry. Not like he usually was. You're not a hero. Katsuki's trembling voice pulled his attention up to him, the same light in his eyes bright alongside the bravado and anger. Something inside Izuku stirred, and his mind clicked into place. The emotion on his best friend's face, he was fear-rayed. Of him? You're not even a person, Deku. You're a monster. You dash. The boy who was his friend stumbled back, shoving one of the others with one hand to urge them to run, the other still pointed threateningly at the green-haired child. You're a DMN villain. Monster. He never looked away, until he was far enough to turn and run after the others, his pounding feet fading into the forest, leaving behind a broken-hearted child and a dead dog. Present day. The blare of the school bell shattered his daydream, the discordant noise sending him jolting up in his chair. Startled twice in one day, some enhanced senses. He thought with a disdainful snort, gathering up his notebook and supplies to place in his signature yellow backpack. The chatter of students as they made their way out of the school echoed in his ears, and the feeling of the wind on his skin from the open window was soothing while he stood up, tossing his bag over his shoulder. But none of it could block out the sound of steps he knew so well, the scent of burnt sugar wafting to his nose, his eyes closing as his shoulders slumped dejectedly. I guess it was too much to hope for. Shitty Deku. The voice growled out from in front of him. Like that day so many years ago, Izuku raised his head to look at his former friend, meeting the angry red gaze of the boy. Flanking Bakugo on either side were his two most loyal lackeys, the wings and long fingers marking them as they nervously shifted from foot to foot. The blonde himself was clenching and unclenching his hands as he glared, the smell of his nitroglycerin sweat building up on his palms almost cloyingly thick in the air. Let's go talk, you dune monster. 20 minutes later. The sky was a pretty shade of blue, Izuku idly thought as his head hung back, watching the clouds rolling by above while the sounds of a sharp pop preceded a fist entering his vision, arcing down towards him like. The armored green being grunted as the sickening sound of a fist on flesh echoed through the alleyway, a slight crunching sound and feeling alerting him to the fact that his nose was probably broken, as his armored skin gave way to the explosion-powered punch. The arms gripping his tightened to take the force of his body rocking back, before the sound of one of his lackeys speaking up filtered through to the dizzy boy. "Yo, Bakugu, don't you think you might be overdoing it?" He ain't even fighting back. "Shut the F up extra. The shitty monster has it coming to him. Or did you forget how you almost died that day?" The flinch from Izuku's left told him everything he needed to know about Tsubasa's feelings on the matter. He couldn't really understand it, and had given up trying to, why Katsuki was so determined to hurt him, make him remember his DM in place as the villain and monster he was. His wandering thoughts couldn't seem to focus on one thing, definitely a concussion I think. And a sudden picture of the long-fingered boy with an apple in his mouth and sprinkled with large leaves ran through his hazy head, causing him to giggle before he could clamp down on it. "What the F you laughing about, shitty Deku? What's so funny?" A hand grabbed his collar, lifting his head up to meet the enraged eyes of his bully. Before he could think better of it, Izuku giggled again with a wide, sharp-toothed grin, ignoring the twinge of instincts in his mind at the flash of surprise fear in his childhood friend's eyes. "Just thinking, Kaken. Pretty sure that he'd be too stringy to be tasty. Too thin in the digits." This time, the boy hold him bodily stumbled back, yelping in fear. Bakuga's eyes narrowed in anger, and a slight crackle was his only warning before a massive right hook explosion nailed Izuku in the face, throwing his head back as he coughed. Ears ringing and lungs hacking, he slumped to the ground, released by the winged lackey while the explosive boys shouting assaulted his shell-shocked ears, only catching every fourth word or so. His head swam as he struggled to bring an arm under his body, pushing himself up weakly as his dark as pitch blood dripped to the ground from his head. As he looked up to Katsuki, who was arguing with the long fingers boy about something, it was only because of his position that he was the first to see it. Standing in the entrance to the alleyway was a figure, backlit in his blurry vision by the sunlight casting his tall silhouette in sharp relief. Sometimes, all it takes is a single difference. One happenstance to change your life. With a single step, the person entered the alleyway, a hand raised holding a drink can that he slowly squeezed into a fist. Flapping behind in on a breeze, the black cloak billowed outwards as the crunch of aluminum and cracking knuckles caught the attention of the trio of tormentors. A single red eye stared down at them from a tilted head, set back into a smooth black and white face above a crisp white suit, the arch of his fin accenting the deep voice emerging from a jaw of pointed teeth to fill the alley. "Now then, what do we have here?" Chapter 4. Like Peas in a Pod. Sakamada Kugo, or Gang Orca as he was more popularly known, was a simple man. He enjoyed sushi, the occasional beer after work, and the satisfaction of a job well done. His time on the streets as a hero was time spent doing what he loved, keeping people safe and discouraging would-be evildoers. Despite a rocky start to his career on account of his appearance, the mighty monochromatic mammal was sitting comfortable at the rank of 10th place in the top heroes of Japan. Though, he thought with some chagrin, a slight blush unnoticeable under the collar of his suit jacket. "I hadn't considered that I'd be third highest of a heroes that look like villains poll." The most recent article had hailed his intimidating appearance and threatening demeanor at work as reassuringly menacing. Whatever that meant. Sakamada banished the errant thoughts as he refocused on his surroundings, his steady steps leading him on patrol through the Mizudafu district. There had been reports of suspicious activity, possibly related to an ongoing abductions case in the area, and he'd adjusted his path and schedule accordingly. The sun on his neck was warm, but not uncomfortable as he paused at the corner and swiveled his gaze around an intersection. The various passerby gave the sharply dressed hero a wide berth, but he could see several excited looks being passed between a multitude of middle schoolers, their uniforms denoting they must have just left the nearby school as his enhanced hearing easily picked up the frantic whispering. Smiling invisibly behind his toothy collar, he waited until one of the boys pointed his camera at him stealthily, before turning to perfectly time his gaze at the camera with a slight grin. The squeals of joy and frantic gushing widened that grin as he continued onward, crossing the street. Both in and out of costume, Sakamata liked children. Oftentimes, the youngest were the only ones to ignore his appearance entirely, and he made great efforts to try being a good role model for the next generations to look up to. Reaching up to thoughtfully scratch the side of his neck, he once again contemplated the idea of applying for a teaching position at one of the hero schools, a thought that had cropped up multiple times in the past. Each time it had, he'd dismissed it, never feeling like the time was right for that kind of change. Besides, he was still in his prime, and becoming a teacher would cut into his time on the field. Pausing long enough to purchase a drink from a convenient vending machine, the orca lifted his head and drained half the fizzy drink in one go. He couldn't help but feel optimistic about this patrol. While there had been little to no sign of trouble, the quiet patrol was a successful one in his mind. Besides that, there was an undercurrent of anticipation, something keeping his instincts humming in a wordless song of alertness. He'd long ago learned to trust the nonverbal cues his mutations seemed to impart to him, having saved his life on more than one occasion. A popping on the edge of his hearing stopped his train of thinking, causing his head to turn towards it, tilting to try and better hear. It sounded like fireworks? Another faint crack reached him as he turned fully to head towards the source. Maybe it was just somebody playing with firecrackers, but it was his duty to at least make sure they were being safe about it. But the closer he got, the less benign the noises became, clearing into two distinct sounds. A crackling pop, followed by a solid thud, and as he turned a corner, he distinctly heard a grunt of what could only be pain. Frowning, the hero hurried faster as words echoed to his enhanced ears. "Maybe too much. Fighting back. Extra. Or did you forget dash?" The muffled words were cut off by a strained laugh, the sound of pain in the voice sending a tingle down the back of the whale man, who took long strides towards the alley he could see ahead of him. A louder shout of anger and the loudest explosion yet, for explosions they were he realized, was followed by the sound of someone falling. Whipping around the corner, Gang Orca's eyes widened at the sight in front of him. What the hell? In the small dead-end alley, three apparently middle school boys stood around the crumpled body of a fourth, who was struggling to try and lift himself up, a long black tail flicking weakly behind him as he fell back with another grunt, a dark liquid that his nose told him was blood hitting the asphalt below him. The blonde was shouting at a skinny boy with elongated fingers, while an overweight winged one was watching worriedly. Of course he FING deserved it, the DMN monster. He's a FNG villain and we're doing the world a fucking service by keeping him down. The words shot through Sakamata's brain, painful memories springing up unbidden. Fishy freak. Disgusting, he looks so weird. Doesn't he look like he's gonna just snap and bite you? He's more animal than person. Should take back to the aquarium where the mindless beasts belong. He's gonna be a villain, just you watch. The can in his hand was crushed beyond recognition as his knuckles strained and cracked in his clenched fist, taking a measured step into the alley as the sound alerted the three attackers. Turning his head to stare into the blonde's eyes with his own enraged red, his teeth clenched before parting in an angry grimace. Now then, what do we have here? Bakugo Katsuki was many things. Angry, confident, and loud are just a few of the adjectives people could apply to him. Contrary to popular belief, stupid wasn't one of them. So when a 6.5-foot-tall fish-headed man stepped into the dead-end alley with murder in his eyes, he instantly knew he was in danger. The pressure of being stared down by a predator sent chills down his spine, and the fear that was buried in his heart flared to life before he managed to clamp down on the traitorous emotion. Baring his own teeth in an attempt to appear confident, he responded brashly. "This is none of your DMN business, old man. Beat it." Apparently the wrong answer, as the man did the opposite, stepping further into the dead end. An angry, loud clicking came from his throat, intense enough that both boys behind the explosive team clapped their hands over ears. Even Bakugo had to grit his teeth, his quirk-enhanced eardrums still aching from the sound that seemed to rattle his bones before he spoke. On the contrary, this is precisely my business. As a pro-hero, it is my job to protect civilians from any threat. The words clicked with memory as the suit and cloak registered in his mind, the blonde's face going slightly pale when he recognized why he looked familiar. He wasn't as well versed in heroes as the DMN nerd with a tail, but even he could recognize one of the top 10 heroes when it was shoved in his face. Thinking quickly, the boy glanced behind him at the others, noticing shitty Deku trying to push himself up again. Suddenly, the boy relaxed as something occurred to him, and his grin returned just as cocky as he turned back to the pro. Well then good. I just caught a DMN villain here. Good thing too, now he won't be able to hurt anyone, FANG monster. Crossing his arms, he smugly awaited the accolades and congratulations for his greatness, like he'd received his entire life. Thus it was all the more surprising when the delusions of his childhood were thrown in his face like a brick. Really? How fascinating. Because from where I'm standing, I'm looking at a middle school student being assaulted by 3 schoolmates, if your uniform is anything to buy. Furthermore, I can clearly see the wounds on his body indicating that he was the target of some sort of fire quirk, the scent of which is emanating from your hands. Unlawful quirk usage, intent and action to harm with it, and lying to a pro-hero when confronted? I don't know what kind of laws you've been learning in school, but in my line of work, we call people like you villains. Katsuki gasped, feeling like the air had been knocked from his chest by a fist. Villain? He's wrong. Everyone says it. I'm not a villain. I'm Dash. I'm not a villain, fish for brains. I'm gonna be the #1 hero for FS sake. His anger overrode any semblance of common sense, the product of his upbringing burying the brief moment of clarity. The Orca hero in front of him pet his head at the boy's words, cold disbelief visible on his hard-to-read expression. Heroes don't act like you do. Even assuming I didn't hear what you've been saying, there's a clear lack of evidence here supporting your claims. None of you have any signs of damage indicating that the boy didn't attack you. His state is clearly bad enough that if you were truly stopping him from doing something, you would have ceased at the point he could no longer fight back. Even if you somehow convinced me of all these things, I would still be taking you into the police. I will not take the word of one stranger as truth until I either witness proof or get to the bottom of the situation. Now, taking another step forward, Gang Orca loomed menacingly with one hand outstretched, palm upwards. On my authority as a hero, I am detaining you 3 until the truth of this situation can be determined. Come with me and your cooperation will be noted in Dash. A wet, hacking cough interrupted the hero, who leaned back in surprise. Katsuki felt a slither of fear as an arm was carefully slung across his shoulders from behind, the irrational urge to hide surging in his body as he heard the voice that haunted his nightmares speaking roughly. Hi Gang Orca sir. It's an honor to meet you. I'm sorry you were bothered by us playing. Izuku forced a smile onto his face, ignoring the dried blood under his nose and the wet remains on the side of his face. He desperately struggled to stay steady on his feet, head swimming as his eyes lost focus briefly. Snapping back to the pro in front of him, which, incidentally, had he been any less concussed, he would fanboying so hard right now, he spoke again in a measured tone. Kaken was just helping me practice with my quirk. Gotta be tough to be a hero, right? The 2 lackeys behind him audibly held their breath, while Katsuki started under his arm, a wide red eye turning to look at him like he was crazy. Across from him, the Orsinus quirk user's hand lowered slightly as he stared at this boy, bloodied and beaten, smiling at him like everything was fine. Izuku took another deep breath, before widening that smile and looking at the hero pleadingly. Do you think maybe we can just forget about this? Chapter 5, Treading Water. Gang Orca was confused. Bakugo Katsuki was confused. The lackeys were confused. The alley cat that peered around the corner, took one look at the tense situation and went the opposite direction, was less so, but still confused. Izuku though? Izuku was tired. Tired and in pain, and all he wanted was to get this situation defused, eat an actual ton of food, and sleep off the injuries. The ache in his nose was already almost gone, and he could feel the slithering sensation of his quirk working to slowly repair the gash on the side of his head, stomach rumbling as he started burning calories. Meanwhile, The predator hunter ally pro-hero had lowered his hand completely, looking at the green-haired teen curiously before speaking slowly. Just forget about it? Ignore the fact that you've been attacked. The boy grimaced a bit, thinking that it did sound a bit bad when he put it like that. But he just knew, deep in his heart of hearts, that Kakin trader Faux Fearbring, Hush You, was going to be an amazing hero. He just needed a little time. Ignore a couple of kids roughhousing us, sir. Just went a little overboard, right? His smile stretched across his face felt more like a grimace, but he kept it up in the desperate hope it was convincing the man. Behind him his tail flicked in agitation, betraying his forced calm, while inside he could feel a burning sensation in his chest at the demeaning act he was putting up. His tail mind was very proud. Angry cowardice shouldn't have to roll over, upset with his decision, instincts rebelling over the idea of debasing himself like this. With practiced ease, he clamps down on the feelings as he looks down towards the ground, focusing on the situation at hand. This is for the best. Sakamata contemplated the beaten boy with both curiosity and confusion. Here was a clear victim of bullying, no doubt due in part to quirk discrimination, pleading with a bloody face to ignore his attackers. It didn't make much sense from a logical viewpoint, but something about the boy intrigued him. His eyes saw a boy, submissively ducking his head in an attempt to make himself smaller. His animal instincts saw a predator, tense and coiled like a spring wound too tight, sure that even the slightest jolt would cause him to snap. Slowly loosening his muscles, the hero brought his hand up to scratch his neck thoughtfully, only stop as he found the mangled remains of a soda can in his palm. Switching the motion to place it into his pocket, he regarded the group in front him before speaking. Let's assume I'm considering your request. Why should I, a licensed pro-hero, look the other way when there has clearly been a crime committed? The law doesn't get to pick and choose who it applies itself to, and neither do we. Inhaling slowly, the greenette raised his head just high enough to meet Gang Orca's eye. To his surprise, the only emotion he could detect in his gaze was curiosity, not a trace of wariness or anger remained. Internally, he couldn't quite shake the feeling that he should be ready to fight at any moment, the presence of Predator Alpha Leader, what he could only consider an apex hunter, sending his instincts into a frenzy. Clamping down again, he cleared his throat to reply, choking slightly as his vision swam before settling. Because it's nothing serious. The deadpan look he was given immediately set him to stuttering as he hurried to explain. I'm not seriously who hurt, I'm tougher than I look, and I heal fast. We got out of hand, but it's no reason for anybody to get in trouble, alright? Not over me. His smile returned, small and sad as his tail slumped minutely. The words alone were enough to worry the hero, but coupled with the self-deprecating behavior it set off red flags in his mind. Looking closer at the boy, he searched for any telltale signs of possible home abuse, noting that his injuries had begun to scab over in the time they had been talking. The three other boys shifted nervously in his peripheral as his silence trailed on, the two followers looking faint at the idea they might be receiving actual punishment for their actions. The blonde one, Kakin, seemed less worried, but Sakamata could see the fear lurking beneath the surface. Letting out another much softer high-pitched click, his sonar lit up with the shapes of their bodies. Interestingly, he noticed that the injured boy's head perked up when the sonic wave struck his body. Odd, since he'd thought the pitch had been too high for human ears, and he noted the proof of improved hearing as he searched for any unseen marks or injuries. Normally he would avoid doing this without permission, the ability to examine a person's body from afar being a rather invasive one, but determined that in the current situation it was warranted. The black and white echoes of the teen showed him signs of good health. He wasn't malnourished, had no major deformities beyond a faintly visible crack in one of his arms, and in fact had a good musculature for his age. In conclusion, if he was being abused at home, it wasn't leaving physical marks. Exhaling heavily, the cetacean started seriously thinking about what he'd been asked, tamping down a brief flicker of annoyance at himself for even considering it in the first place. On the one hand, the hero had hard evidence of unlawful quirk usage, and the assault on the teen had clearly resulted in serious bodily harm. It was his duty to stop and apprehend anyone who would threaten or harm the citizens under his protection. On the other, The boy in front of him seemed determined to prevent punishment of the blonde boy. His words conveyed familiarity with his tormentor, and his actions portrayed a distinct lack of self-worth. Despite his quirk being apparently powerful, he hadn't fought back against his attackers. It just didn't make any sense. The quiet tension built higher as the seconds turned to minutes, none of the teens willing to speak and break him from his thoughts. Sighing loudly, Gang Orca reached up to loosen his tie slightly before responding. My answer is, we cannot just forget this. Izuku's head lurched up, his eyes wide as he started to panic. But sir, I just can't we, there's no need for dash. Beside him, the blood had drained from the face of his childhood friend turned bully, while the whimpers of the other two were loud in his suddenly too sensitive ears, his breath speeding up while his eyes darted around. Before his body managed to work itself up into a full-on anxiety attack, motion caught his attention. Gang Orca had raised his hand, palm outward towards them to stop them. We cannot just forget this, but I have decided to take your plea into consideration. The boys were silent, wide-eyed as the whale man scratched his neck again before returning both hands to his pockets and continuing. I can't just overlook what they've done. Best intentions of yours aside, a crime is a crime. There must be consequences, or else the law heroes and police uphold is meaningless. Izuku pet his head, a little confused as the pro's voice seemed to change as he was speaking, his voice losing a before then unnoticed double, almost vibrating timbre to it. But because this boy has argued so heavily for your leniency, we can work out a deal. I'll give you all a first and last time warning, taking your names, information, and parent contact information. The immediate reaction from the spiky-haired grenade was an expected outrage, quickly cut off by a fierce glare. Be quiet. Listen and do not speak until I say. Waiting a moment to make sure his message was heard, he pulled a small notepad from his pocket and flipped it open. Your parents will be contacted, along with your school. You will receive a black mark on your records with a year's time limit on it. You will be required to report to a school-sanctioned quirk counselor for both classes on proper quirk usage and anger management. Bakuga's face had grown steadily redder while he was listening, and burst out at the last words. Bullshit. I can't get a mark like this, I'm about to graduate from that shitty school. How am I supposed to get into UDIV dash? The yelling boy is cut off by a loud squeak, sharp enough that his head swam as he stumbled back. When the ringing faded and he looked back up, he was met with livid red eyes, and a pen pointed threateningly at his head. Last warning. Interrupt me again, and this entire deal goes out the window. Angry as the teen was, even he could realize when he'd pushed too far. In a rare moment of good sense, he shut his mouth with an audible click. Clicking angrily, Sakamada uncapped the pen before moving to begin writing while he spoke. Quite frankly, my patience has been pushed to the limit by your attitude alone. As for getting into UA, this mark's conditions will be visible to those in positions of authority, such as the principal of UA. It will be up to him whether it prevents you from applying to his school. Now, should you attend your required classes for the next year, and do not violate these laws again, or anything similar, the black mark will be wiped from your record, and replaced only with the proof that you had participated in this parole, as it were. Now names. The orca glared down at the trio, and no further compromise was forthcoming. Gritting his teeth, Bakugu relayed the necessary details, the two others quickly following suit shortly after, speaking hurriedly and stumbling over their words. After writing down the information, the sound of the pen capping was like the PRD at the end of a sentence. Closing the notebook, the pro-hero sighed again, before turning his body to unblock the mouth of the alley. Go home. Don't get into any more trouble. Fingers and wings took off like bats out of hell, profusely thanking the hero as they vanished around the corner. The explosion quirk user was slower, clenching his hands. As he glared back at the boy now leaning heavily on the wall, causing him to flinch at the unspoken threat before Katsuki turned to leave. Faster than he could even register, a grip like tempered steel clamped down on his shoulder, fingertips digging firmly into the fabric of his uniform, pressure just shy of painful. Leaning down, the massive killer whale's head stopped next to his own, a red eye staring at him as if his very soul lay bare before him. His voice was soft, but rumbled with a bone-shaking vibration that rattled his teeth in his skull. Let me make something very clear, Bakugo Katsuki. If I learn that you have broken the terms of this agreement, or continue to act out in defiance of not only the law, but human decency. If I even so much as suspect that you have harmed this boy or anyone else. I promise you, I will make it my life's goal to bury your career so far beneath the surface that no light will ever touch the filth of your failed attempt at heroism again. Am I understood? The words hissed into his ear sounded like death's promise, a sudden image of a lunging jaw full of jagged teeth lurching forward from the darkness of his mind. Katsuki inhaled sharply as he started breathing again, the trembles in his torso causing his body to shake, fear wrapped around his heart like a noose. Not trusting his voice, the boy simply nodded, which was enough for the man. Once his shoulder was free, it took him a second to remember how to walk, his mind screaming at him about turning his back to the black and white shape behind him. Turning the corner, the explosive blonde walked for about a block, before lurching to the side and bracing himself on a telephone pole. What the F dashed it? Izuku watched Gang Orca lean down towards Bakugo, his words carrying clearly to his sharp ears. The boy felt the same pressure, but unlike his bully had the instincts necessary to translate the flood of impressions and raw emotional input. Anger, rage, threaten, protect Alpha. After the teen disappeared from their sight, the hero inhaled deeply before letting the air out slowly, the threatening aura he wore like his cloak dissipating into nothing before turning to the greenette. There was silence for several beats, before the man scoffed slightly, the corners of his mouth tilting upwards slightly as he spoke much softer than before. Well, now that we're through with that, I don't believe I caught your name. Blinking, the boy responded quickly. Midoriya Izuku, Gang Orca, sir. Sorry to bother you. The pro just waved away the apology, before moving closer to carefully inspect the teen's wounds, pausing to ensure that he was allowed to touch him and continuing at his nod. Hissing slightly at the sting of his hurts, Izuku's tail flicked back and forth slowly, his nervousness giving way to the bone-deep tiredness seeping into his limbs. I'm sorry FO dash. Stop apologizing. Cutting off his attempted apology, Sakamata stood back up, having reassured that nothing was broken or his injuries potentially complicated, before moving to pull a handkerchief from his pocket and handing it to the boy. You have nothing to be sorry for. The green-haired mutant opened his mouth, but shut it quickly at the amused look of the larger mutant, taking the handkerchief and absent-mindedly wiping the blood off his face. The armored young man was trying to think of a way to leave without bothering the pro further, only to be stopped by the suited sea mammal turning and taking a step before looking back at him over his shoulder with a steady, red gaze. Come walk with me, Midoriya. We have some things to talk about. Chapter 6. Like you. The common hustle and bustle of city life has a remarkable ability to gloss over the unusual. The more people that congregate in an area, the higher the threshold for the weird and wacky to be accepted as normal. But the sight of a middle school student sitting at the table outside of a parkside cafe, with visibly torn uniform and dried blood caking one side of his face, was apparently just a little bit much. Izuku could feel his ears burning as the whispers and speculations flew around him, gawking bystanders muttering while staring at him unashamedly. Everything from a villain on the run, to an abuse victim being held against his will, to a murderer regretting his first kill, the possibilities were endless for the drama-craving masses. He snorted in amusement. As if some of them didn't see me walk here with a top 10 pro hero. Said hero had led him to the cafe, motioned to a table, then walked inside without a word, leaving the teen to stew in his thoughts. Letting out a heavy sigh, Izuku leaned down onto his arms, determined to just ignore the chattering crowd while he fought to keep his eyes open against the aches and encroaching fatigue. The next he knew was a cold feeling pressing to his neck, startling him up and awake with a yelp. Looking around wildly, he saw the looming form of Gang Orca standing beside him, a large water bottle held towards him in one hand. It must have been just bought, because he could see the condensation running down the sides of the plastic, explaining the chill. Straightening up in his seat, the boy could almost swear that a hint of smile could be seen playing along the edge of the man's mouth, hidden behind the high collar of his costume. Sorry, you look like you could use something to drink. Besides, you really shouldn't sleep with a head injury. When he moved the water closer, the boy took it and held it in both hands on the tabletop. Behind him, his tail tip flicked back and forth in agitation, while the black and white hero sat down opposite him, setting down his own bottle on the surface between them to wait. Several moments of silence pass in which the Emerald Teen can feel the steady gaze on him, his mouth opening to speak only to shut again as nerves took over. You don't need to talk if you don't want to. Owe me nothing. Izuku's head snapped up, sputtering wildly as he waved his hands. No. I owe you so much for helping me. I can't accept any more generosity from you. You've already done so much for me, and Yoriela didn't fave to help hamster like me when I'd sir. Words running together the longer he spoke, Izuku could feel his heart trying to beat out of his chest. His ears were ringing and vision starting to go fuzzy like static as his thoughts spiraled downwards, and his breathing became panicked gasps for air. What if Kaken comes back for me in revenge? I shouldn't have made him angry, I know better than that. Now I'm inconveniencing a hero, wasting his time saving someone like me. Why couldn't I just take my beating? I'm useless at being useless, just a worthless monster, I should just go dash. A sound like a droplet hitting still water. Suddenly everything stopped, the panic freezing like a river in winter as he felt a gentle pressure against his head. Blinking, his vision faded back into focus on the large hand in front of his face, one finger gently extended to his forehead. Sound followed, the slow and steady voice wrapping around him like comforting arms. Easy now, breathe with me. In 2, 3 for then out 2, 3, don't worry I've got you just breathe. The tension in his chest released with a strangled sob, his breath shaky while struggling to follow his instructions. Slowly the static faded out. In its place, the most profound sense of safety he'd ever felt washed over him. Since his quirk had first manifested, he had always been on edge, subconscious tension from his instincts never really allowing him to relax. But now they were quiet. Here in this moment he felt safe. I can see in your eyes that you're back. There's no need for you to hurry, take as much time as you need. Sakamada spoke slowly and calmly to the boy, having recognized the signs of a panic attack. What Izuku had said, however, had the gears turning wildly in his mind. Letting none of the worry or concern bleed into his expression or tone, he very carefully moved his hand down to the teen's shoulder. The flinch was not entirely unexpected, but only served to cement what he had to say next. Midoriya Izuku. Using his given name seemed to catch his attention, and the forest green cat-like eyes found his flat reds. I need you to listen to me. To what I'm going to say. You don't have to believe me yet, but I need you to hear the words. Can you do that for me? The beat. Then a jerky nod. Sakamada exhaled, gathering his thoughts as he moved to one knee beside the table and bring his head down to his level. First things first. You are not a monster, Midoriya Izuku. His head snapped up, mouth opening to immediately refute his statement, only to stop at the man's free hand raising a finger in the universal symbol for one moment. You're not a monster, insofar as others have decided, nobody can tell you what you are. Only you decide if you're the monster. Your quirk is one with deep-rooted instincts and mental influences, isn't it? Another nod, a tail flicking and green eyes hanging desperately on his every word. I thought as much. Mutations to the degree we possess rarely come without some sort of internal changes. But that's another thing behind my point, our quirks are part of who we are. But they don't define us unless we let them. A whimper from the boy prompts him to squeeze his shoulder reassuringly. Despite our decades of progress, humans still have a tendency to misunderstand things different than them. Misunderstanding leads to wariness, wariness to fear, fear to hate, and suddenly the real monsters are made clear. Anyone can be a monster, regardless of quirk. Izuku's gaze never left the pro-heroes as he spoke, even his tail stilling as the next words shot through to his core. Never think you're worth less than any of those who try to put you down. Never let them decide what it is you are. Don't be afraid of your quirk, Because it's as much a part of you as your arms, legs, hair, tail. Be what you want to be. Everything else can come later. With another strangled sob, Midoriya Izuku lunged forward to wrap his arms around the figure of the number 10 hero, his tail lashing side to side as he gave up any semblance of control, both of his emotions and quirk. Gang Orca was surprised, but slowly brought both arms down to rest across his shoulders, returning the hug gently. Beneath his palms, Sakamata could feel as Izuku's armor seemed to ripple, small crackling noises reaching his enhanced hearing as the bumps across his back grew more pronounced and little spines grew from the end of his tail. The arms around his torso felt heavier, and he could tell without looking that the claws gripping his back were longer and sharper. The sheer amount of changes told him just how tight of a grip he had kept on himself and his quirk, most likely trying his hardest to be closer to what he considered should be normal. Bringing his hand up, he placed it on top of the boy's head, patting reassuringly, tamping down the surprising feeling of warmth in his chest. He was not getting emotional, and the instinctive, soothing clicking in his chest was just coincidence. Nothing more. For his part, the crying Izuku's mind was for once gloriously empty. No conflicting thoughts warring with feral instincts, no fearful rants, no self-deprecating beliefs. Just the warm comfort of being reassured that he wasn't wrong, wasn't a mistake. That he belonged her just as much as a normal human. The soft sound of clicking reached his ears, having a strangely calming effect on him. The hero smelled of seawater, the kind of distant scent you'd catch on the breeze near the shore. It was a reassuring scent to his quiet tail mind. He stayed like that, letting out some of the fear and self-doubt built up over the last 8 years. He wouldn't just magically be better or forget all the self-created mental blocks. He knew that in his mind. But for once, he believed that he finally had a place to start. Chapter 7, Innocent Insight. The minutes slowly ticked past, with the sun starting to move towards the horizon and paint the world in shades of orange. Eventually, the green-haired teen pulled away from the hug, reaching up to wipe his eyes on his sleeve. "I'm sorry for crying on you. After you went out of your way to try and help me." The snort of amusement from above him brought his gaze back up, seeing Gang Orca with a small smile before he fixed his collar, hiding his facial expressions once again. "I thought I said you had nothing to apologize for, Midoriya. That hasn't changed in the last half hour." The boy opened his mouth likely to apologize again, before snapping it shut with a huff. Sakamata tilted his head as he examined the changes on the young mutant in front of him. His jaw a little wider, neck was slightly thicker around, while his shoulders beneath the uniform jacket showed small pronounced ridges and dull points. His arms had much more pronounced hide plating that bulked his sleeves, the color extending down to emerge near his hands, while the appendages themselves were wider with slightly longer fingers not unlike his own tipped with small black claws. He caught a glimpse of his tail with the spines branching out around the tip of it, looking more like a club than the thin, almost lizard-like tail he'd sported before. All in all, the aesthetic was pleasing, truth be told. Now I might be a little biased, but I personally think that your quirk suits you like this. You look better, both physically and your demeanor. Izuku promptly blushed a vibrant red, the shade contrasting sharply with his normal color scheme as he grumbled, tail twitching in embarrassment. It's been a while since I just didn't suppress it. Most of the time I'm too busy trying to appear more human. He reached up and scratched the back of his neck shyly, claw tips scraping across the hide there softly. Thank you for telling me all that, and for saving me." The last words were spoken softly, like he was still getting used to the idea that it was okay to be saved. Standing up, Sakamata brushed off his suit with one hand before grabbing the water bottle from the table. "You're welcome. While I can say that it's my job, I genuinely mean it when I say that I'm glad I was there today. You deserve better than what those boys put you through." Growling slightly as he let out an annoyed squeak, Izuku's head twitched towards it like a curious puppy looking at you sideways, he noted. He uncapped and sipped at the liquid. Then promptly dumped the remainder of the water over his head, startling the teen beside him into leaping back with a yelp. Chuckling, he tilted his head back and let the cool relief roll down his back and across his suit. "Sorry about that. Part of my quirk can be a little uncomfortable if I dry out for too long. Oh, that's right. Your quirk, or sinus, gives you all the physical capabilities of an orca. You can use sonic waves for both attacking and scouting, like a whale sonar. You're also very strong and fast, though statistically you perform better in water-based environments. You're still one of the most effective search and rescue heroes in Dash. Gang Orca blinked, as he watched the shy, stuttering adolescent turn into a rapid-fire, fact-spitting fanboy. He was also incredibly accurate with the various references and recitals of his various accomplishments, some of which he had thought were rather obscure. His mouth quirked upwards into another hidden grin. What an analytical mind. I wish my support staff spent half as much effort as this boy did. He's like Dash. And now he has a notebook. Sure enough, sometime between starting his rant and now, the teen had pulled a small notebook from God knows where and was flipping through the pages excitedly, tail wagging behind him furiously. Where did that even come from? Oh, before I forget, Dash. Can I get an autograph? Izuku's shyness resurfaced, and he realized that the boy was holding out the notebook to him, pencil in hand. Taking it with some bemusement, he glanced at the open pages, pausing to glance over the entry. On one side of the page was an extremely well-drawn portrait of him, posing with one hand up, while on the opposite side were neatly written out details on his power set, fighting style, notable achievements, weaknesses. If the hero hadn't known better, he would have believed in a heartbeat that the entry in front of him was an official hero commission dossier. As he flipped the page absent-mindedly, he took notice of the observations of his weaknesses, some of them surprising him with the notes on how he came to their conclusion. This boy can put together facts and patterns from sources that normally wouldn't even be connected, stringing them together into a cohesive, understandable whole. Impressive. The fidgeting of the greenette snapped him from his musing, alerting him to the fact he had been silently staring at the notes for a couple minutes now, and he quickly flipped back to the portrait, signing his hero name in the space underneath. Sorry, I was appreciating your work. Your notes are impressive. Ihihei. Ducking his head, Izuku's blush thickened as he tried to play off the compliment. It's really not that good. I just like to take notes on heroes and their quirks. It's just a hobby. The orca's brow quirked upwards, glancing down at the professional grade statistics in hand before closing the notebook and flipping it to read the cover. The title read in neat kanji, Hero Analysis for the Future, number 12. There are 11 more of these? The size of the notebook meant that, if the others were of similar types, there could be potentially more than 100 heroes broken down to basest components in a way that even the newest hero trainee could understand. Or a street-level villain. Reaching out to the young monster teen, he handed back the notebook with a thoughtful hum. I've seen professional analysts with less thorough notes than yours. If this is what you consider a hobby, I'm not sure we'd have any secrets left if you seriously researched one of us heroes. Again with the head tilt, curiosity and confusion in his gaze. Shaking his head, the whale-headed peacekeeper stepped past the boy and glanced up at the sky. It's getting late. Come on, I'll walk you home. Looking up at the sky in surprise, the monster teen gaped at the setting sun as if he hadn't noticed how much time had passed, before standing up and stammering at the pro with his notebook held to his chest. There's no need for that, sir. I can find my own way. I don't want to keep you from your work any longer. Cloak moving behind him as he moved to throw away the empty bottle, plastic clattering down into the recyclable receptacle before turning back and looking down at him through one eye again. My patrol will be covered by my sidekicks and underlings. As for keeping me from work, this is just as important to me. Let me ensure that you get home safe. At least to satisfy my honor as a pro. He watched in amusement as Izuku seemed to struggle, caught between his desire to not be a burden and his wanting to help the hero in fulfilling his duty. His tail revealed his inner conflict, swapping between waving back and forth, and slapping down onto the ground when his face went particularly focused. Idly he also noted that the impacts did little to harm the spines growing from the limb, filing away another point to his body's durability. Guess that's fine then. Especially if you think it's best. Reaching below the table, The greenette grabbed his bright yellow backpack and slung it up onto one shoulder. When he lifted his other arm, he hesitated, thinking through something before lowering it again to leave the bag hanging over one shoulder. Just that simple action alone did wonders for his image, the timid stance of holding on to both of the straps giving way to a more confident one-handed grip. He even thought he saw another shy smile before it disappeared, and he moved to stand beside Gang Orca. Turning, he motioned for the teen to lead the way, long steps easily allowing him to keep pace beside him. Izuku couldn't help but think how cool it was to be walking side by side with a real pro hero. Not just any hero, a current top 10 one at that. It took all of his considerable experience in controlling his emotions to keep himself from squealing aloud in happiness. There was no saving his tail, the limb waving back and forth like an excited dog while his instincts sang at the feeling of rare freedom he was granting them. Ease, comfort, happy, joy, I agree. He couldn't help but smile as the words the hero beside him had spoken, sharp teeth showing as he smiled wider. All Might will always be the #1 hero in Japan, maybe even the world. But after today. He looked over at the figure of Gang Orca taking long strides, his cloak flowing behind him as he occasionally glanced around to keep an eye on their surroundings. Izuku smiled wider before trotting forward happily. I think I have a new favorite. The two tall males strode through the streets of the prefecture Midoriya Izuku called home. Soon he'd be back in his apartment, where he could finally just relax. Maybe his mother had started dinner, so there'd be something. Izuku stumbled to a stop, eyes wide as something occurred to him, while Sakamata slowed down and looked back at him in concern. My mom's gonna kill me. Chapter 8. Moving forward. -1 week later. Luckily for Izuku, his mother's wrath was mitigated by his companion. It didn't save him from the tears and fussing though. After explaining the situation to her, and being thanked over and over by the distraught parent, Gang Orca had taken his leave. But not before imparting one last gift to the boy he had saved. Izuku looked down at his phone, the name of the contact staring back at him in bold letters. The number 10 hero had asked for his phone, then handed it back with his number saved to it. If you ever have any more trouble from them or anyone else, or just need someone to talk to, I'm here. If I'm on a mission, I'll get back to you when I can. Don't hesitate to call. Even now, days afterwards, the boy was still giddy with disbelief and wonder. Closing the contact, he slipped the device back into his pocket and looked up at the blue sky with a happy sigh. Kaken has been surprisingly quiet since we got back to school. He hasn't even made any slights or insults. He must really be taking Gang Orca's threat to heart. Izuku couldn't help but be pleased by the outcome, though he still avoided being near him when possible, hence his current lunch PRD spent on the roof of the school. No sense poking the bear. As he ate the bento his mother had packed him, he'd already gone through the school lunch, thanks metabolism. He thought back to his encounter again, chewing slowly as he mulled over a few things. I should have asked him more questions. Especially whether I can be a hero, even if I'm a mon-dash. He snapped that thought off before it could finish. Ever since the hero's motivational words, the boy had been working hard to try and break his almost reflexive habits. After that first day, he'd woken up with his features suppressed again, subconsciously reverting to his usual routine before hesitantly correcting himself. It wasn't easy though. After 8 years of his former best friend relentlessly putting him down, the reflexes were deeply ingrained into his psyche. Grumbling a bit, the greenette makes the conscious effort to lengthen his claws a little, turning them this way and that as he watches the light glint off them dully. Stabbing one of the small meat pieces in his lunchbox with his pointer, he snaps it up with a happy chomp. As he's chewing, Izuku focused on his nose, closing his eyes as he took several deep inhales and sniffs. Practicing his scenting abilities had been the first thing that he'd felt truly comfortable with since the encounter, and he was amazed at the difference such a small decision made. Almost like a wave, the area around the boy lit up in his mind like a black and white image. While it was difficult for him to pick out the smaller details, such as individual expressions on a person's face, the different flavors of each person made it an almost laughably easy task for him to start identifying each of the people moving around in the floors beneath him. There was the science teacher, bent over his desk as he ate with one hand while grading furiously with the other. Over near the bathrooms, the sense of two people slipping into one of them drew his attention, the flavors marking them as two of his classmates. Huh, why are they going into the same stall? Shouldn't he not be in the women's toilet anyways? Now they're on the dash. With a blush that burned like a sudden inferno, Izuku immediately yanked his attention elsewhere, leaving the two to their activities. Can't help but think that they wouldn't do that in school if they knew I could see them from anywhere. The lunch PRD passed much the same, alternating between him eating his lunch and exercising his senses. While it wasn't nearly as powerful, he was no slouch when it came to hearing, and his sight was several times better than the average human as well. When the bell finally rang, the boy startled up to his feet at the harsh noise intruding into his trance before grumbling and packing away the locked clean lunchbox. Tail flicking contentedly, he made his way down to find his seat for afternoon classes, the roof access door swinging shut behind him. Later in the day, after school had let out, the monstrous green bean was wandering towards what he mentally called his park. He didn't own it, but good luck telling that to his instincts most days. Backpack slung over one shoulder, he hummed to himself as he sat beneath his favorite tree, looking down to the water covered in ducks with a chuckle. So many different kinds of animals are scared of me, but go figure that ducks are the only one I've found yet that can't care enough to bother with me. Izuku thought to himself with a small smile. Pulling his notebook from somewhere, he began to write up notes on a new hero that should be debuting soon. Not much was known about them yet, but supposedly they had some sort of gigantification quirk, but otherwise nothing. Hey yo babe. You look a little lonely. Wanna hang out with us, have a little fun? The voice broke into his thoughts like a runaway train through a post office, a growl of irritation rumbling free as his pen skid across the page. Looking up crossly, he searched for the source of the disturbance. Wind through branches, the splash of a stream. There at the edge of the water, two young men, whose hair and outfits just screamed stereotype punk, who talking to a smaller girl who was crouched feeding the ducks. As she stood up and brushed her hands off, Izuku saw long green hair, a barely darker shade than his, tied up into a waist-high looped bow. Her posture was slightly hunched, and even from here the monster boy could see her features were a little bit different. Her hands were larger than average, and her face was a bit wider in the mouth, while her eyes were wide, the expression in them difficult to read. Tilting her head and raising one finger to the side of her lips, her voice came out blunt, with the barest hint of a croak. Maybe you should try a better pickup line. You don't sound like fun at all, Karo. Blinking once, she stared down the taller boys without fear. Meanwhile, Izuku couldn't help but stare at the girl, puzzling through her physical mutations as she was speaking. Unnoticed, his tail had begun a slow wagging back and forth while he thought. Low posture, large hands, wide mouth. I would have guessed some reptile or amphibian based on the few clues visible, but that croaking definitely means frog or toad. Probably frog, smells like a frog. Also faintly like lilies. Sniffing the air again, his tail wags harder as he tries to identify the source of the sweet scent lingering on the edge of his mind. He was so distracted he almost misses the response of the punks to her. Oh, got some claws there, girly. Don't be so stingy, you're just feedin' the ducks after all. Not like you got anything better to do. Besides, maybe we'll surprise you. As he was speaking, the black hair pompadour man had leaned forward, just a little bit too far into her space, evidenced by the narrowing of her eyes. Standing up and shifting his backpack to his shoulder, Izuku started moving towards the group of people. His instincts were acting up, and he could sense the rising tension in the air. The girl retorted as he picked up speed. With your lack of brains, I might be surprised if you said anything remotely intelligent. Besides, the ducks are better company. Izuku hurried forward, the familiar scent of anger filling the air. The punk with the funny hair leaned back before snarling at her, raising his hand back as anger overtook common sense. Why, you smart-mouthed little muddy? Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I'll teach you to dash. Whatever the belligerent was going to say was cut off by the sound of his yelp, and his arms suddenly arrested forward motion. Whipping around to yell loudly, any words immediately die when punk number one come face to chest with a black uniform jacket. Looking up, his vision consists of a mop of unruly green hair, a polite crocodile smile full of jagged teeth, and two angry green slit-pupil eyes practically glowing as they glare at him. An almost subsonic rumble rolled through his body when the boy growled, grin widening as the teenager spoke up with a deep snarl of a voice. "Knock it off. Or else." Chapter 9. Taken. -1 Prefecture to the east. There was one thing that nobody was told about heroism. It was the paperwork. Grumbling deep in his chest, Gang Orca slogged through the pile of paperwork sitting almost 2 feet high beside him. While it would be faster to type, or maybe even push it off on a sidekick or intern, Sakamada had an old-school dedication to doing things right the first time. While time-consuming, there was nothing quite as thorough as going through each individual aspect of an incident report with his own eyes and hands. Sadly, this policy also gave rise to the massive headache building behind his eyes as he reached up to pinch his brow. One of his sidekicks had cornered a minor villain in a restaurant back room during a chase. All well and good, but when the miscreant had decided to use his sonic emitter quirk to try and bring the building down rather than be captured, it tended to look bad on the after-action report. Thankfully, nobody was seriously hurt, and the majority of paperwork was for property damages. Pausing to scratch his neck thoughtfully, his red eyes wandered to an official-looking document, set aside on one corner of the desk. Midoriya should be getting off school around now. Perhaps I can take a break, get a hold of him, make the offer. Looking back to the pile of paperwork beside him, he grumbled and clicked in annoyance, grabbing the next sheet to read and sign. Later. It will keep for a few hours. Back in the park, Azuitu considered herself fairly average as middle school girls went. She woke up each morning, helped her mother wrangle her many siblings into some semblance of order, went to school and got average grades. She spent time with her friends, studied hard, and occasionally dealt with some biased JRK making a comment on her appearance. It wasn't often, but every now and then, Tsuyu treated herself to rare moments of peace without the constant pestering of brothers and sisters, or the social pressure to engage with friends. This park had become one of those places for her, so she was understandably miffed when a couple of punks decided they had nothing better to do than hit on an underage girl. Her friends had consistently said she had a great figure, and acted more mature than her age, go figure, and react poorly to being turned down. In a rare moment of emotion, she was quite ready to lash out in self-defense if he followed through with that raised hand. When a 6-plus-foot tall boy in a black school uniform stepped in to effortlessly grasp his arm, the frog quirk user couldn't help but stare. Ignoring the stuttering, terrified punks trying to string together an apology, Tsuyu tilted her head to study him. A tail curled down to sway behind his legs, the short spines clustered at the end giving it the appearance of a club, while his bared teeth sent her instincts into a raucous alarm. Predator! Danger! They screamed to the girl, but the longer she took him in the quieter they became. Her sense of smell wasn't particularly powerful, frogs being rather simplistic in their olfactory prowess, but something about him seemed familiar to her on a deeper level. It took her until the punks left shouting useless threats and promises of retribution to figure out why. Ever since I started coming here, I've always felt like I'm on something's territory. Habuko was so nervous the one time she came here with me, she kept saying that she felt threatened. I never felt it as strong, but this boy gives off that same feeling. In her musings, the green-haired girl's eyes never stopped roving up and down his body, taking in the features of the boy. His flicking tail now settled into a, dare she say, cute wagging motion, the claws scratching the back of his neck with a soft scritch-scritch sound, and his hands that were just a little too big. She failed to notice when the boy asked her something, eyes wide as her mind wandered, his expression slowly dropping into one of nervousness the longer the silence dragged on. Finally, Tsuyu opened her mouth to speak. Minutes before, staring down at the pompadour touting punk stammering in his grip, Izuku felt an unusual emotion for him, disdain. The greenette had spent the majority of his life struggling to control instincts and emotions to restrain himself, and here he was about to smack the daylights out of a man at the drop of a hat. Though, I'm usually not graced with the joy of hearing someone use such a derogatory word. He thought angrily as he followed his words with a growl. Hate, anger, hunger, rage, not even Kakin on his worst days would stoop so low as to use such a term. It should have died out a century ago, but there's always got to be those idiots. Shaking his head to try and clear the crowding thoughts, he focused back in on the pleading not-so-tough guy. See, come on man, I didn't really mean nothing by it. Honest. I wasn't gonna do nothing, I swear. Just wanted to scare her a bit, gotta keep my rep right man. Bro, help me out here? Bro. Looking to his ally, the slicked-back blonde just looked torn between running away and whatever dregs of loyalty were left in his system. He grinned nervously as the other two turned to look at him, internally praying that his bro shut the hell up right then. With narrowed eyes, the monstrous boy turned back to glare at the male in his grasp, the remaining color in his face draining as Izuku dragged him close enough to be nose to nose. I don't care. She wasn't interested, so accept your rejection like men. It's never acceptable to try and cow a girl into obedience. If I ever catch you in this park again, I'd better not think you're doing this again. Got it? Baring his teeth to get the point across, he glared at the frantic bobbleheads of the agreeing scumbags. With a grunt he let go of the arm, watching with mute satisfaction as the man stumbled and almost fell, caught by his friend. Izuku made a shooing motion with one hand, snarling at them viciously. Beat it. With yelps of fear, the men scattered like roaches in the sun, booking it as if their lives depended on it, the pompadour looking back as they get a decent distance to yell shakily. We will go easy on you this time. You won't be so lucky in next time. The boy watched in amusement as his inattention immediately cost him. Tripping with a choked yelp, he was sent tumbling before scrambling to his feet running again. Tail lashing twice in satisfaction, the teen remembered the reason he'd done this in the first place, turning back to the girl who so far hadn't said a word. Checking her over to make sure she was okay, he couldn't help but catch that same tantalizing smell as before, a strangely floral scent that brought a vision of lilies in a pond to mind as his tail started wagging slowly before he managed to focus and speak. Hi there. Sorry about them, you shouldn't have had to deal with idiots like that. Are you okay? Smiling reassuringly, he watched as her large eyes blinked slowly, the black pupils roving up and down him as her finger rested in that same spot beside her mouth. As the silence dragged on, Izuku couldn't help but feel the nerves building up inside him, tail flicking uncertainly as she stared. Oh God, she's just staring. Did I frighten her? I must have freaked her out, I must have looked like a psycho. Oh crap, how do I fix this? There's gotta be something. Oh God, skana tinkamafrakondamonster just like their stash. As his mind took off into the sunset like a runaway steed, his claws scratched worriedly at the hide of his neck, a bead of sweat dripping down his cheek as he tried to figure out how to salvage the situation. You have big hands like mine, Caro. When she finally did speak, the sound was so sudden that it shattered his train of thought, causing him to jump with a yelp of surprise. This in turn startled her into hopping backwards with a loud croak. The two teenagers stared at each other with wide eyes, both watching for the other's next move for several tense moments. Before soft laughter broke it, the girl's hands coming up to cover her mouth as she giggled with the occasional soft croak. Soon enough his own shoulders shook as he laughed along with her, both of them busting up with wild abandon. Other park-goers looked to the young ones before shaking their heads with a smile, continuing on as the tension bled away like running water. When they eventually caught their breath, the frog girl wiped her eyes with one hand as she struggled to introduce herself. Sorry about that. Thank you for helping me, my name is Azui Tsuyu. She extended one of her hands towards him, a brief moment of the familiar insecurity surging at the sight of her oversized appendage, only for it to be wiped away as an even bigger one gently grasped it, shaking lightly. Midoriya Izuku. It was really nothing, I'm sure you would have been fine. She pet her head again as he spoke, the young voice and gentle face not really matching up with the warnings of a predator in her froggy mind. Smiling internally a little bit, she shook her head before replying. You still stepped in to help. Caro, most people would ignore something like that happening. So thank you. The blush suffusing his face at her words was a surprising splash of color on the boy. Giving him a moment to collect himself, she moved to grab her bag from where it lay beside the pond and walked back over to him with it clasped in front of her. When he'd managed to stop muttering, she let a bit of the smile slip onto her face as she nodded to him. So, Izuku-chan, do you know any good places to eat around here? Well, brain in a tailspin, Midoriya Izuku sputtered like a car that wouldn't turn over. She can't be suggesting we not together? But maybe she's just being nice. Maybe. Eventually wrestling his tongue into Esbeamson, and deciding to accept the push from his tail mind agree. Brave frog. He cleared his throat and put on his best smile that didn't look like a grimace. There's a cafe near here that does a good pudding actually. Want to go together? Internally he squealed in a way that could at best be called unmanly, while he worked to keep his face in a confident grin. The subtle croaking that sounded suspiciously like laughter didn't reassure him he'd succeeded. Sure, lead the way. I want to get to know my savior, Karo. Her deadpan devoy was softened by the emotion behind her eyes, easily setting his tail to wagging as he turned and began walking the familiar path with his new friend keeping pace beside him. The new duo left the park as they slowly began to chat back and forth, mutual awkwardness melting away as they paced out of sight. Behind them, unseen and undetected by either mutant, a figure dressed in a dark brown body-length jacket transitioning seamlessly to a gray hood. From the depths of the cloaked face, the click and flash of lighter flame illuminated manic gray eyes set above a scarred nose. Smoke exhaled past the cigarette between teeth set in a grin as he looked after the retreating teens. A most fascinating specimen. Roughly 2 hours later, passerby walking past a certain cafe would be treated to an amusing sight. 2 green-haired students seated at a table in the setting sunlight conversing in excited tones. What really sold it was the constantly expressive tail of the boy, the black appendage wagging like a puppy's just below the table line. Hiding laughter behind smiles, the wait staff quickly learned to find alternate routes through the patio tables, because as one busboy discovered to his shin's detriment, that limb was sturdy. Izuku couldn't remember the last time he'd had this much fun just talking. No need to follow the leaders, no reason to hide who he was. Azuitsu had the most wonderful effect of making him feel like he didn't need to bother trying to fit in around her. Unlike Gang Orca, who achieved this through owning the room with confidence, the frog girl simply had no time for all the frivolities of social expectation. It was such a refreshing feeling. For her part, Tsuyu was fascinated by the fellow mutant-type quirk boy and his views on the prejudices they both faced in their lives, continuing their conversation after taking a sip of her fruit smoothie. I don't know if they got it fully right though, Karo. Sure, the mutant rights core vastly improved the conditions for mutants and metamorphic quirk users, but their methods put a bigger stress on the fact that we're different than normal. Her hand accentuated her point, the emphasis giving motions eagerly watched by her attentive listener. To be truthful, the willing attention was flattering. It was nice knowing the other person was not only invested in the conversation, but also genuinely cared about her points, and she found herself putting more of her emotions into her words than usual. Karo, if they truly wanted equality and an end to discrimination, they should have stressed our sameness, not fought for extra concessions. Doing so only perpetuates the problems, Karo. One hand tapped each clawed finger in quick succession as he thought, the other bringing up one of his many onigiri to his musing, munching mouth while he contemplated her lily-scent eyes' cute point, swallowing and shooting back. I can see your point. The MRC was considered to be one of the greatest turning points in quirk history, but if you really take your perspective, it really does come out to more of grab for power. Growling, I wish more people cared less about personal gain. His tail lashed back and forth as he growled, a waiter wisely taking an extra step back before passing. Across from him, the boy's sharp eyes caught slight motion from the girl's throat, a sort of flutter of the sides in response to the noise. A far cry from the freezing up and flinches when he'd accidentally let a little bit of his instincts slip when they'd started their date hangout. Another point in the Monster Teens book, and one that added twofold to the happiness swelling in his chest. Bringing her hand up to press one finger against her cheek, Sue tilted her head as she considered him. You seem very passionate about this, Karo. Maybe you should consider a career in politics. You have the face for it. She laughed croakingly as he started spluttering on the rice indignantly, the boy trying to respond as he coughed when a few grains took a right turn into the lungs. Sorry, couldn't help it. What do you want to do then, if not campaigning for true equality, Caro? She watched as he slowly lowered the rice ball down to the plate half-eaten. To her confusion, she could see his face clouding over, and her own expression slowly went back to blank as she watched the visible struggle in his mind. Across from her, Izuku's mind was racing at 100 miles an hour, her question igniting the debate that had raged in his mind for the last 7 days. What do I want to do? What do I want to be? His hand slowly closed into a fist, his claws dug tight into the tough skin of his palm as he struggled to find the answer. I want to say it. I still want to be one. I still want to be Dash. His breath caught in his throat, the words heaped on his head looming like a wave about to wash him away. Monster. Villain. Never be good for anything. Useless. A Deku. Shouldn't even be here in the first dash. The gentle touch of a hand on his jolts him from his spiral, eyes shooting up to meet the gaze of the girl looking back at him. Her face seemed expressionless to outsiders, but he could see the concern and care behind her wide eyes. When she spoke, only he could hear the emotion in the words beneath the croaking and blunt tone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask a difficult question, Caro. You don't have to answer that right now. Her hand tightened on his, the soft feeling of her fingers on his rough skin sending a reassuring tingle up his arm before she pulled back. Haltingly. His mouth turned up into a smile, eyes trying to apologize to her, her own lips quirking up at the corners to let him know she could hear it. It was enough. The sudden sound of a ringtone cut across the moment like a knife through butter, both teens blinking as they looked down. Pulling her phone from her pocket, Tsuyu's eyes widened minutely at what she saw, quickly typing out a response before sending it and standing. Sorry Izuku-chan, I lost track of time, Caro. My mother needs me home to take care of my siblings. Looking confused, the boy looked at his own device before yelping and standing up himself. No, that's fine. It's starting to get late again. My mom will kill me if I'm not home with a hero this time. Blinking at his strange wording, the frog girl croaked out a laugh. That's a story to hear next time. Before I forget, give me your phone, Caro. Trusting to a fault, the greenette complies and curiously hands it over. Opening it and pressing buttons, Tsuyu quickly types something into the device, before her phone let out a little bleep. Handing it back with a croak, the girl smiled at the armored boy. Now you have my number, and I have yours. Feel free to text me, Caro, and we should definitely do this again. Izuku gaped at his phone where the contact of his new friend stared back at him. Thanks Azui-san. I would really like that. His earlier confidence faded a bit, but the buoying happiness gave him enough of a boost to smile shyly at the frog quirk user. Croaking softly, the girl stares at him before smiling back. Call me Tsu-chan. I want my friends to call me that. Well, there went all his confidence like fog in the morning light. Izuku's face turned bright red as he stuttered out several attempts at the Japanese language before giving up and shakily nodding. Good. Now walk with me to station, Caro. Turning, she led the way this time while the boy scrambled to catch up before falling in to step beside her. Living in the neighboring prefecture, she didn't have a long trip home, but it was both safer and more efficient to take the train. The silence between them was a comfortable one, the kind that friends will have and not feel the need to fill. It wrapped around them contentedly like a warm shawl, all the way to the station entrance where they stopped to say goodbye. Scratching his neck shyly, Izuku opened his mouth briefly before shutting it and instead grinning at her and holding his hand up to her. Without missing a beat, the fellow mutant raised her hand and slapped a solid 5. Their oversized, slightly misshapen hands briefly rested palm to palm, and both of them couldn't help but notice that this way. They seemed like just the right size. Blushing slightly, the boy quickly retracted his and turned to go, speaking over his shoulder as he started to jog home. It was great meeting you Titsu-chan. See you soon. Waving back at him, the girl croaked loudly as way of farewell before turning to move towards the ticket window. Neither of them could tell why they had the sudden urge to turn and look back in the next moment. But turn they did. Several blocks away in the dying light, Izuku happily raised his hand to wave energetically to his friend. Her smile was visible to the enhanced eyes of the teen, and she raised her own hand in return. His gaze focused on her, attention on the phone in his other hand in case his mother called. He never noticed the figure step from the corner up behind him with a purposeful stride. But Tsu did, and her eyes widened with a very visible emotion, fear, agony, terror that shot through her normal expression. Her face was the last thing he saw, as the feeling of a cloth being pressed to his mouth and nose was followed almost immediately by chemical-induced darkness. As Tsu watched the split-second actions of the man in a brown cloak in an eternal moment of confusion, terror, and anger. In the time it took her new friend's eyes to close, the girl had dropped her bag to the side and lurched forward, muscled legs propelling her nearly 8 meters towards them. As she landed on all fours, already bracing her limbs to throw herself at the man taking Izuku, he had already turned and dragged him around the corner, his actions concise and almost professional as he vanished from her sight. Croaking angrily, she launched herself like a green missile straight to the corner in less than 7 seconds since the man had pressed the cloth to the boy's mouth. Her feet impacted the streetlight pole on the corner, hands gripping to keep herself steady as she tried to reorient herself to save her friend. Only to see the back of a van skidding away from her with the back door closing on the sight of her unconscious monster. Letting out a terrified scream, "No!" she tried to leap to it, get a grip, something. She had to reach him, and her fingers were so close, only to miss by literal inches as she tumbled to the ground in a heap, crying out as the feeling of her knee being skinned by the asphalt pierced her frantic mind. Still she tried to lift her head, to struggle up to her feet, look after the vehicle, to do anything. Turning the corner, the white van barely braked as it hurtled away. Passing under a streetlight, the license plate was illuminated like a spotlight, the number flashing in her mind as she snapped onto it like a bear trap. She already knew she wouldn't be able to catch a speeding vehicle in her current condition, and Tsu sobbed as she started muttering the identification to herself over and over again, pulling her knee towards her chest. Behind her, like a modern funeral bell, she heard the sound of a ringtone, a cell phone. Looking back, she could see the light of the device on the ground where her friend had stood. Lurching to her feet with a pained croak, she stumbled towards it to grab it like a lifeline, clutching it in both hands as she answers it. Moments before, with the final parchment foe vanquished, Sakamata groaned loudly and sank back into his chair with a huff. Despite his excellent credentials, even he had trouble swimming through this much red tape on the best of days, and though he knew that the paperwork had its place in heroism, he briefly entertained one of his staff's offers to feed the pile to his slugs. Shaking off fanciful notions of shirking in his duty, he sighed and stood up to stretch his arm out, pops coming from the cramped joints as he rotated the shoulder. Looking down, he noticed the same paper, resting innocently on the corner of the desk and still unsigned. Glancing up at the clock above his desk, he hummed and pulled his cell phone from one of the suit pockets and selected a contact. Surely he must be home by now. Should be a fine time to talk about it. The ringing of the phone played in his ear as he moved to stand beside his window, looking at the steadily growing nightlife of the Kanagawa prefecture while he waited. When the click of the connecting call sounded, he spoke without waiting. "Midoriya, I hope I haven't called at a bad time. There's an opportunity that I want to discuss with you. Can you talk?" There was no immediate answer, besides the faint sound of heavy breathing as someone had just finished running. Narrowing his eyes, Gang Orca was about to speak when a voice cut across the line. Definitely female, and definitely in distress, the girl sobbed as she managed to choke out the words that froze his heart and caused the windowsill his hand gripped to crack. They got him. Midoriya dash. Izuku's been taken. Chapter 10, Promise and Circumstance. The sun rose slowly over Mizudafu that day, and the light falling through a window with blinds thrown wide crept across a table strewn with papers, printed pictures, and a long empty coffee cup. Sitting at the table, shuffling through the pictures and occasionally turning to type something into the police computer beside, sat a very tired-looking Gang Orca. The hero's suit jacket was carefully hung on the back of a chair with his tie atop it, while the picture of a green-haired teen smiled up at the ceiling from the center of the table. His red eyes were dull with the lack of sleep, but never stopped sifting across the many feeds from the traffic cameras on the screen in front of him, giving not so much as a sound when a knock hit the door before it opened. "Sakamatsu, I brought you the files you asked for." Stepping into the room, the man in an open front brown trench coat set the stack of folders down, before turning to the pro-hero with a frown. "You haven't slept at all, have you?" His tone made it clear that it wasn't really a question, more a statement of the obvious. The orca in question blinked as he turned from the computer to face the detective, expression a little glazed over before he groaned and reached up to pinch his brow. "No, not a wink. I've been searching the traffic feeds for signs of the van." Sakamata Kugo was tired, and his voice relayed that fact clearly. His mind wandered over the details again even as he turned to pick up the folders, flipping over the first one while he ran back from the moments of his call. The night before. A scant 2 seconds of shocked silence after the words of the girl on the phone, and his hero training kicked in. "Who am I speaking to? Where are you? Did you see who took him? Tell me everything." Turning with the loud swish of his cloak, the cetacean strode out into his agency, shouting for his sidekicks to come with him and for support to get the Muzutafu police on the line. All the while, he'd listened to the panicked words of the teen on the phone with him, responding with occasional questions between her teary tail and croaking. "Azui-san, I'm a pro-hero, gang orca. I'm on my way to your location now, but police will be there before me. First, make certain you aren't in danger, then I want you to tell them everything you told me. I'll be there as soon as I can." He arrived in a small garage area and immediately strode to a large, black of course, SUV parked and idling in its spot. Sliding into the passenger seat, he heard the sounds of the back doors closing behind his sidekicks, turning to the man at the wheel. "Muzutafu. Train station at 5th and Coruscant." "You got it, boss man." The man beside him fired off a jaunty salute before plunging the car into gear and pulling out of the garage, his large multifaceted eyes giving him plenty of vision range while his gossamer wings shifted nervously against the seat. "This a siren emergency? Or just a normal urgency?" The hero wasted no time answering, instead simply reaching down and flicking on the flashing blue light and short-tone siren with one finger. Nodding, the bugman continued. "Real bad, got it? Hang on, boys, it might get a little bumpy." With a screech of rubber, the SUV tore out of the exit, pulling into traffic with an expert turn before rocketing off towards the neighboring prefecture. When they arrived less than an hour later, the group exited their vehicle to find a police cordon around an intersection, flashing lights and uniforms making the scene a shifting watercolor of blue and red. Gang Orca's eyes roved across the figures on the scene until they came to rest on the back of an ambulance, where a flash of green hair caught his attention. Moving closer, he found the girl he assumed to be Azui being interviewed by an officer with a cat's head. When they caught sight of the hero, the girl immediately jumped up, hands bunched in her skirt as she hurriedly addressed him. "Gang Orca, Karo. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop them. They took Izuku, Karo." The tears in her eyes built as she bowed her head, the words strangled by a series of croaks that sounded almost like sobbing. Gently, ever so gently, the large man knelt down beside her, bringing his considerable down to her level, while one hand came to rest on her shoulder. "Azui-san, stop." Her voice cut off as she kept her head down, quiet croaks still escaping her clenched jaw. Letting out more of the soft clicks in his chest, the hero tried to reassure her. "You have nothing to be ashamed of. You had no obligation to do anything, yet you still tried to save your friend. You put yourself into the possibility of danger without a moment's hesitation, and for that I thank you. You tried your best, and that's more than anyone could have asked." With her head coming up, Sakamata could see she heard his words, but knew by the look in her eyes that believing them would not come so easily. With a hum, he moved back over to the ambulance and sat on the edge of the back, patting the metal beside him while taking a small dictation recorder from a pocket. "Come sit. If you can bear to, I would appreciate it greatly if you could repeat the events of tonight, from the beginning." With another quiet rib bit, the younger mutant moved and sat beside him, taking a deep breath before restarting the tale once more. The better part of an hour later, and Gang Orca slipped the recorder back into his pocket, brow furrowed between his white eye spots. The picture painted by the frog girl was worrying, since the planning shown by the kidnapper indicated that it was unlikely to be a random grab. Putting the van into place required at least some foreplanning, and the smooth assurance in their actions proved that it wasn't a first-time offender. Added to that was the recent reports of abductions in Mizudafu that he was already investigating. In summary, a mess, and it stank to high heaven of something brewing. Beside him, the green-haired teen shifted nervously before speaking up. "Gang Orca, sir?" Turning to look at her, he met pleading eyes and a downturned mouth that caused a slight twinge in his child-loving heart, wishing to make that expression go away. "You'll save him, right? You're gonna get Izuku back, Karo?" Despite knowing how dangerous promises were in his profession, Sakamata Kugo replied, without hesitation, "If it's the last thing I do. Don't worry, I'm going to find him. Then I'll bring him back." The cat officer flicked an ear as he spoke, and another uniformed one frowned at him sternly, though he was ignored. Standing up with a grunt, the Ursinus Quirk user turned to the officer and spoke softly, but with authority. "Make sure she gets home. I won't have any others go missing on our watch." The officer looked like he was going to protest, but a glance at the cat-faced man instead saw him saluting and turning to offer the girl a safe ride home. Turning back to her, he reached out to help her up off of the medical vehicle's bumper. "Azui-san, this police officer will ensure you make it home safe. I have your information, as do they, and if there are any other questions we'll direct them to you." The girl nodded as she stood up with her bag in tow, starting to follow the man before pausing. Turning back, she wordlessly holds out something to the hero. Holding out his hand, he receives a cell phone, the All-Might case cracked in one corner where it must have hit the pavement. Flipping it open, he found a picture of Midoriya Izuku and his mother, posing together in front of a dinner table, the smile on his face easy and uninhibited by any worries of the world or its biases. The sight of that smile is like a shot to the chest, the man unable to look away as he hears Azui speaking. "When you get him back, give him this, Karo. He's gonna need it once he gets home. Karo. And tell him to call me." The simple request fills him with determination like a surging fire, looking up and nodding as he closes the phone with a click before slipping it into his pocket. The officer and student head to a nearby cruiser, pulling out of the cordon and onto the road. Behind him, he could hear as his sidekicks began coordinating with the police force, and the tall mutant turned to the street in front of him. In the harsh radiance of a street lamp, Gang Orca contemplated the skid marks of a van, speckled with tiny, almost imperceptible drops of blood from a brave girl. Present, the rest of the night had been spent in correlating all the data they had available to them and informing Ms. Midoriya. Sakamata did it himself, unwilling to put the burden on anyone else. As he reached for the first folder, the teary-eyed mother's face flashed in his mind, her words imparted through a weak smile. "I know my Izuku would trust you, so I'll trust you to do it. Please, bring me back my baby." Twice in a night he'd been tempted into making the often frowned-upon promise, taking her number and informing her she would be the first to know when there was progress. Refocusing on the paper in front of him, he frowned as he read through the information, dated a week prior to today. Another abduction. No notes for ransom or any communications. Victim was young, female, Quirk was. Setting the page aside, he pulled the next one from the stack, this one 2 weeks or so. Quickly skimming through, he found the entry for the victim again, this time male but with the same linking factor. Thunk, he startled at the sound of a mug hitting the table, looking over to see the detective Tsukachi Naomasa settling into a chair with his own cup. "You seemed engrossed. Anything to go off of?" Sakamata grunted before claiming the cup of fresh coffee and downing half of it. "I think so." All of the victims seemed random, with no pattern save one. He slid the folder over the table to the man, watching over the rim of the cup as he read the open page. Every victim of this rash of abductions has some degree of mutation-based quirk. The detective looked up at that eyebrow raised before looking through each folder and finding his assertion to be correct. "You think it's important?" Tsukachi hummed as he contemplated the spread of information. Our analysts originally dismissed the link as tenuous coincidence, trying to focus instead on locale or method patterns. With no sign of kidnapped communications, it's clear they aren't in it to ransom them back for money. Barring selling them into slavery or, gods forbid, more physical uses for the victims, It's the best linking pattern we have. The pro-hero sighed as he leaned back into the chair, the metal groaning a bit under his weight. We should look into the possibility of anti-mutant groups being responsible. Failing that, pull informants on any trafficking rings in the area, or quirk traders. Both men winced at that thought. The illegal trading of a person just for their quirk was a nasty business, oftentimes devaluing the basic humanity of a person. Nothing quite like being seen as a walking weapon and treated as merchandise to cause lifelong trauma. Moving to place the coffee mug back down, he fails to place it completely on the surface, the sudden shatter of the mug falling the floor below piercing the air like a knife, causing the normally stoic hero to let out an uncharacteristic growl of annoyance. "Hey, Sakamada." At the detective's soft voice, the orca looked up to find a sympathetic face looking back at him, a small key held out in one hand. "We're no stranger to all-nighters here, but we need you to be in top condition when a breakthrough occurs. When it does..." Tsukachi places the key in his palm before closing the larger man's fingers around it. "Out the door, take a left and head to the end of the hallway, last door on your left. There's a cot in there where you can rest. We'll find him, Sakamada-san, and you'll be ready to tear him from their clutches when we do." Leaning back, he then stands up and goes to grab a broom and dustpan, starting to clean up the shards of ceramics. Despite the urge to argue against his logic, he knew that the man was right. With a sigh and soft word of thanks, Sakamada rose and grabbed his cloak and jacket from the chair and left the room. Following the directions given to him by the detective, he found the locked room without. Entering, he found the promised cot set against the wall, with a small crate serving as a table beside a metal locker, the only other furnishings. Leaving the light off and trusting his sonar gang, orca tossed his outer layer to the crate in the corner, piling his tie on top for good measure before removing his shoes and laying down on his side. Fatigue rushed up to swamp him like a tidal wave, letting him realize with some amusement just how right the detective had been. As his eyes closed and sleep hurried to claim him, his brain latched on to the two promises he'd made before making a third one, both to himself and to a green-haired boy. "I will find you, and I will rescue you, Midoriya. I swear that." Chapter 11. Caged Beast Rising. At the Tatooine station, a gigantic purse snatcher roared as he swung wildly to keep the police and heroes at bay. The crowd watched on as the almost commonplace sight of heroes and villains struggling for dominance took place on their daily commute. A small space formed in the crowd, where the smallest twang, as if a red string was plucked softly. Nobody pushed forward to stand beside a man with strange protrusions on his head. The people quickly filled that hole when a massive woman drop-kicked the villain to the road below, waving at the public as the cameras flashed. The people went on with their day as if nothing had happened, chatting about the fight and debut of a new hero. In a small industrial zone near the north edge of Mizudafu, a lone warehouse stood looking abandoned amidst a small copse of trees, the overgrown road leading to a large dock bay flanked by an empty guardhouse. All was quiet, the morning sounds of birds and distant city life a gentle backdrop to the idyllic scene. The sound of boots on gravel and the view is broken by a figure moving around the corner of the building, angled face topped by a gray beanie over a long coat that was out of place in the seasonal spring weather. The shining sunlight reflects off of matte black metal that peeks from beneath the coat's edge, while his green eyes roved across the horizon made up of their little lot of land. Moving towards the guardhouse, he pauses and looks back and forth before stepping through the rusty door that opens and closes with a well-oiled silence. Inside the small room, the boarded-up windows hide a well-lit space backed by a small set of monitors. Each color screen showed several views, either of perimeter shots from cameras on the lookout for intruders or the internal cameras showing several rooms. There was a rough and tumble living space, stocked with several cots that held a few sleeping men while others rested on chairs around a table playing cards. Another showed what appeared to be a laboratory space mixed with science lab, a tall figure in a full-length brown coat with a hood moving between several workbenches and machines with an almost jaunty step. The last few were different angles of a large storage room, filled with cages, inside of which human figures could be seen either laying or sitting, with shadowy figures patrolling in around the edges of the room. Sitting down at the desk with a grunt, Alex Braun set his slung rifle beside him against it. Cracking his knuckles, the soldier for hire began the monotonous duty of checking for abnormalities on their CC system, fingers tapping out a small beat on the wooden surface of the table as he hummed. The next 3 hours passed without anything of note, each hour on the 45-minute mark accompanied by another patrol circuit around the building itself. When he returned after his walk, some motion in one of the cages draws his attention and he scoffs, reaching for the radio sitting on its charger beside him. Bringing it to his mouth, he watched as the green-haired mutant looked around confusedly before scrambling to one corner, snorting as it started to panic with thrashing tail. "Larry, go get the doc." His newest subject just woke up. In the cage room, Midoriya Izuku was swimming in a lake of black muck, trying to struggle to the surface with leaden limbs dragging him down like weights. No matter how hard he kicked, the surface seemed no closer, his panicked muffled cries lost in the soft glop of the malignant goo. Fear and anger swirled in his head as he fought back against the lethargic grip of the mire, reaching upwards for something, anything, just get me out. A muted roar filled his senses like white noise, and through the murky vision he caught a glimpse of red eyes glowing like fires above him. He felt something plunged into the mud, a massive hand gripping his arm and yanking him up with another much clearer roar as he broke the surface. To come up gasping, his eyes snapping open as he tried to instinctively scramble to his feet only to fall back on his rear. His legs weren't working right, pins and needles racking the limbs as he frantically tried to sort out dream from reality. Looking around at the room around him, several things quickly became apparent to the young mutant. First, he was still clothed in his school uniform. Secondly, the metal bars of the cage he was in came into focus, along with the dimly lit space beyond them. Some kind of storage room? Warehouse. His sharp mind provided him despite the quickly fading foggy thoughts. Third, and arguably most important, he wasn't alone in here, foes, enemies, danger, prey. With his frantic breathing in and out, his sensing was easily able to keep up an almost constant input of his sense sight. On one side of the cage there was a row of several others, with a few of them pinging back the bright white outlines of other people either sitting or laying inside of them. His mind subconsciously catalogued their distinct sense, most likely due to their mutant quirks, estimating his instincts. Around the edges of the room were several figures pacing slowly along a raised catwalk that ran along the wall, with one stepping softly across one of the walkways that bisected the room above him. He could smell the scent of oil and what he somehow recognizes as gunpowder, anger, danger, fire, fear, terror coming from the objects cradled in their arms, hackles raising as his tail lashed back and forth. Scooting backwards, Izuku whimpered as he wrapped his hands around his head, back crackling as his quirk began to thrash and writhe beneath his skin, nails lengthening as his panic starts to override the strict control he maintained over it. Taking deep breaths, he tried to calm down, rationalize the situation in his head while he ran through the control exercises he'd learned on the internet all those years ago. Okay, let's calm down. Fear, anger, first things first, where are we? Raising his head slightly, he tried to take a deeper inhale, sniffing softly as he parsed through the huge influx of smells. Disinfectant? Smells like a hospital, but worse. There's blood. But it's old. More people, danger, predators, lesser, oh hush. Focus. He shook his head as he carefully tried to look around, quirk back under control for now. I can smell old bricks, the scent of greenery like the forest we, anger, fear friends. I used to play in. Beyond that it smells like metal, gasoline, something industrial probably. I got nothing besides that. Peering around, he tried to match the figures in the room with his eyes too. He watched one of the guards lean on the railing and look across the cages with a gun slung across his chest. These guys don't look like military, but they don't act like the stereotypical street thugs. Maybe they're professionals laying low. There are 5 in the room, 4 of them moving on the corners, while the last one walks the middle catwalk above. No cover, nothing to hide behind, and the lock on the cage looks. Oh wow. His thoughts trailed off as he looked at the beefy lock on the front of the cage. Even from the inside he could tell it was serious stuff, and looking across to an empty cage he could see the electronic interface, complete with keypad and a thumb scanner. Definitely professionals. Before his thoughts could continue, he was interrupted by the sound of a metal door swinging open with a startlingly loud creak, the unexpected noise nearly causing him to yelp as his head whipped around to stare at the entrance. Standing framed and lit from behind in the doorway was a tall man wearing an open front leather coat, the shoulders of which continued up into a pointed hood. Stepping into the large space, he almost casually reached back to slowly close the door behind him with his foot, the drawn-out scream of hinges rusty from lack of use like nails on a chalkboard to the enhanced ears of the mutant boy. When it finally ceased, there was a soft chuckle from the hooded figure, the pitch low and raspy like a whisper in the dark, before the man walked with almost bouncy steps towards the cage that held the teen. "Sorry to keep you waiting, had to finish the mixture or risk it exploding. Wouldn't do to start a fire in here after all, not quite up to code." On anyone else, the deep baritone voice might have been melodic and soothing, but every hair on his head seemed to stand on end as his instincts screamed at him every second he spoke. Danger, predator, hide. Everything in his body felt like it was pressed down by a weight so great Izuku swore his bones creaked. Stopping in front of the bars, the man squatted down with a grunt, before settling back onto his rear and bringing one leg up to rest an arm on. Reaching up with his free hand, he grasped the hood and tossed it back, shaking his head as his short gray hair spiked up naturally above close-shaved sides. The wide, gray eyes stared at him with the disturbing focus of the insane, as the man's wide smile stretched the scar across his nose. "It's good to meet face to face, rather than across a knockout rag, eh?" Reaching up to cover his mouth as bile rose up in his throat, Izuku focused on controlling his primitive fear response to the aura this man put off like a skunk spraying stink. When he thought he wouldn't vomit, he swallowed heavily, his voice forcing past the sudden blockage in his windpipe. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" When he spoke, the gray-haired man in front of him chuckled darkly, reaching down to a pocket in the coat and pulling out a small black carton which he thumbed open to reveal a cigarette. Placing it between his lips, he replaced the empty container with a heavy metal lighter with a clink before lighting the end of the tobacco and inhaling, the cherry-red glow lighting up his gleeful eyes before he slowly breathed out a cloud of smoke. With a grin like the devil's welcoming committee, the man spoke cheerily as he leaned in towards the heavy metal cage. "Me? My name is Dr. Gregory Malus. What I want with you is quite simple actually. I need some help with a project of mine, and you, my dear mutated resource, might just be the final piece to my gorgeous little puzzle." In a crappy middle school, in a shitty classroom, the day had been slow for Bakugo Katsuki. Not only did he have to deal with the yammering extras talking his ears off, the boy couldn't get the minutes before leaving his house this morning. As the teacher entered the room chattering something about some stupid surveys, his baleful red eyes were drawn once again towards the empty desk in the corner of the room. The desk of a nuisance that just wouldn't leave no matter how loud he yelled and shouted, kept coming back no matter how hard he hit it. As the class burst into cheers and started to show off their quirks, the angry boy was uncharacteristically silent. From outside, all that could be seen was a teenager staring at an absent student's desk, but inside, the words of his mother kept playing on repeat, her serious face across the breakfast table keeping any flippant remarks from his tongue. "Brat," Inko called. "It's little Izuku. He is Dash. He's been kidnapped." The blonde's fist clenched on the desk, crushing an unfortunate pencil with a snap and a crackle of tiny explosions from his sweat. Deku was gone, taken by some freak in a van like some sort of crappy crime drama. His mind was stuck in a spiral of denial and anger, trying to figure out why there was a nasty thick emotion curling in his chest. He growled as he exploded the worksheet in front of him, inadvertently silencing the noisy class while his mind raged. "That monster isn't so weak. Not my Dash. Enemy. Stupid fing Deku. Don't you dare even die or I'll kill you." Later in Muzutafu, a villain with a quirk who turned his body to slime cackled as he fled down the road with valuables adrift in his gelatinous body. Behind him, a skeletal yellow-haired man glanced around before bulking up to give chase. In the distance, Aldra Middle School released their students to go home, and an explosive teen ignored his lackey's requests to go to the arcade, instead returning home to brood on the feelings in his chest. A police station housed a sleeping hero, Around him working tirelessly were officers looking for something. Just a clue, any clue, one teeny tiny piece that would help them find the boy that spurred on the best lead they had on a serial abduction case. The sun crept across the sky, while in the dark between worlds written the sound of strings thrumming under tension, a chain rattling echoed across the vast void. Back in the hideout, Izuku frowned as he held a short and enigmatic conversation with Dr. Gregory Malus. The man had said nothing more on the puzzle he'd mentioned, instead taking to asking questions about the boy's quirk. Confused and suspicious, he'd refused to share anything but the most basic of details, something that didn't seem to bother the doctor much if at all. After finishing his questions, the doctor had stood up, moving towards a small table that had gone unnoticed until now and rifling through something on it as he spoke back to the teen. Well, as informative as this has been, I'm afraid that progress waits for no man or beast. Now then, I'll be needing some blood. Returning back to the cage, he'd brandished an empty medical syringe with a grin, the needle glinting in the faint sunlight from high windows and the electric lamps above. Scrambling back against the bars, the greenette had just stared at him aghast, his clear unwillingness drawing a sigh from the man. "Ah yes, the hard way I see." Moving back down into a squat, the doctor reached under the back of his coat as he spoke cheerfully in a conversational tone. "Listen here, you little creature, I'm a busy man. I need your blood and you will give it to me. Filthy, impure monsters such as you don't get to deny their betters anything." With the sound of steel on leather, he drew a blade from a sheath on his back, the weapon a twisted love child of sleek sword and heavy cleaver above a lovingly crafted thick knuckle-guard hilt. The blade was easily 34 inches, 86.36 centimeters, long, with the hilt adding another 6 to the total, 101 centimeters total, while it boasted a 6-inch, 15.24 centimeters, width. It had one cutting edge, but the boy's enhanced vision could see some sort of wiring running along the dull back of the blade towards the hilt. As he flicked a cleverly hidden switch, the scent of ozone reached him and a faint whining sound filled his ears. "If you refuse, then I've no choice but to encourage you to behave." With that, he reached out and touched the blade against one of the bars opposite Izuku. The clicking of a trigger was his only warning. With a sharp whine, electricity arched across the steel of the blade and into the bar of the cage. Faster than he could react, it traveled through the opposite bar. Izuku was screaming as he lurched away from the intense pain jolting through his body as he convulsed to the floor. The scent of singed flesh soured the room, followed by the sound of retching as some of the more scent-sensitive mutants in the other cages strained to keep from hurling, even as the others looked away from the boy's pain, intent on making sure they weren't next. Head spinning like a top, the greenette whimpered while tears slid down his cheeks, his ears ringing with the remnants of the shocking noise and an internal roar of rage and pain. He vaguely felt his arm being lifted, and the sting of the needle was completely lost beneath the lingering hurt of the punishment. "Much better. See, was that so hard? All you need to do is give samples when I need them, and we'll get along just fine." With another dark chuckle, the doctor stood up and examined the blood in the light, flicking the glass with a nail before carefully storing the syringe in a case. "I've got to get back to work, little thing. Play nice with the other monsters, won't you?" Izuku faintly heard the retreating footsteps as he whimpered and curled in on himself, tail curved around to cover his head. The sound of the door opening and then slamming closed crashed through his throbbing head while he cradled his arm. Running almost completely on instinct as his conscious mind spiraled down into fear and steadily increasing self-doubt, the monstrous boy's mouth made a strange motion before a long, slightly orange tongue flicked out to drag across the burn. "Please. Somebody help me. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be a monster anymore. Please." Sobbing as he lost the battle to the tears, the boy cried in the metal cage. His throat worked before he opened his mouth to let out a low, keening cry that filled the room like a dirge. The guards stopped and glanced at him, but as the rise and fall of the cry coincided with his crying, they ultimately chose to ignore it, and the teenager cried on. Around him, the other captives looked on with sympathy, several of the younger ones openly joining his sorrow with their own various cries and sobs. In the hallway outside the room, Dr. Malus smiled at the symphony behind him, before turning and bouncing towards the laboratory. He had work to do after all, and with the new blood he no doubt had breakthroughs galore to look forward to. Reaching into his pocket he pulled out the black carton and thumbed it open, only to stop with a frown at the empty space where his beloved smokes should be. With a growl he grabbed a small radio off his belt and snarled into it. "Larry, take Thomason and go get me more smokes. I have experiments waiting, and if I don't have them in an hour, you're on the table instead." Clicking the one-way off with a satisfying snap, he replaced it on his belt and stalked off grumpily towards the lab. Couldn't do work without his DMN cigarettes after all. Minus 20 minutes later, convenience store. Stopping the van, putting it in park, Larry Davakin motioned for his partner to go into the store, quickly throwing in some signs in JSL for good measure. "Thomason, ghost." Gerard shook his head as he laughed out loud. Yeah, I know. I wouldn't want to be on the bossman's table neither. Don't worry, I'm on it." Giving a teasing salute, the man exited the passenger door before stretching with a groan as his back cracked. Glancing around as he double-checked his quirk was up, he smirked and walked towards the entrance to the store with no fear. Surveil wasn't a particularly powerful or flashy quirk, but the ability was integral to their group's continued survival. Thomason could designate up to 3 people or objects at a time and for an indefinite PRD, and each of his targets would effectively become ghosts to electronic surveillance. People's faces would be changed to a randomly generated nondescript stranger, and objects would have any identifying traits completely reshaped to make them untraceable or unnoticeable. It didn't help for people, but when you effectively became someone else to cameras the moment you left line of sight, it was a small drawback to have, and had secured his place as the highest-paid mercenary on the doctor's payroll. Whistling as he entered the store, he immediately headed towards the counter to purchase the crazed scientist's beloved tobacco. Unbeknownst to him, a tired-looking green-haired woman was shuffling through the aisle towards the register as well, the hot coffee in her hand almost forgotten as his mind revolved around her missing son. As he was handed the cigarettes, Thomason threw a 1,000 yen note onto the counter with a cheerful, "Keep the change," and turned to leave. A mirror cracking, the chain louder and more insistent. With a yelp, Midoriya Izuku collided with the taller man headfirst. The coffee in her hand went flying to splash all down his front, the scalding liquid soaking his belly and the crotch of his jeans as he gave out a most unmanly squeal. Babbling out apologies, the distraught mother tried to hurry and help the man clean himself, the surprisingly good-natured foreigner trying to reassure her there was no harm done as he also tried to pull the uncomfortably hot material from his sensitive bits and hurry on his way. Going completely unnoticed, the mental hold on his quirk had slipped during the exchange, any targets he had designated reverting instantly to their normal form in surveillance, including license plates. Across the prefecture, a police computer let out an urgent beep, drawing the eyes of a tired detective, who leapt to his feet and rushed from the room. Mizudafu Police Headquarters. His sleep was troubled, and something just on the edge of his senses was pushing the tension in his body higher and higher. Clicking angrily, Sakamata Kugo looked around for the threat his body was telling him was present, an increasingly urgent need to reach out and grasp something taking over his mind. In the distance he could hear a keening cry, the sound heart-wrenching as it conveyed pain, loneliness, self-hate, and a desperate need to be told it was going to be all right. Running forward, he tried to find the source, knowing that he needed to help it, needed to protect it. His lungs filled with air as he inhaled deeply, before opening his jagged-toothed jaws wide and letting out the loudest echoing cry he could, the rising call of an orca lashing out across the darkness towards the heartbroken cry. A loud crash brought Red Eyes opening, Gang Orca immediately leaping to his feet in a fighting stance with arms outstretched and fingers curled. Blinking, he saw that the wall opposite him was cracked and crumbling slightly, the aftermath looking suspiciously like one of his sonic blasts. Standing in the open doorway was Tsukachi, hair wild and eyes wide as he watched the hero with a dropped jaw. Slowly straightening up from his ready position, the Ursinus Quirk user let out a clicking growl as he looked to the detective curiously. Shaking himself as if he'd remembered why he was there, the detective half turned from the room as he spoke with an urgent tone. "We've got something." The law enforcer yelped as the black and white shape rushed past him towards the workroom, hurrying to catch up after another look at the wall, trying to bury the heartbreaking sound he'd heard that broke the wall into pieces. He arrived to see Sakamate standing stiff as he stared at the computer screen, a perfect still picture of a white van with a matching license plate framed beautifully in the camera. Turning to him, the man couldn't help but tense up and shiver at the intense flames behind the red eyes set into white, as the pro-hero cracked his teeth in a menacing grimace. Round up a raid, Tsukachi. Let's go get Midoriya back. Chapter 12? The response time had been remarkably short, with SAT backup rallied in the span of an hour and several cruisers prepped to create a cordon around the now identified abandoned warehouse complex. After the original traffic camera hit and ping, Gang Orca and Detective Tsukachi had painstakingly followed the route of the vehicle, even after it had seemed to miraculously change into a four-door sedan mid-drive. Watching the footage back, the pro-hero had barely caught the hand motion of the passenger before the change, indicating that it was likely due to a technological quirk. Manually following the vehicle from camera to camera had proved effective enough to bypass the digital camouflage, and the two law enforcers had watched as the vehicle pulled off of a side road through an industrial zone. It had finished its trip by pulling into a rolling garage-type door that was quickly shut behind it, a man in a parka-style coat glancing both ways before meandering off to the seemingly abandoned guardhouse. That had been 2 hours ago, and now Gang Orca was ready. Wearing his signature suit and cloak, he waited around the corner of a former factory building. Out of sight from the warehouse, they were preparing to strike like lightning from a clear blue sky. Pacing back and forth in a slow methodical circuit along the concrete wall beside him, Sakamata did yet another check of his various tools and equipment, the process second nature by now. 12 tranquilizer capsules on the vest beneath his jack, 5 pairs of quirk-suppressant cuffs under his cloak, radio earpiece, a small utility knife strapped to his arm beneath the sleeve. Everything where it should be, he was as well rested as he could be, and they had all forces present that would be. But still his instincts gnawed at his mind, tension laying like a thick cloud over the area. Only on rare occasions had he felt this oppressive feeling, and each of them preceded a mission that inevitably went awry. Turning for another pass, the pro-hero stops at the feeling of a hand pressed to his shoulder. Turning, he looked down to see the stoic face of his sidekick, the mutant's large eyes blinking once as his head ped to the side. "You alright there, boss? Boys in blue gonna get nervous if you keep wearing a divot in the dirt. Can't have them gettin' cold feet now, amigo." Inhaling deeply, the Orca man knew that he was right. Even without looking, he could feel the gaze of the officers on this side on him, and he shook his head ruefully. "You're right. Thank you, Slim." The bug mutant grinned and shot a finger gun at the larger man. "You know me, boss, always here to bug you when you're feeling down. Now come on, Trenchy is giving out last-minute instructions to the team leads." He turned and led the way back towards one of the unmarked cars, where Sakamata could see Tsukachi and several others gathered, arriving just as the detective was finishing his briefing. "Lying on the concerted efforts of you all. You have 10 minutes to brief your teams, 5 after that the signal will be given to begin. Disperse." With quick salutes, each of the police squad leaders made away from the vehicle, presumably to find and prep their teams. Sighing and running a hand through his hair, the truth detector closed his eyes, breathing deeply as he leaned back against the door of his vehicle. Glancing over to the approaching hero, he stood back up with a grim smile. "Gang Orca, is everything ready on your end?" "Ready and waiting. Myself and 2 sidekicks are prepared to accompany your forces on this side, while local heroes Kamui Woods and Death Arms are standing by opposite." He reached up to gently scratch one finger along the side of his neck as he turned to contemplate the direction of their target, humming before continuing. "We've sent word to other nearby agencies and they've pledged support in the event it's needed, but they declined to send anyone unless necessary to keep a heroic presence elsewhere in the prefecture." He understood their thought process, of course he did. But it certainly didn't help his unusually antsy instincts to think that some people would rather sit out until it was needed, regardless of the logical reasoning behind it. Well, it's good to know that we've got heroes watching our backs. These guys may not be headline villains, but they're dangerous all the same. The detective moved up beside him, pulling up his service revolver and methodically checking each of the 5 bullets therein. The snap of the cylinder closing was crisp in the steadily approaching evening, the sun moving towards the trees at a stately pace. They'd have approximately 2 hours before darkness at the time of their signal, and they intended to make the most of it. Gang Orca inhaled deeply, before letting the breath out in a slow tension-killing release. It's going to be fine. We'll get through this, we'll arrest these abductors, and Midoriya will be safe. He repeated the thoughts through his head like a mantra as he moved to the corner of the concrete wall. Behind him he could hear the shapes of Slim and his second sidekick, a newly graduated hero called Riposte, move up to take their positions. Slim's wings flickered out briefly as he checked over his homemade support item, the strange gun slipping into a holster on his back as he flashed a thumbs up at his boss. Clicking deep in his chest, Sakamata Kugo sent a couple of soft pings in the direction of the enemy compound to try and get a visual of the immediate area. The timer ticked down slowly in his mind, as only 5 minutes remained till they moved. In the boarded-up guardhouse, the mercenary's head shot up from where it was leaning on his hand in boredom. The sound of the chair falling over as he stood up and turned his head every which way followed quickly after. The former soldier's quirk was sending him a constant thrum of dread, the emotion building up in his chest and stomach as he gripped the handle of his rifle before reaching for the handheld radio on the desk. Flipping the switch on the side, he barked into it urgently as he hit a series of buttons on the keyboard in front of him. Everyone, get up. Red alert, and get to your positions. I just got a very bad feeling. Larry, get the doc. With a flourish he hit the enter key and turned to the nearby coat rack where he doffed the jacket in favor of beginning to strap on his bulletproof vest. Shortly prior inside the building, Izuku's keening had ceased a while ago. The teen had instead curled up on the floor of his cage as he cradled his heavily singed arm to his chest, mind wandering and lost in a daze of sadness. Almost unaware of his surroundings, he sunk further into the blackness of his head. Like an overlay on his vision, he could see himself curled at the base of a stony cliff, back pressed against the vine-covered wall as he cried. Why does it always end up like this? The tiny form of a younger Izuku sniffled again as he looked out towards tall, alien-looking trees. He could see it, of course he could, the large black shape moving amidst the foliage. It was always there, no matter what he did to repress it or try to lock it away, growling as it glared at him through inhuman red eyes. No matter how hard I try, it always comes back to this. I really am just a monster, like Kaken said. The boy's head was pressed further into his arms, whimpering as he started to give in to the constant thoughts lurking in his head, the self-hatred and wish that he wasn't here anymore. The sound of a radio squawking in his sensitive ears snapped him from the spiral of self-destructive thought, his head coming up in shock as the tinny voice reached him from the now still guards on the catwalks above. Alert, and get dash. Larry, get the doc. The distant shouts from further in the building reached him as he slowly sat up from his fetal position and looked around. The 5 guards above them had begun yelling to each other, making their way down to the ground floor before splitting up. 2 of them stood in the center of the room with guns pointed loosely towards the door, while the others hurried out into the hallway beyond. Leaning against the bars, the green-haired mutant caught a glimpse of moving shapes before the metal portal slammed shut. Is somebody here? Confusion, tension, anger, they've gone on high alert, and even sent out the guards that were watching us. Looking to the other cages, he could see that nobody else had any better idea than he did, though a slightly emaciated man with buffalo horns was looking thoughtful as he stared at the 2 remaining men. Izuku shifted again to look back towards the front curiously. What could be causing them so much concern? With a deep sniff, the armored boy tried to scent any information he could gather. The white shapes of everyone in the room around him formed before the scents began to stretch even further into the building. He saw men with guns hurrying around to various rooms, some of them setting up behind pillars and in doorways looking towards the entrance, while off a little further he noticed some of them running towards. He shuddered as he smelled the distinct scent of Dr. Malu's, like a hospital disinfectant mixed with blood and fear. Taking another deep sniff, he forced himself to ignore the reflexive desire to shrink away, watching as the doctor seemed to order several people to begin packing up something into various boxes and crates. He watched as one of the henchmen reached down to the floor and pulled up a large something that didn't really register with his sense sight, but he smelled earth and the musty smell of old water. Sewers? An escape tunnel. He stiffened as they began ferrying the items down into the underground, but was interrupted in his closed eyes observation by the sudden wail of a loud siren, followed by a voice that shook him even from outside the building. This is the heroes and police. We have reason to believe that the occupants of this abandoned buildings are complicit in kidnapping and abduction. Surrender and come out with your hands up, and you will not be harmed. Resist and we have the authorization to take everyone on the premises in by force. The deep echoing voice reverberated through the halls and rooms even as Izuku's hand shot up to cover his mouth, tears slipping down across the skin as he recognized that timbre pitch. Taking a desperate sniff, his mind's eye flew across the building to the very edge of his range. Trying to find him, he knew he was here. And sure enough, there he was. The scent of the distant ocean mixed with angry predator that immediately set his tail mind to thrashing happily. Gang Orca. Meanwhile, the doctor was considerable less pleased with the arrival of the number 10 hero, and even less so with the small army of police officers that accompanied him. Striding through the hallways towards the packing floor, he grumbled as he checked over his sword and tucked a handgun into a holster on his hip. Of course heroes would butt in. Nobody appreciates progress these days, always wanting a piece for themselves. Throwing wide the double doors leading in, he strode to the center of the abandoned workspace. 4 of his soldiers waited for orders with guns at the ready, while the 2 at his side moved to join them. Larry, you're with me. If our little welcome gift isn't enough to stop them, I'd rather you be where I can use you best. The mentioned man nodded mutely and returned to stand beside him. Moving over towards one of the large packaging machines, he started to skip midway through, a slightly unhinged smile appearing on his face as he chuckled. It's not entirely bad, I suppose. Not only do we get to test it, but Gang Orca is a fantastic specimen. I would love to acquire it if possible. His musings trail off as he pulls a side panel off of the large rusty monstrosity, revealing the much newer device hidden snugly within. His grin widens as he starts to throw switches and pull levers, the low whine of the fantastic machine powering up slowly filling the room. Reaching down to his belt, he pulls the one-way out to speak into it. Alex, bait the whale in if you can. You have 90 seconds. With police arrayed on either side of him, he delivered the warrant, and the pro-hero awaited any sign of response. Procedure dictated that they needed to give at least 2 chances to respond before they could just barge in. Growing slightly impatient, the large cetacean took another step forward as he opened his mouth to repeat the demand to surrender. What he wasn't expecting was the door on the boarded guardhouse to open slowly with a squeak. Immediately, he could hear the sounds of the police weapons snapping to aim at the door, while 2 hands emerged from around it as a rough voice called out in accented Japanese. Don't shoot. I'm coming out, like you say. Nice and easy, yeah? Step into the open and keep your hands where I can see them. Staring intently at the pair of hands, Sakamata couldn't help but feel suspicious. Like an annoying insect, a sound had been grating on his senses, slowly building as the man seemed to drag out, stepping out into the open. Beside him, he could hear Tsukachi stepping up beside him, to likely detain or arrest the suspect as necessary. It wasn't until the whining sound became a shriek in his ears that he realized they were in danger. Tsukachi! Move! The hero reached out and yanked the detective back as he lurched forward, and not a moment too soon. With a harsh, discordant electrical sound, a massive dome of light came crashing down from the sky to slam into the earth behind him, inches from the leg of the falling detective. The sound of shearing metal echoed in his ears as he watched the front corner of a slightly closer police cruiser be cut cleanly off to fall to the ground with a crunch. On the other side, Gang Orca could hear muffled shouts of panic and concern, and despite the shimmering, interlocking triangular design of the wall, he could still see as Slim frantically yelled and pointed behind him. Throwing himself to the side, the sound of bullets being fired was followed swiftly by a pinging impact of the lead against the semi-translucent barrier, leaving not a single scratch. Whipping around, the hero saw a man in a tactical vest aiming a shortened rifle at him, face curled into a defiant snarl as he said something in a language that sounded vaguely Slavic. That was the wrong move. Staring him down, he watched as his assailant reached towards a radio on his belt. The moment his steadying hand on the gun moved, he did too, launching himself forward and to the side almost faster than the eye could track. Something that many of his foes underestimated was his hard-earned speed, and it showed as the man shouted and fired wildly at the charging mutant. The recoil of his rifle caused his aim to quickly sour, and by the time he'd gotten a grip on it again, a massive shock wave of sound assaulted his ears from point-blank range. Reaching out to catch the criminal's upper arm, Gang Orca quickly removed the rifle and its magazine before tossing it to the side and lowering the unconscious man to the ground. Looking back towards the barrier behind him, he watched for a moment as Slim and a burly officer both tried their hand at attempting to break through it, the poor man seeming to injure his shoulder in the process. Shaking his head, the sidekick turned back to his boss, cupping his hands as he shouted through the force field, voice reaching as if through water. "Get going, boss. They must have a plan if they're stalling us. Go get them out of there, vamanos." Nodding at his words to show he'd heard, the large hero turned to stride towards the guardhouse. Reaching up, he tried the radio in his ear, but received only static in response. "Solo it is then." Pausing only long enough to double-check the interior of the small hut, he stalked towards the abandoned warehouse ahead of him, cloak flaring behind him and hand raised with joints cracking as he narrowed his red eyes dangerously. "I'm coming for you, Midoriya." Dr. Gregory Malus looked at the phone screen with a crazy grin, watching the prime specimen himself as he almost effortlessly took out the unofficial sergeant of his mercenaries. Swapping the view to the lab camera, he checked the progress of the evacuation team, finding them to barely be even 20% done. Sighing heavily, he gives a quirk series of gestures to the 5 in front of him, the soldiers running off to try and stop the encroaching hero, or at least delay him long enough to allow the lab to be emptied. Turning to the man beside him, he held out his hand, palm up, 2 small earpieces being offered to his subordinate. "It's unlikely that the others will be able to stop it on their own, so it will inevitably come down to us. These will help against the beast's sonic attacks, and should help you use your quirk freely." Nodding, his second-in-command took the 2 earplugs, the gizmos automatically adjusting to fit his ears and ready to block off any noises above a certain decibel. Cracking his knuckles, Larry Davakin went to go stand behind one of the large husks of the packing machines, a deep humming emerging from his throat as he warmed up his quirk. In the cages, Izuku listened as the sounds of gunfire briefly raised up before a sharp concussive noise rocked the air. The sound had to be one of the iconic sonic blasts of the number 10 hero, and he grit his teeth as tears rushed up into his eyes anew. Guilt and relief fought for dominance in his body, happiness that the hero was here warring with sadness that he was causing him trouble again. Tail lashing, he tried to focus his fear, pain, hope thoughts on possibility of escape and how much he never wanted to be here again. His instincts were writhing beneath his skin as the sounds of distant guns started up again, the occasional blast punctuating the cacophony like a line break. "Gang Orca is here now. It's going to be okay for us, we're gonna be okay. I'm not okay, I don't want to be saved." The beast in his mind snarled as his rampant emotions and thoughts dragged him deeper and deeper, the mental small form of a green-haired child slowly starting to sink into a growing black ooze beneath his body. Gang Orca growled in annoyance as he stood with his back against the doorway he was covering behind, the crack and whistle of bullets impacting the solid concrete around him a constant background noise. Waiting for the distinctive clicks of empty magazines, the hero lurched out into the open and rushed forward towards the men hiding in their own doorways. Pulling a small capsule the size of a lipstick from a slot on his inner vest, he threw it accurately against the wall behind 2 of the gunmen. With a hiss, the pressurized canister cracked open, spewing a faint green gas across them as they coughed heavily and tried to wave it away only to tumble to the ground unconscious moments later, the potent spores locking up their bodily functions. Ignoring them for now, the pro slammed a hand into the chest of the next man standing from behind a table to shoot again, free hand gripping the barrel of the gun as his target let out a pained breath and flew backwards. Spinning to gain momentum, he hurled the weapon at where he could hear a 4th emerging, timing it so the metal armament slammed into the side of his face to drop him with a pained shout. The fifth man abandoned his empty weapon to pull a combat knife, lunging with a battle cry at the large black shape. Turning to catch the point of the blade with his thick cloak, the knife man's momentum was killed, and one hand gripped the extended wrist and yanked him into a brutal headbutt. Eyes rolled up into his head as he crumpled like a puppet with his strings cut, and the orca let him fall. Turning to the last conscious criminal, he stared threateningly as the man pulled himself up against the wall with a wheeze, shaking his head as he slowly lifted his hands into the air in the universal sign for surrender. Clicking in his chest again, Gang Orca kept his sonar primed for any potential threats as he stepped forward to secure him, pulling one pair of his quirk suppressant cuffs from his back to restrain him. While not as powerful as the police versions, the lesser ones would do for short-term suppression of criminals. Speaking as he worked, he attempted to gain information from the henchmen. "You fight like trained soldiers. Who are you? How many are you? Who's your boss?" The gun for hire just shook his head again, lips tight as he focused on breathing with cracked ribs. Sighing quietly, the pro stood up and let him cuffed to a support pillar, not really surprised at his lack of information. In his experience, it was a surer bet to wait for stars to fall from the sky than try to get soldiers to give up their fellows, even the money-hungry private paramilitaries. Moving past the entrance area, he made for two large double doors, occasionally clicking to send out another pulse of sound to give him a clearer picture of his surroundings. Cracking the door as quietly as possible, he pinged the inside of it, receiving back the black and white images of old machinery and two figures. One of the large metallic objects was emitting a constant muffled hum as well. He filed away in his head as he took a deep breath before pushing his way inside. Standing opposite him was a figure he knew from Azuitsu's statement, the brown leather coat and hood standing out even in the dim lighting of the wide packing floor. Beneath the hood he could see wide eyes staring at him, lit from below by a cigarette held in a manic smile that grew when he appeared, and the second figure was currently behind one of the metal hulks. He watched as the apparent leader took a deep drag of the lit tobacco before exhaling a cloud of smoke and speaking in a grating baritone that scraped across his nerves, causing his instincts to flare up. Whoa. Look what we have here. Not only a hero but the number 10 itself. I'm flattered that my little outfit has warranted such highbrow attentions. Reaching up, he pulled the hood back off his head to reveal his short-cut hair and knife scar across the bridge of his nose. "Tell me, beastie, what brings the number 10 government pet out here to my workplace? Inspections aren't for another couple of years, you know." Gritting his sharp teeth the longer the man spoke, Sakamata Kugo glared at the now recognizable visage of a villain. "I'm here to do my job, rescuing the victims of a crazed kidnapper. But it seems I've found a much bigger fish than I expected. Tell me, what are you up to here in Mizudafu? A-class villain, Scapulter." The man's smile widened even further and his eyes were filled with a gleeful expression, teeth gripping the end of his cigarette in an insane grin. The pro-hero tensed as he recalled the information sent out by the Hero Commission some months prior. "You're a long way from your home in the Western European Coalition. What's a disgraced WEC scientist doing kidnapping children in an abandoned warehouse?" Crouching down ever so slowly, the large mutant clicked again to try and map out the space around him, preparing for a fight. "Brawn. But with brains to boot. You really are a magnificent creature, aren't you? Most monsters wouldn't even pay attention to the little details, long as they can continue their hunting freely. No, the WEC clearly didn't appreciate my genius. Thus I have struck out on my own, to continue my great work." Throwing his arms out wide, his crazed face was wreathed by the smoke exhaled from his mouth like a heady breath of madness. "And all the little creatures in here are the perfect material to help me create my perfect project. In fact, with such a fine specimen like you, I imagine we'll jump dozens of steps in the process." "Haha." Letting out a full-bellied laugh, the doctor leaned back with hands gesturing wildly around him as if he was surrounded by the wonders of his own mind. As he caught his breath, he slowly brought his focus back down to the hero crouched in front of him, smile dropping just a tad before he spoke breathily. "But I don't need a dangerous monster like you alive for the sample. So I'm gonna have to kill you and harvest what I can. Can't keep you like all those pups and blood banks, too risky." With an angry squeak, the orca launched himself forward like a black bullet, inhaling and sending a massive blast of sound hurtling towards the murdering villain. With a flash of movement, the second man jumps out in front of him, arms spread wide as he inhales before shouting right back at the hero. Fuss! A huge shock wave of force met and displaced the burst of sound, an echoing rumble shaking dust from the ceilings as the attacks cancelled out. Barely pausing, the subordinate lunges forward, ignoring the steam rolling from his mouth as he panted for breath, lashing out with a fist clenched tight around a set of brass knuckles. Bringing his arm up to divert the blow, Sakamata brought his own fist around in a punishing hook, only to barely retract it in time to avoid the singing steel of a sword swing from the encroaching doctor. Jumping back to give himself some room, he watched as the blade-wielding villain darted to the side and out of the way of the shouting one, who inhaled and lunged forward. Would nah! Gang Orca let out a gasp of pain, spitting out saliva as the knuckles sank into his gut, the figure practically disappearing in a burst of wind to drive his fist into the hero. Tumbling back, he manages to recover quickly, just in time to bring up a piece of rusted metal from the floor beside him and block the swing of the butcher-like blade with a ringing screech. The wide grin of the doctor was inches from his face as he moved him backwards, glancing down at the divot in the beam he was holding before keeping it. Sculptor hopped from foot to foot as he swung his sword a couple times. You're a tough beast, aren't you? Not bad for an inferior model. He pointed the custom sword at the Orsinus user, electricity dancing across the blade as he tapped the trigger. Tell me, do you know what my quirk is? I'm curious what kind of information they release to your country. Taking the moment to breath and keep an eye on the second man, who was interestedly keeping back and breathing hard again, Sakamata decided to play along. The document describing you mentioned it was a weapons quirk, related to blades. I imagine that it gives you skill with knives and swords. The doctor's ever-present smile dimmed as he made a noise like a buzzer. Beezy wrong. Closer than some have gotten though, so half credit. He started twirling the sword hilt in his hand, while his companion seemed to catch his breath and stood back in a loose boxing stance behind his leader. My quirk is called Dissection Vector. Anytime I grip a one-handed bladed instrument, anything from scissors or a scalpel, all the way up to a sword like my baby here, I can tell exactly the perfect way to cut something. Or someone. Depending on my goals, the cuts change colors to indicate strength needed, the angle to leave the most or least damage, even where and how to cut some creature to keep them alive as I examine their mutated organs. His grin perked back up as he clasped the twirling hilt in a reverse grip and pointed the pommel at the hero opposite. So, anything you see me doing? That's all me. Training and despan, because my quirk doesn't make the cut for me, just lets me know the perfect way to get what I want. I'll be sure to update your file when I take you in. Thanks for being so informative. Moving quickly, he threw 2 of the knockout capsules towards the 2 criminals, following immediately after with the beam in his hand. The voice quirk 1 leapt back the 4 with the same word he'd used the first time, sending the metal containers off into a harmless corner. Unfortunately for him, they'd been the distraction, and a sudden fist across his raised block slid him back a foot as the hero pressed forward. Your weakness is the cool-down PRD. You can't use your shouting one after the other. The sound of a leap from beside him brought the metal beam up, blocking the move with a clang as he whipped his head around to blast a short-range paralysis wave straight at the doctor. To his surprise, it merely knocked him back slightly, his free hand coming up to clutch his ear as he hissed in pain. Behind him, his sonar picked up the sound of a charge, and Sakamata lurched to the side as the metal fist weapon passed through the space his head had occupied moments before. What followed was a deadly game of tag with the villains and hero trading turns, landing a solid hit on one another. The number advantage gave them enough of an edge to keep Gang Orca from overwhelming either one of them, but despite this they couldn't hit him with something that would be strong enough to put him down. A green-haired teen clutched his head as the room around them shook and rocked with the intense battle. His nose could barely keep up with the rapid motions of the doctor and his hero, the scents swirling together into a chaotic mess that his more human senses had trouble interpreting. In his mind, he couldn't escape the sinking feeling of hopelessness. But why is he trying so hard? His memories ran back across years of his so-called friends' fear, their words, the beatings and abuse, all of it coalescing into an ugly ball in his chest, constricting his heart. The alien trees reverberated with the sounds of sobs as his tears slowly melted away, the pictures of a black and white hero hugging him reassuringly, buried beneath the rockslide of hatred and fear. Whimpering as his eyes slowly closed, he whispered out to the room so quietly he could barely hear himself. "Please. I'm not worth it. Just let me d-dash." A sound like a chain snap ping taut. "This isn't working. One of you two, bring me the salamander. Let's see which is stronger, the hero or the monster." Izuku's head shot up as the doctor's voice crackled across the radios of the two guards near him, all thoughts halting as the words rang in his brain. In the next room over, Gang Orca glared at the grinning maniac while fending off the shouting brawler. "She should be just what we need to make you surrender, beast. After all, a hero wouldn't let a child die, right?" A gasp beside him brings the teen's head over, slowly moving as if he was underwater to look at the cage next to his. The young girl with a short stubby red tail had tears in her eyes, mouth covered with one hand, and a clanking sound drew his gaze to the guard walking forward and pulling out a key. "What's it going to be, hero? You're a filthy monster just like the rest of those inferior beings, so you'll probably just let her die to look good for the press if you make it out alive, right? You're just a monster trying to hide beneath that human skin." Izuku's breath was caught in his lungs, a memory ripping through his brain as the world around him seemed to slow. A younger Izuku sat in a chair, sniffling and crying as he gripped his hands so tight his claws dug into his palms. The smiling face of a large hero, pulling people from a burning bus, lit up the dark room as the familiar clip played. Behind him he heard his mother enter, her voice asking him what was wrong. With another sniff, he turned to look at her with bloody palms, his face still stained with the blood of a wild dog as tears streamed down his face. "Kasan. Am I monster?" The look on his mother's face was stuck between fear and surprise, as she stuttered out an answer. "Izuku, what happened, baby? Why you bloody?" The boy sniffed louder, one hand raising to point at the screen and the smiling face of a symbol. "Kasan. Can I still be a hero? Even if I'm an ugly monster? If I'm not a good enough person to be one?" The heartbreak in his eyes was too much for the single mother, and with a sob she made a choice that would shape the life of her baby boy. "Oh my baby, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The arms around him were meant to be comforting, a mother's apology that she couldn't protect him from the mean hearts of others. But a boy heard it as agreement. He heard the words that meant his friend was right. Of course he was. Monsters. Monsters couldn't be. The shattering of a mirror, the ear-splitting crash of a chain being ripped from its mooring. "Yes. I am a monster." The words of the hero rang out through the still transmitting microphone of the radio, but even still they could be heard through the shaking walls, his sonic-enhanced quirk screaming them out with emotion. "But I will still save everyone. Do you know why that is?" A massive crash echoed in the room, followed by a shattering sound of metal, the huge shriek of a sonic wave rocking the foundations of the warehouse, but more importantly the foundations of iron chains that Izuku had forgotten he was wearing. "Because I chose to be better. I am not just a monster. Nor just a hero." The dripping sound of tears on metal echoed in the confines of his cage, louder even than the crying of the girl as she was torn from hers. Izuku cried as he heard the words he'd waited so long to hear. "I am both. Monsters can be heroes too." Hope, sadness, relief, joy. His head fell forward as his eyes slowly shut with a sob. Deep in Midoriya Izuku's psyche, the small scared boy slowly stood up from the pile of filth and fear that had nearly buried him alive. As he stood he grew, his body turning to the body of the teen as he was now, naked as the day he was born. Believe with a shuddering sigh, Izuku took a step. Then another. One by one, he moved from the safe hole in the stone wall he had dug, until he stood at the edge of the trees. Hunt, run, freedom. There waiting for him was the shape, the humanoid form of his greatest fear, looking down at him with fiery eyes. With the words of Gang Orca echoing around the cries of a scared young girl, "No. Fear." Izuku looked up into the eyes of the monster and reached out his hand. A huge claw-tipped one slowly emerged into the moonlight to grasp his, closing around his arm as the deep growl of his quirk vibrated his body. He inhaled slowly as he lowered the walls he'd spent his life building and closed his eyes. Together, when they opened again, the red eyes of a monster stared out. The clang of metal halted the steps of the guard gripping the girl's arm, both guards turning to see the green-haired boy's fist against the gate of his cage. Slowly he pulled it back before striking again, another clang ringing out across the silent room, even the sounds of battle ceasing as if in recognition. Again and again the boy's fist hit the metal bar, quickly causing one of the guards to move over and bang the butt of his rifle against the cage angrily. Nobody heard the wet sounds of skin shifting or the soft crunching of bones rearranging themselves. When the guard went to smack the cage again, the boy looked up and met his eyes, two angry orange-red eyes glaring above a mouth that was slowly losing the flesh of his lips froze him, the teens pulling back to reveal massive teeth that jutted up and down his jaw. With an angry shout the boy launched himself forward into the cage door, his feet bracing himself against the back wall while his head and shoulder hit it with a sickening crunch and the scream of tortured metal. Staggering backwards, the man yelled something in a foreign language, struggling to bring his rifle up as the other guard tried to do the same. Another crunch and the door was knocked clean from its hinges, allowing Izuku to flop down onto the floor with black blood flowing from his head. Shouting at him, both guards approached to try and restrain him. It was their last mistake. Leaping to his feet, the transforming boy roared angrily, one growing hand gripping and crushing the gun and arm of the guard who screamed in pain, before he threw him to the side. Bullets flew from the other's gun to slam into the monster's side, drawing a grunt from him before a mighty backhand sent the unfortunate soul flying into an empty cage, knocked out instantly on impact. Roaring out in anger he continued to grow, the 6-foot frame of the young teen swelling and bubbling upwards with squelching crackling noises. A thick black sludge fell from his body as his skin was covered completely by dark gray and black armored plating, his feet bursting from the old red sneakers into massive clawed feet, and his tail waving behind him as the spines lengthened. An inhuman groan filled the room as his hair slowly receded beneath a thicker skull plate that layered across his changed physiology, his head now free to move in almost any direction. With a bone-shaking growl, the creature slowly stood up in the suddenly smaller room, shaking its head. The other mutants looked on as red eyes blinked in its alien head, while two mandible jaws opened and closed a couple times with a heated breath, the insides of its mouth glowing brightly as it breathed in and out. Standing resplendent at 6.3 meters tall, Izuku inhaled deeply, and then roared to the heavens. The sound shook the building to pieces, glass shattering at the force behind it, while a room over, the three combatants completely stopped their battle to look towards the prisoner hold. Grinning savagely despite his several bloody cuts, Gang Orca laughed, the noise startling even the insane doctor as he looked to the hero in surprise. "That's the other thing, Dr. Malus. Monsters like us need to stick together." The villain had no time to respond as the wall behind them evaporated like paper, a humongous nightmarish form barreling towards the sound of their voices. Throwing himself to the side into a roll, Sculptor could barely believe his eyes, as the creature turned to glare at him in the dust-filled room. His grin widened as his cigarette fell from his mouth. Yes, you're perfect." Laughing wildly, he brandished his knife and ran towards the monster. Roaring, Izuku obliged, closing the distance in 2 steps before swinging his hand like a wrecking ball. With a grunt, the doctor threw himself above it, lashing out to cut a line into the back of the huge appendage only to fail to break through the armored plating. Landing, he had no time for anything else as he was forced to roll to avoid a clawed foot attempting to paste him to the floor. Panting, he slashed and dodged, cutting and ducking as he barely kept ahead of the amateur movements of the massive beast. Fuss Aro! A shockwave barreled into the side of the creature, a surprised roar leaving him as he staggered and had to catch himself. Looking down, he could see a man panting as he tried to move to the aid of the doctor, only to be met by a vicious left hook from an angry whale. Focus on your opponent before trying to aid your ally. Team Fighting 101. Snarling at the sudden pain in his hand, Izuku quickly bit towards the sensation, operating almost entirely on instinct as his teeth gnashed a foot or less from the head of the ducking villain. Lurching forward on all fours, he roared at the man who'd taken pleasure in his pain. Unprepared for the sudden rush, Malus was caught off balance, the back of a massive hand sending him flying across the room like a meteor to slam into the wall with a choked gasp of blood. Before he could even fall from the wall, that same hand slammed down onto his chest to pin him there with another cry. Looking up, he came face to face with the maw of a demon, heated breath across his face as the hellish eyes glared into his. With a laugh, the crazed scientist lifted his sword and jammed it into the soft space between finger and thumb, jamming the trigger to maximum shock. With a roar of pain, Izuku clenched his hand tightly, the sudden pressure cracking the bones of the restrained villain into dropping his blade. Laughing weakly as he watched the face of the monster grow closer with jaws spreading wide, he smiled happily. "You're such a beautiful monster. I can't wait to cough to dissect you." The last thing he saw was the death of prey looming over him as his eyes rolled up into his head. In his mind, Izuku had never felt more free in his life. The exhilaration of muscles aching from underuse, the thrill of battle with the man who'd harmed him, hate, the satisfaction as he watched the weak little body of the hated one start to crack in his grip. In his gut, he could feel the ever-present hunger surging as he held the villain to the wall. Leaning forward, he spread his jaws wide, teeth ready to tear the head from the creature who dared to try and hunt him. "Midoriya?" The sound of a voice broke through his instinct-driven haze like a knife through butter, his head moving to look down at the predator friend beside him. The large male was watching him closely, the unconscious accomplice of the doctor restrained behind him. Though he said nothing more, the human thoughts slowly bubbled to the surface of his bestial mind. No matter how good it would feel, heroes didn't kill unless they had to. Lowering the unconscious form of the villain to the floor, the monstrous teen took a step back and watches as the hero reached down to check his pulse before carefully cuffing him with the suppressor cuffs. Brushing himself off, Sakamata grunted as he ran across one of the cuts on his shoulder with his hand. Looking up to the huge form of the abducted teen beside him, he slowly raised one brow up above the other. "I think I'll reiterate my previous statement. It suits you." Barking out what sounded like a mix between a snarl and a laugh, the large creature shrugged slightly, one enormous hand coming up to rub the back of his skull plate abashedly. Tilting his head, the pro-hero continued. "I take it by your response that you can't really talk like that." "That's fine." Moving over to stand beside the large hole in the wall, he looking back towards the room full of cages as he started to move into rescue mode. "Hey boss man. We made it in. That massive dome went down about a minute ago, and we hurried in as fast as we dash," the excited voice of the Bug-Man mutant cut off as he skid to a halt on the cluttered floor, jaw hanging slack as he looked up at the 20-foot-tall creature sitting and watching him curiously. Behind him were several police officers, also staring intently. "That is our missing boy, I'm guessing. You never mentioned, how big he was, boss." Sakamata just laughed as he moved into the next room, swiftly moving over to comfort the girl with the salamander quirk where she was hiding behind some of the cages. Flying into the large room, Slim landed in front of one of the cages, whistling as he looked at the advanced security system on each of them. "That's some high-priced stuff. These pendejos weren't mucking about. Gonna take a bit of time to open these up though. Maybe we can dash." Whatever he was going to say was lost at the scream of tearing metal, and he looked over to see a massive monster being carefully tearing the top off of the cage holding a horned man. "That'll work." An hour later, the aftermath of the abductor takedown was relatively calm, and that suited Sakamata just fine. With testimony from the victims and confirmation from Izuku, it was learned that some of the hired guns had managed to escape from them via an underground sewer access, taking pretty much everything from the lab with them. But that was problem for another day, and the first priority had been finding a rather embarrassed teen some pants. Turns out that normal clothes didn't change with him, an issue that might be addressed at a later date. For now the pro was gratefully sitting on the back step of an ambulance, while a medic checked over the various wounds on his body. Beside him, wrapped in a convenient shock blanket and wearing a spare set of loose clothes donated by one of the officers, Midoriya was unusually quiet. Or perhaps not. Shock was a real thing in a situation like this after all. Just as he thought he should break the silence, the boy spoke with a timid, fragile voice. "What you said in there? Did you mean it?" "Did I mean it? You'll need to be at least a little more specific." He watched as the teen shifted uncomfortably before looking back up to him. He could see in the dying light of the sunset the tears glistening in his eyes, the look on his face caught between hope and fear. You said that monsters could be. His voice trailed off as if he were afraid of even the question, not just the answer. It was enough, and Sakamata leaned back on the metal of the ambulance beneath them, red eyes gazing up into the sky. Yes. The word causes the boy beside him to stiffen up, eyes wide as tears slowly crept down his cheeks, so the older mutant continued. I meant every word I said back there, but I think that I'd like to add something to it. Turning to look down with one eye at the younger man beside him, Gang Orca spoke simply and honestly. I think, Midoriya Izuku, that you can be a great, wonderful hero. The gasp of his breath being caught in his throat was almost lost beneath the gentle sobs coming from him. And if you really want to be one, I would be honored to help you achieve that goal. Properly crying now, Izuku threw one arm across his eyes as he sobbed. In his heart the thorns of his self-hate slowly started to burn away. Replacing it was the determination, that shining hope that he'd thought was lost. That's all I needed to hear, Kuthan. Crying louder, he let out pent-up feelings of nearly a decade of repression. When a large arm encircled his shoulder and gently tugged him closer, he just leaned into the understanding embrace of the hero who'd finally reached his monstrous heart. There are thousands of strings, little lines of red yarn stretching from countless windows and mirrors, each one showing a different take on a world. In this mirror, a boy who thought he was too much monster to be a hero started to learn he could be both. This is the story of how he became the greatest mutant hero in history and changed the face of the world as we know it. Chapter 12. Izuku Midoriya, Origin Chapter Text. Chapter 13. The Starting Line. The reunion of the Midoriyas was filled with tears, Inko rushing out the door to latch on to her son like it was the only thing keeping him from disappearing again. Izuku wasn't much better himself, sinking to his knees as he buried his head against his mother's side as he tried to soothe through misty eyes. Eventually letting go, the matron surprised the third party present by lunging at him as well, arms wrapping up the tall muscled form in a surprisingly strong bear hug. After a moment of indecision, Gang Orca settled for a gentle and reassuring pat on the back, clearing his throat before speaking. Mrs. Midoriya, your son is healthy and unharmed. Medics on scene determined that he sustained no lasting physical damage. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The green-haired mother seemed more intent on squeezing the life out of the pro at the moment, so Sakamata just continued to pat her back. To the side, the orca could see the grinning and only slightly tearful face of the younger mutant, and he narrowed his eyes in mock annoyance before motioning towards the door. Understanding quickly, Izuku moved to hold it open, allowing the man to guide the woman back inside slowly and move to seat her at the table. It takes her about 2 or 3 minutes before she pulls herself together enough to pull away from him, and another 4 to stop apologizing profusely for crying on his costume. It didn't bother him, since the suit was mostly waterproof. During this time, Izuku had moved to the kitchen nearby and begun putting together 3 cups of tea, the routine a soothing balm of normalcy for him. When he returned to set the steaming cups in front of them, Gang Orca cleared his throat before picking his cup up and speaking. Now that we've got you home and your statement is safely with the police, you're free to return to your normal life. Both as part of procedure and as a personal interest, I need to ask if either of you feel like you're still in danger, and if you would like protection in the form of either police or hero presence. While his mother looked unsure and had even opened her mouth to respond, it was Izuku who spoke first with a shaking head. That shouldn't be necessary. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Strength confident when both of the adults turned to look at him, he was quick to bring his large hands up to motion reassuringly. The doctor was taken into custody. They shouldn't have any reason to come after me with him gone. We don't need to be tying up any more resources that could be going towards helping others. Narrowing his eyes a bit, the larger hero examined him, searching for something before nodding and reaching into his pocket. If that's your decision, I can accept it. Sculptor is indeed safely taken into custody, and we have full confidence that his associates will be caught sooner rather than later. Pulling something out, he held out his closed hand to the teen, placing it into his palm when he reaches out. Izuku looked down at his phone, the All Might case reflecting the light as he flipped it open. One corner of the screen showed a faint crack, and his battery was low enough that he'd probably blow a fuse on a normal day, but sure enough it was back to him. "You dropped this when you were taken." A very concerned young woman was very insistent you get it back. "Ajui-san?" The greenette's head shot up as he looked towards the hero with surprise. "Frog Lily friend." Unbeknownst to him, his tail had begun a slow wagging motion behind him in his chair, both adults noticing and fighting back the smiles on their faces. "Is she okay?" The last thing I remember was her face when it went black. "They didn't hurt her, did they?" His tail now lashing, he moved to stand up, Gang Orca hurrying to assuage him with raised hands. "Easy now, she's fine. Worst thing she got was a scraped knee from trying to help you. She really did try her best to catch up to the van, but it got away from her." Slumping back in relief, the monster boy let out a huff as he relaxed. With an amused chuckle, Sakamata took a sip of the tea in his hand, noticing that it was actually quite good. "I spoke to her and ensured she got home safe. She wanted me to give that back to you, along with the instructions to call her once you were free." Taking another sip of his warm drink, the sea mammal male ignored the deadpan stares of the two sitting across from him. "Well, thank you for returning it to him. We don't have a lot of wiggle room when it comes to paying the bills, so it's a great relief." The pro waved off the thanks as he finished his tea, setting the cup back onto the table with a soft clink. He turned back to them as he thought for a moment before speaking again. "Midoriya." The hero's sweat dropped slightly as both of them responded before looking at each other and laughing quietly. "Right, Izuku then?" The boy perked up. "That question you had for me at the ambulance. Am I right to guess that you might be interested in becoming a hero?" The waving of his tail stopped cold, and Izuku's smile turned first strained, but then thoughtful. Even without his enhanced instincts, Sakamata would have been able to tell the conflict running behind his eyes. As he could feel a constant shift in pressure around him, as if his quirk couldn't decide if he was in danger or not. On his end, Izuku's mind was currently mulling over the question, the dream he'd had as a boy that he'd thought was gone. "Do I still want to be a hero?" Tail undulating back and forth, he thought about it all. He thought about the pain heaped on his head from something he couldn't control, the slurs and hatred of his peers and people who couldn't see past his differences. He thought about Kaken, denial, pride, strength. Bakugo. He thought about everything his so-called best friend had put him through. After all that, did he really still want to be a hero? Midoriya Izuku looked at her son as he bowed his head, his green curls shining in the light as he hand clenched tight enough to make the tendons creak. She heard the same question that a small boy had asked her in tears years ago, and a single drop of her own escaped her eye to course down her cheek. Reaching out slowly, she gently wrapped her hand around his, the clawed fingers twitching open to allow her to hold it. Meeting his eyes, the green-haired mother smiled as confidently as she could, whispering out just loud enough for him to hear. "Whatever you want to do, honey. I support you." It might not make up for what she said, but she would try her best to give him all the support and love that he needed. Smiling happily as he fought back another round of Midoriya tears, Izuku inhaled deeply before turning to face the number 10 hero. Gang Orca had waited patiently, hands folded on the table in front of him as his red eyes watched the two unblinkingly. Exhaling as he lifted up his slightly ungainly hand, a slight cracking sound accompanied lengthening claws and darkened hide as the teen posed much like a familiar hero. "My answer is yes, Gang Orca. I want to be a hero. More than anything." Clenching his hand tight, the crunch of his knuckles popping mixed with the clatter of his talons. "I want to save people. I want to show the world that even if I am a monster, I'll still save them with everything I've got." The black and white mutant's mouth split into a wild grin of approval, his eyes crinkling as he laughed. Spoken like a true hero. Reaching into his suit jacket, he pulled a thick card from a pocket on his inner vest, before sliding it across the table to rest in front of the boy. Taking it, Izuku saw the name and insignia of the Orca Hero Agency in bold black and white, while one side had a magnetic strip like a keycard. "Midoriya Izuku, I'd like to offer you an opportunity to train at my agency. With your mother's permission, you would effectively become my apprentice for the next 10 months. This would give me time to hammer the essentials into your head before the UA entrance exams. With mouth open wide, the boy stared at the hero, mind pulling a blank as he struggled to compute the offer. Laughing again, Sakamata slid a piece of paper over as well. Here's the address to my agency. Take a day to recover completely, and then you and your mother can come visit this Saturday to learn more. You can make your decision then. Standing up from the table, he moved towards the door and his shoes, the Midoriyas scrambling to follow him. For now, I'll leave the two of you to rest and relax. I'm certain you could use the decompression. Opening the door after returning to his feet, he paused and looked back at the boy he'd saved that day. I need to return to my agency now and fill out the paperwork for today's mission. Thank you for your hospitality, and for the tea. I'll see you Saturday. With that, and the farewells of Inko and Izuku echoing behind him, he stepped out onto the landing and began to walk towards the stairs. Gang Orca-san. Pausing at the shout behind him, Sakamata turned to look, only to grunt in surprise at the impact of the armored teen's body wrapping him in a massive hug. Thank you. For saving me. For everything. He could hear the tears in the boy's voice, as his own arms came down to wrap around his back. Clicking softly in his chest, he held on to the boy that inspired him to try harder, reach much further than he'd bothered to before. He hugged him back tightly, and raised an eyebrow at the sight of his mother peeking out the open door before smiling and pulling back. After a minute or two, Izuku pulled back and brought his hand up to scratch the back of his head. Sorry for that. Just wanted to say it. Good night. He bowed quickly before darting back towards his apartment and disappearing with the click of a closing door. Shaking his head with another smile, the pro turned to make his way back down to the street, taking a moment to enjoy the little things and rap loudly on the driver's side window, waking the snoozing sidekick who squawked in surprise as he elbowed the horn. Laying down in his own bed was a special kind of heaven, Izuku decided. Having taken a shower and rinsed the sweaty grime of battle from his skin, he felt more refreshed and relaxed than he had in years. Rippling across his back, his skin settled into a more comfortable position, while his tail curled contentedly across his legs. Reaching out to his nightstand, he grabbed his phone and navigated through the menus to look for the contact of his newest friend, the name on the glowing screen looking back at his smiling face. I'm glad Tsuyu-san wasn't hurt when they took me. I should really thank her for trying to help me like she did. Tapping his fingers across the buttons, he typed out his message to the frog girl, and he couldn't help but smile wider as he thought back on his conversation with her, plus the offer from the hero that was quickly taking the #1 hero spot in his mind. So distracted by his wanderings, he never noticed the fading numbers in the corner of his screen. Until with a happy jingle, his phone flashed an empty battery at him before fading to darkness. Blinking a couple times, Izuku stared at the dead device for a full minute, before one large clawed hand smacks onto his face with a resounding slap. Oh, come on. Chapter 14. Taken 2, Froggy Boogaloo Part 1. Eventually, Izuku had managed to scrounge together his charger and plug his phone in for some much-needed energy boosting, but looking at the time laughing at him from the face of the clock, he decided to hold off on messaging Tsuyu until the morrow. Curling up on his bed beneath his blanket, the monster teen looked around the familiar room, the walls and shelves covered with the merchandise of heroes and idols, leaving him smiling as his eyes fell closed. Inside his mind, a greenette curled up on a bed of moss while a large form slept beside and around him, those alien trees reaching towards unfamiliar stars. Sleep came easily that night, and his dreams were silent. When the Midoriya household woke up the next morning, it was with a fully refreshed Izuku bouncing into the kitchen, making Inko laugh at the energetic teen plopping down into a chair at the table. Moving back and forth between the table and stove, the mother quickly transported 2 omelets, a stack of toast, 6 sausage patties, and a pitcher of orange juice to the table in front of her boy before returning for her own food. With a happy, "Itadakimasu," the teenager dove straight into the huge pile of delicious foods, joined shortly after by his mother across from him. Soon after his quirk had appeared at the age of 4, they had quickly discovered that his appetite was ridiculously huge, his body requiring roughly 2 or 3 times the amount of food to fuel his explosive growth. American-style breakfasts became his favorite in a hurry, the huge quantity of filling food satisfying him better than the usual Japanese fare. Sitting in the comfortable silence of their breakfast together at the familiar table, the boy sighed happily through a double stack of sausage and toast with his tail waving happily behind safe hunger home. Reaching over to snag his phone from where it rested beside his plate, Izuku began to offhandedly finish the message he'd begun the night before, detailing a brief summary of his rescue, his return home, and Gang Orca relaying her request, along with a reassurance that he was okay. Sending it off after a suspicious squint at his battery level, he set the device down beside his plate and returned to his impromptu breakfast sandwich. I'm sure she's probably on her way to school by now. She'll answer whenever can, or feels Lee dash. The rattle of a buzzing phone against his plate derailed his thoughts spectacularly, causing him to yelp and nearly drop. The smushed together bread, eggs, and sausage. Saving his food, he quickly scooped up the madly vibrating technological jump scare, flipping it open to find an incoming call. Fuyu's name flashing across the screen sent him choking as he struggled to swallow the sustenance while his mother fluttered around him worriedly, patting his back in an attempt to ease his breathing. When he'd finally managed to convince her he wasn't in immediate risk of asphyxiation by breakfast foods, his thumb had already moved to hit the answering button as he cleared his throat nervously. Hello? Ajui-san? The sound of a croak across the phone reached his ears, followed by her deadpan voice. Didn't I tell you to call me Tsu-chan, Karo? The plain dilverwai of the line struck him before he snorted and chuckled, his hand unconsciously coming up to scratch the back of his neck. Sorry about that Tigitsu-chan. Guess I've had a couple other things on my mind. He said it in an attempt to tease, his face falling into an easy smile as his tail wagged behind him with breakfast forgotten beside him. Happy Lily friend. His mother looked at her boy as he spoke to this supposed Ajui, and got a devious motherly smile as she went over to start cleaning up her place setting. Meanwhile on the phone, Izuku noticed the silence from other girl as his joking seemed to fall flat. Hello? Tsu-chan. Karo. A soft croak from his friend was all he got, sounding suspiciously like a sob before she continued. I'm sorry. The boy's tail stalled dead in the air as he sat up quickly, hunching over the phone as he spoke seriously. Sorry? Worry, anxiety, threat. Why are you sorry, Tsu-chan? You haven't done anything to be sorry for. His voice was steady as he tried to figure out what was bothering her so. For not saving you. Now he was certain that he heard tears in her voice, frog cries. Bad help safe. The emotions bleeding through her normal facade of even keel. I couldn't, Karo, I couldn't do anything when they took you. His sudden change in demeanor didn't escape the notice of his mother, who was now watching still beside the fridge, frowning slightly. Soon, I need you to listen to me. Izuku took a deep breath as he focused everything he had into trying not to let his nervousness or stutter through. You did everything you could. Serious, heartfelt, in fact. You went beyond what anyone would have expected you to do. You didn't need to go after them or try to intervene at all. It would have been safer for you if you hadn't. As he was speaking, Izuku had stood from the chair at the table and moved towards the couch, leaving his half-eaten breakfast behind him. Inko looked on with silent interest and concern as she pulls a sheet of plastic wrap from beside the fridge to wrap his food for later while he's on the phone. Settling onto the couch with his anxiously twitching tail beside him, the armored boy continues to speak calmly and urgently to the worried frog girl. Tsu-chan, did you know? You did help me. When her silent sobs catch, a questioning croak breaking through, he pushes the hint of an advantage to make his point with clawed fingers clutching his phone case tightly. I heard from Gang Orca that he interviewed you. You told him the license plate details of the van that took me, didn't you? Why dash? Yeah, Karo. I did. Tsuyu spoke hesitantly with a hint of confusion, but at least she wasn't outright crying now, which Izuku would take as a victory. He nodded to himself before continuing. Tsu-chan, Gang Orca told me that the only reason they found me when they did is because of the license plate showing up on one of the traffic cameras. If they hadn't known what to look for. The teen shuddered as his mind flashed back to the sensation of the cage bars against his shoulder, the scent of faint blood and ozone in the crackling air. I don't know how long I would have been there before they found me. I don't know if they would have. There was several beats of silence, and the slight growing anxiety in his chest was beaten back by an instinct-driven hunch as he gave her a moment to process the idea before saying so softly it was barely picked up by the phone against his cheek. "Thank you for getting me out of there, Tew." A gasp was followed closely by several choked croaks of laughter from the girl, the sound surprisingly cute as his tail started wagging without any conscious thought from the now smiling Greenette. When she managed to get herself somewhat under control, she spoke with an audible sound of smiling in her usually monotone voice. "Caro, it's almost unfair that you know how to make me feel better so easily." He could hear as she moved on the other side, the shifting of fabric against something? Where is she that it makes noises like hide on Barco? Before he could follow up on the thought, she was speaking again. "Sorry for being a downer, Izuku-chan." "Caro. No, you're fine. I know a thing or two about blaming myself, so I know what it's like." Izuku couldn't help but both mentally and physically face palm as he casually dropped a reference to his insecurities, growling slightly before getting a hold of himself. "But before I forget, aren't you in school right now? How are you talking to me if you should be in class?" Glancing over at the clock on the wall, Izuku could clearly see that it was a little past 10 in the morning, well into what should have been class time. The sound of a couple embarrassed croaks on the other side of the line drove his eyebrow up slightly. Caro, I didn't go. I haven't since you were taken." The monster boy blinked as she admitted such, tail tipped the only thing in motion as it flicked back and forth. "I felt really bad about not being able to stop them. Even though I want to be a hero, Caro. My mother and the school understood, gave me until Monday to get my head on straight, they said." Izuku chuckled at that, his tail waving again as he glanced back at the clock before looking towards his mother. Seeing him look over, the woman gave him a thumbs up and a smile, having an inkling of what might be going through his head. Smiling, the boy turned to move back into his room as he was talking, swallowing heavily as he tried to channel the unbridled confidence his quirk was so eager to impart to him. "Well, since neither of us will be in school today, would you like to meet up with me? I can come to the park in about 30 minutes. He slipped into the room to start collecting an outfit to go out, grabbing his favorite All Might hoodie and tossing it over his shoulder. Meanwhile, Tsuyu had made a noise of surprise when he mentioned where they would meet. "I'm surprised you asked first, and my answer is sure, but how did you know I was at the park, Caro?" The boy stopped and blinked as he thought over the question himself, drawing a blank before winding up chuckling while scratching his head. Would you believe a lucky guess and a weird quirk hunch? He couldn't help his wide smile though at her answer, the easy way she'd said it as if it were never in doubt, doing wonders for his self-esteem. "I don't really have a better answer than that. Tree safety nest. Somehow my quirk recognized you were in a tree and made the leap to being at my park? I mean the park." He chuckled nervously at that last slip-up, though the girl didn't really seem bothered by it. He could practically hear her tilting her head with one finger pressed against the corner of her wide mouth as she considered it. "Your quirk is weird. But that makes you." Another shuffle of her clothes on tree bark before he hears a croaking grunt of exertion from her side, followed by the rattling of a tree branch. "I'll be waiting for you near where you saved me, Caro. Don't take too long, or I'm coming looking for you." He chuckled at her joke, or at least he thought it was a joke, and slipped the fabric of his hoodie over his shoulders before grabbing his wallet from his desk, which had somehow survived the entire kidnapping incident, a fact that had Izuku becoming a lifelong supporter of the brand. They technically advertised for a mutation-proof wallet, built for life, and they were certainly living up to it. "I'll see you soon then, Tsu-chan. Just gonna grab the rest of my breakfast really quick and eat it on the way." With her affirmative to the plan echoing in his ears, they ended the call. Trotting back out into the main room, he found that his mother was well ahead of him, already having the food wrapped into a neat little package on the table as she waited for him with a smile. Leaning down to kiss her on the cheek, the boy happily grabbed the food before moving towards the front step. "I'm going to go hang out with Azui-san. I'll be safe, Ka-san, and I'll text you every hour or so." "All right, dear, make sure you do stay safe." Inka watches as her boy moves to sit on the front step while pulling on a newer pair of his large red sneakers, the last ones having been lost when he burst out of both them and a cage. As he stood up with tail wagging, the matron's smile turned mischievous. Also don't forget protection, honey. I don't want grandbabies yet after all. Don't worry, I won't, Ka-san. Izuku's mind was already 30 minutes away in a park, and his responses showed as much as he waved to his mom before closing the door behind him. Inko giggled and grinned as she held up a hand with 5 fingers out, then started counting downwards. When her thumb hit her palm, the sound of a loud thumping noise echoed through the little apartment, accompanied by her wild giggles as her son undoubtedly rammed his admittedly hard head into the wall of the building, while his indignant voice echoing through the closed door, escalating her giggled to full-on cackles. Ka-ia-sa-en. Chapter 15. Taken 2, Froggy Boogaloo Part 2. The sounds of a city in the late morning rolled on in the distance, while in the park it was mostly quiet except for the sounds of the wildlife going about their day without a care. Tsuyu liked it that way. The natural quiet allowed her a rare moment of freedom from the creeping sense of failure that had haunted her for the last 2 days. Had been the operative word, Caro. She couldn't help but think to herself with an internal smile. Adjusting her position on the branch, she looked around the park in another slow scan, looking for her friend she'd hung up with about 20 minutes ago. True to her word, Tsuyu hadn't been going to school, the feelings bulging nastily in her chest sending her into a depressive spiral so apparent even her normally oblivious younger siblings had gone out of their way to ask if she was all right. But all that had come to a head then broke like a stick beneath the words of Midoriya Izuku. Her disappointment and shame at her inability to help the person right in front of her seemed so heavy before, but with a few well-placed words the boy had lifted that burden. The sincerity ringing behind every word certainly helped, and the tone of his voice when he'd unconsciously said her name devoid of any honorifics left a warm buzzing sensation in her chest, which she promised herself to examine later. For now she sat on a branch with her back against the tree while waiting for Izuku to show up, humming softly to herself in the strange sense of comfort being here gave her. At the edge of the park the aforementioned boy was just arriving, having made excellent time in both his excitement and acute mother-induced embarrassment. As the asphalt gave way to the smoothed gravel paths of his favorite place of relaxation, so too did his frantic mind transition to a calmer anticipation. With a wagging tail behind him, the monster teen strolled towards the place he'd first met Tsuyu, taking a soft sniff to get an idea of who all was present at the park. To his surprise, even a light inhale was enough to paint his mental surroundings in greater detail than he'd ever smelt before. He could tell that there was a family of 3 sitting at a picnic table, a man resting on a bench across the park, Tsuyu in his tree, and a gaggle of ducks patrolling the surface of the pond. Why is it always ducks? The boy mused to himself as he walked swiftly towards his place of solitude, though judging by its current occupant maybe not just his anymore. Moving to stand beneath the comfortable branch, he looked up to see the girl in question sitting with her back to the trunk, seemingly lost in thought as she stared towards the water. Surprise tease play with a mischievous grin to rival his mother's, Izuku's legs bunched beneath him as his tail started flicking back and forth, before leaping powerfully upwards. His sharp claws elongated as he dug them into the bark beside her branch with a loud crunch, before scrabbling himself up onto the branch just above and to the side of hers to flop down with a grin. Tsuyu had been thinking about the upcoming exams that she was planning on taking after middle school, along with thoughts on what she should pick up to cook dinner for her siblings and herself. When the sound of snapping bark beside her invaded her thoughts, she reacted in a most understandable manner. With a high-pitched shriek, the amphibious quirked girl leaped upwards into the tree like a bat out of hell, her long fingers sticking to the rough bark of the tree as her heart pounded in what felt like her throat. Perched against the trunk, she heard the sound of a muffled snarking from below her, and as her head whipped around to look at him, Izuku burst into laughter, full-bodied laughter. Rolling back and forth on the branch, the armored teen promptly fell off to land back first on the ground about 8 feet below with a thump, continuing to laugh unhindered. Her cheeks puffing with annoyed croaking, Tsuyu crawled down onto the branch she'd been resting on and smoothed her skirt back down, glad for the fact she'd taken to wearing shorts under them. Doubly so for the apparent obliviousness of the boy below in not noticing that they'd ridden up rather unfortunately during her stint upside down. Crouched above him, she waited for his laughter to abate, reluctantly smiling as the surprisingly adorable sounds became infectious. After he'd been reduced to poorly restrained giggles, she spoke up in a droll tone of voice. Kero, I'm glad you're having fun. Hope that fall didn't hurt as much as my pride. And I'm fine. More importantly, are you okay? Azui dash. Seeing the look on her face, he quickly backtracked with a slight coughing sound and the barest hint of a stutter. Titsu-chan? I didn't think you'd startle that hard, and I didn't want to hurt you, and I'm sorry if I went to Farija's Twantetto try and lift our spirits after dash. His confident speech quickly melded together into an almost unintelligible muttering, his hand coming up to scratch the back of his head while his tail flicked frantically from side to side. Tilting her head, Tsuyu watched as he went on with his worries, catching maybe every fourth word or so. Not sure he's taken a breath since he started, Kero. Shaking her head, the froggy greenette shot her tongue out to gently smack the top of his head, cutting of his word storm with a yelp of surprise. You're fine. No harm done, and it was pretty funny, Kero. Just know that I'll be getting you back for this. Maybe not today, Kero, but someday. She could speak quite well with her tongue out, Izuku idly noted as he rubbed the top of his head and nodded mutely. When the pink muscles slid down to wrap around his midsection, he couldn't help but watch in fascination as he was bodily lifted from the ground. With a grunt of exertion and the groan of the tree branch beneath her, Tsuyu lifted him up and deposited him back onto his recently left perch. Staring avidly as her tongue then retracted back into her mouth, the possible uses of her quirk racing through his head like a runaway bullet train. It should be noted that not once were any of them anything less than pure, bless him. You're heavier than you look, Kero. Oh my gods, that is amazing. Is it completely prehensile? How strong is your tongue? Excite Lily happy, his tail wagged back and forth frantically as he adjusted his position on the branch until his back was against the trunk again. You said it was a frog quirk? But how far does it extend? Can you see in the dark like most frogs? Or even see temperatures? Can you secrete poison from your skin like a tree frog? How about camouflage yourself? Shooting out rapid-fire questions with an intense burning interest, he was interrupted by his friend laughing. He couldn't help but stop speaking to listen to the adorable sound of her riveting chortles, her eyes closing as her lips curled up into the biggest smile he'd seen from her yet. Kero, you're very strange, Izuku-chan. First cheering me up, then worrying about me right after you fell from a tree. Now you're more interested in my quirk than anyone I've met before, including me, Kero. Turning towards him, Azui curled onto her side on her branch, looking surprisingly comfortable on the relatively thin perch. How about we make a deal, Kero? We'll play a question game. You ask a question, I'll answer it, then do the same to you. We go until we can't think of anything else to ask, and if we don't want to answer we can pass. Then the asker can ask a new one. Is that fair, Kero? Internally she was elated by the genuine emotion she could see behind the expression of her companion, and the fact he wanted to know about what she considered a very average quirk only added even more points in her steadily growing book. She croaked in amusement as he pulled a notebook and pencil from God's nowhere with an eager puppy-like expression, his tail wagging even more frantically behind him. She settled down for a long talk with one of the few people who seemed to bring out this happy side of her, the shadows of her doubts fading away like fog in morning sun. Humming to herself as she moved about the cozy apartment, Inko was happier than she could remember being in recent times. Her boy was home safe from his terrible ordeal, and though she'd cried with him when he'd admitted some of what had happened to her, for the first time in a long time she could see it again. In his eyes was a light that had steadily grown dimmer over the years, rekindled and brighter than ever as he smiled without restraint. She wasn't as oblivious as he thought. She knew that her baby was bullied for his quirk, though nothing she had tried to do had encouraged him to open up to her about it. No amount of subtle hints about her being willing to listen had drawn it out. Not that I blame him. I haven't exactly been the most supportive mother. She sighed heavily as she folded the laundry into neat little piles with the help of her quirk. Truth was, Inko was scared. Scared that if she encouraged his dreams, her son would only get hurt by the world. Scared that no matter what she did, it wouldn't be enough to keep him safe. That she was the reason his dreams had shattered like stained glass. It was that fear that had driven her to apologize to him that day, when she found a hurt young boy crying in front of a computer. She had apologized and cried with him, ashamed that she had somehow failed him, and in doing so had only made it worse. Sighing again, she wandered into his room with a stack of clothes to set on his bed for him to sort when he returned. Looking around at the various heroic merchandise littering the room, she couldn't help but thank whoever was listening that her boy hadn't become even more disenchanted with the quirkist world they lived in. Turning to leave, the sunlight glinted off of an object set precariously on the corner of his crowded desk, and she turned to find the card given to Izuku by Gang Orca. Picking it up, she watched as the light played across the emblem again, noting the phone number neatly printed across the bottom. Humming thoughtfully to herself, the mother walked slowly out into the living room and picked her phone up from the table as she passing. It couldn't hurt to get a couple more details. After all, if my son will be spending a lot of time with this man. Mind made up, Inko punched the number into her phone as she sat down onto the cushions, examining the card closely as the ringing in her ear began. Sitting at his desk, Sakamada had just finished a phone call with a rather irate sidekick from the Endeavor agency. Pinching his brow in annoyance at the petty squabbles some heroes seemed determined to cause, the large whale man sighed loudly as his desk phone started ringing again. Picking it up, he growled into it irritably, letting a rare flash of emotion through his usually impeccable calm. Orca Agency. If this is about riposte again, I've neither time nor patience to give you the same answer again. From the other side of the line, he heard a surprised squeak and the sound of a phone being dropped onto something. Furrowing his brow, he waited until whoever it was scrambled to retrieve their device before questioning. Hello? I take it this isn't another sidekick calling me. No. This is Midoriya Izuku speaking. I was calling about the offer you made my son. With an audible face palm, the hero internally groaned. Great. First impression I had was informing her that her son was kidnapped, and now I'm yelling through the phone at her. Clearing his throat, he attempted to speak far more levelly. Ahem, I apologize for that, Mrs. Midoriya. I had just gotten through a rather stressful conversation about one of my sidekicks. It was inappropriate of me to treat you like Dash. His words were cut off by what sounded like a laugh of relief from the woman. Leaning back into his chair, he couldn't help but raise his brow at the sound before she managed to get a hold of herself. Clearing her throat, she responded with a much more relaxed tone. Sorry, you sounded just like one of my partners. They're always complaining about the trouble that our interns get us into, and who they have to SCK up to in attempts to write it off. Smiling slightly as her nervousness dissipated, Inko shifted on the couch comfortably. Unlike she'd feared, Gang Orca seemed more like an overworked and underappreciated boss than the scary image she'd created of him as a hero. Being a lawyer isn't all it's cracked up to be. I can only imagine being a hero might be worse, with some of your interns being able to level a building. Snorting, Gang Orca couldn't help but agree. You're right, of course. The paperwork involved is atrocious. Relaxing back into his chair, Sakamada idly picked up another report that was due later. But I'm sure we could both go on for hours at length about the red tape of our jobs. So tell me, Mrs. Midoriya, how can I help you today? You said you had questions? Well, first of all, let me correct you on something. It's only Miss Midoriya now. No Mrs. here for many years now. Her voice was cheery, but he could hear the faint undercurrent of old pain buried long ago. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware. He spoke softly and sincerely as he apologized to her, red eyes flicking to a small picture frame set on his desk. Nestled behind the glass was a picture, for high school students gathered around a bench near an ice cream parlor, the black and white form of the tallest standing and smiling awkwardly from the back beside a girl with brilliant green eyes leaning on his arm. The old feelings flowed sluggishly beneath their grave before his gaze returned to the window. Oh, it's in the past. No need to apologize, Gang Orca-san. Hisashi and I split up. Not long after Izuku got his quirk. It was for the best for both parties, I think, and though Izuku misses him, I think he understands. Definitely pain there, but she seemed to quickly wave it off with long practice. My questions are actually simple. Izuku seems to really look up to you, both as a hero and a role model. Of course you can understand that I'm a little bit worried for him, so I just wanted to ask you. What do you want from my boy, Gang Orca? Miles apart and across a phone, Sakamada couldn't help but shiver at the cheerful but cold tone this woman had suddenly adopted. Despite her relatively harmless appearance in person, the man was once again reminded that there were few things more terrifying than a protective mother. With that thought in mind, he chose his next words very carefully. Miss Midoriya. What I want from Midoriya Izuku is also simple. I want to help him. I want him to not be afraid of himself anymore. The sound of a gasp from the other side did little to assuage him that he was in the clear yet, so he continued without pausing. I want to help him see that no matter what his quirk is, he shouldn't have to feel bad for existing. I want to help him become a hero, if that's what he wants. The mutant stops as he realizes something in his impassioned speech, the next words leaving him almost in a whisper. I want him to not have to go through what I did on the way, if I can in any way prevent it. Your son has the potential to be a hero for so many reasons, and I want to give him every chance to achieve that dream. That's what I want from your son. Silence greeted him on the line while in an apartment in Mizudafu, a green-haired single mother sat with tears streaming down her face. The words of the professional hero rang true to her, her sense of telling if somebody is lying quite honed from both her law degree and years spent as a mother. With a smile breaking though the waterfall of tears, she sobbed a bit before clearing her throat again. I think that would be just fine, Gang Orca-san. The knowledge that someone genuinely wanted her son to succeed made her feel more hopeful than ever, and if this could bring even half the happiness she was feeling to her boy, she'd support it with all her heart. Call me Kugo-san, if you'll allow me the same for you. I think we might be seeing more of each other in the foreseeable future. Standing up from his chair, the hero moved over to pick up a small binder from where it rested on a bookshelf before returning to his specially made chair with a split back and opening it in front of him. Grabbing a pen and one of the forms from it, he settled the phone into one hand as he began to write. First things first, let's get a couple of things sorted to make this all easier. What size are Izuku's shirts? Chapter 16. The Question Game. Ducks quacking as they drift idly across the water overlays the sound of rustling branches and bark. Two young voices fall like autumn leaves from beneath the trees as the time ticks slowly by, with Izuku speaking up. So can I ask the first question? Tiu hummed an affirmative from where she lounged across the branch with hands tucked beneath her chin. Looking over at her, Izuku grinned excitedly before trying to pace himself. How much can you lift with your tongue? I've never really tested the upper limit, but you're the first time I've almost struggled to lift something or someone, Karo. So my question is, how much do you weigh? The frog girl shifted to look over at him with her wide eyes as the boy shrugged awkwardly. We had a scale at home, but it broke a long time ago. Last time I knew I averaged a little under 200 kilograms, just under 420 pounds. The snort of disbelief from beside him has him waving his hands frantically back and forth. It's true. Apparently my quirk makes my body denser, bones and muscles. The rib-biting laughter that followed shortly after quickly reassured him that she believed him. Karo, that explains why you were so heavy at least. Your turn. Can you see heat signatures? No, Karo. At least not that I've found yet, but I have fantastic night vision. I can see colors in the dark. Izuku gasped and quickly started scribbling in his notebook. The girl noted with some amusement that his pencil looked almost over large for the small book, though in his hand it fit perfectly. Can you control your tail like a limb? Or is it more an unconscious thing, Karo? The appendage in question lifted up and waved side to side at Tsuyu, causing her to chuckle again while he answered. Yes and yes to both. My tail has a mind of its own, one that I've come to associate with my quirk. It doesn't really talk, but sometimes I get this strong senses of emotion, feelings, certain urges and sensations that I associate with words in my head, so it feels like my quirk is talking to me. Fascinated, she watches as the dark gray tail sways, the spiked club-like tip twitching back and forth. It also has a lot of opinions on things. A lot. Sounds like a handful. Like you wouldn't believe. My turn. He finishes writing the line he was on before looking back up to her, face screwed up in thought before brightening. Is there anything you can't eat because of your mutation? Bringing her hand up to put one finger beside her mouth, Tsuyu thinks on it for a second before croaking. I'm not sure. But I do know that I'm not fond of the taste of some processed foods, Karo. Nothing I've run into yet has hurt me as far as I can tell. You. Izuku shakes his head ruefully, one hand coming up to scratch at his collarbone with long black nails. Nope. My quirk needs me to eat to fuel it. In exchange I can eat pretty much anything organic, but meats and animals give me the most nutrition or energy. Energy? The girl asked curiously. Why yeah, the more of it I let out, the more energy I use to keep it up. The froggy female could tell that they'd strayed into uncomfortable territory, Izuku's tone slightly hesitant. Before she can suggest a change in subject, he powers on determinedly. Turns out I can actually push even more of it out, and even transform into something way bigger. Gang Orca mentioned that I reminded him of Godzilla. She blinks at that before tilting her head even further. That old dragon-like hero? The one that starred in a couple movies, Karo? Izuku excitedly sat up as he started eagerly spouting his seemingly endless supply of hero knowledge. Yes, that's the one. He's a veteran hero who not only saved hundreds of lives in his prime, but he's starred in so many movies. He's super powerful, but rarely rose very high in the rankings due to taking on missions that either kept him out of public view or somehow painted him in a poor light. He's also one of the only heroes that All Might has gone on the record stating he wouldn't want to fight seriously. That must mean he has some awesome power. Wagging excitedly, his tail seems to emphasize everything he's saying, even mimicking his gestures in its own way and earning another couple of smiles from Tsuyu. Karo, I'm getting hungry, how about we go get something to eat and continue this? When he nodded agreeably, they both made their way down to the soft grass below. Izuku dropped out of the branch with a solid thud as his sneaker-wearing feet hit the ground, knees bending to take his weight before straightening. Contrarily to his method, Tsuyu simply leapt down gracefully, barely making a sound in comparison before grabbing a small handbag with her tongue from where it was stashed in the branches above. Turning, they walked out of the park, chatting together as the sun reached towards the pinnacle of the sky. Several hours had passed by now and the two teens were seated at a booth in a local burger joint, the artificially bright atmosphere of the corporately owned chain ignored by them. Their game had continued throughout the day, and they both sipped eagerly at the just short of inadequate quality milkshakes that for some reason were still so good as they took a short break. The comfortable silence between them was the kind that came from knowing it didn't always need to be filled. And if either had stopped to think about it, they might have wondered how it was they came to such a point already. But in the way of youth, the mutant teens took the gift and ran with it, never questioning its origins or lazy story writing. Izuku looked up when Tsuyu cleared her throat, putting down his milkshake as he listened to her. You said you transformed during Gang Orca's rescue. How often can you do that, Karo? A dusting of red bloomed across the boy's cheeks as he ducked down behind his hands, mumbling something in response. Tilting her head the opposite direction, the frog quirk user croaked again. What was that? That I said I don't know. Looking up between his large fingers, Izuku grins nervously, his tail twitching behind him almost abashedly. That was the first time I'd really tried to use my quirk. The rest of my life has been spent trying to push it down, keep myself from acting out. The melancholy behind his tone isn't lost on Tsuyu, and her eyes narrow a bit as he gives a sad smile. His next words though just about set her smacking him with her tongue again. Nobody really wanted to see a monster, so I pretended I wasn't one and tried to fit in. Catching sight of his friend's glare and her mouth starting to open, the boy had a rare moment of comprehension and held up his hand to forestall her, looking down while scratching the back of his head. I don't care about that anymore. I have heroes who've helped me see that it's okay to be a monster. People like you and Gang Orca Sen made me happy to be me. No response came from the opposite side of the table, and after a few seconds he looked back up to see Tsuyu staring wide-eyed at him. The longer he watched, the more red suffused her blank face, until she glowed an almost comically neon color. Just when he worried he might need to call an ambulance, Tsuyu croaked loudly, the sound startling several other customers at nearby tables. Her hands snapped out to grab her milkshake and yank the lid off, before promptly throwing back half of the remaining liquid in one huge gulp. Tsu-chan? Karo crew? Setting the dairy treat aside, both of her hands came up to press against her forehead. Brain freeze. Staring at her with mouth ajar for a beat, Izuku started to giggle madly. Unable to restrain the laughter, he still did his utmost to try and help her through the discomfort, offering her napkins to help with the slight spillage of white along one side of her lips. After she managed to get herself back together, Tsuyu looked directly at the monstrous boy and said bluntly, "Izuku-chan, do me a favor and warn me if you're going to say something like that again, Karo. My heart can't really take it out of the blue." She could practically see the visible question marks around the oblivious boy's head as he tilted it, confusion written across his face while his tail wagged madly. Shaking her head, she stood up and grabbed the remainder of her shake, nodding towards the door. "Come on, Karo. Let's go walk." Shrugging as he gave up on the puzzle for now, though some sixth sense told him he should hang on to it for later, he followed the girl towards the street, pausing to apologize for the disturbance before the door slid shut behind them. The sun started to sink below the horizon by the time their games started to taper off. They'd exhausted almost any avenue of thought they could imagine, and moved on to simpler personal questions. Favorite foods, birthdays, colors, anything and everything they fancied while they drifted between the park, the streets, and even a small shopping district. Neither of them wanted the day to end, and when Tsuyu's mother texted her asking her to come home, they reluctantly turned towards the train station. Through unspoken agreement, both teens turned away from the street that lay silent, menacing memories lurking beneath the surface of their minds before being brushed away by good company. Taking a slightly longer route. Let them drag out the last minutes of their time together today, until finally they stood on the platform waiting for the train. Izuku hummed happily as his tail wagged slowly back and forth, grinning internally as his mind wandered over the day spent with the girl that had quickly become his best friend. Tsuyu, on the other hand, was mulling over several of the feelings that continued to crop up the longer she stayed near the armored teen beside her. Suddenly the frog girl felt a slight poking on her lower leg, and she looked down with a curious croak. Curled around her legs from behind was a tail with dark hide, the sides of the spines around the club-like end pressing gently against her calf. Stealthily looking towards him, Tsuyu can see Izuku has no idea what his tail is doing, and that makes the gesture all the sweeter action. Ribbiting softly as a smile warms her face, the girl steps closer to the mutant beside her, shoulder pressing gently against his as he looks down at her with another smile before checking the time for the train. All the while his tail swayed gently in place around her, staying that way until the train rumbled into the station with an automated message playing above them. When the doors opened, Izuku turned to say something to the greenette beside him, only to be interrupted by her leaning up on the tips of her toes to press a quick peck on his cheek. The teen's mind crashed like a ship into the rocks, while Tsuyu let out a soft giggle before moving to stand inside the entrance of the train. Izuku's eyes tracked her automatically as his brain continuously tried to reason out what just happened. Frog Lily's soft protect bringing up one hand to wave, the girl tilted her head with a big smile and closed eyes as the doors started ringing a closing warning. "Bye-bye, Izuku-chan. Thank you for today, and I'm glad you're safe, Karo. Don't forget to text me." Nodding in his daze, the boy watched as the doors slid shut on the sight of her turning to find a seat. He remained standing there for the next 10 minutes staring at the space she occupied before his subconscious kicked in and set him off towards home. He made it to the base of his apartment building before his brain finally turned over, a single thought emerging in a stupefied shout that sent an alley cat running for its life, and neighbors shouting questions into the night. Ihi? Chapter 17. Obligatory Training Montage. Staring up at the building, Izuku couldn't help but gaze with jaw agape up at the building in front of him. Relatively modest in comparison to the more ostentatious agencies like Endeavor, the Orca Agency headquarters was set into what looked like a 3-story office building with an attached underground garage access on the side. Located strategically less than a mile from the coast of the Kanagawa Prefecture, it allowed the number 10 hero easy access to both aquatic and land-based responses, a necessity for such a versatile hero. The teen was so busy geeking out that he failed to realize that he'd been standing outside on the sidewalk for nearly 10 minutes now, several passerby giving him strange or bemused looks before skirting around him. Waking up the morning after disturbing the neighborhood peace, Izuku had been almost debilitated with excitement, his mother having to remind him several times that the agency wasn't going anywhere, and yes, he did in fact have time to eat. No, he did not have anything on his face. Yes, what he was wearing was fine. For her part, Inko was just amused at how adorably energized her son was at the idea of not only visiting a professional hero agency, but the fact that he was personally invited there by the owner had him over the moon. After her conversation with Gang Orca the day before, she'd had most of her concerns put to rest quite soundly, and only her overprotective nature as a mother kept a few of the nagging ones alive. After giving him a little bit extra spending money for lunch later, she'd sent the green-haired boy with a kiss and a smile, confident that he'd be up to whatever today might bring. "I'm so not up to this," Izuku thought to himself in a panic as he stood frozen staring at the entryway. Nervous, fear, terror, try as he might, and with all his bravado before, the monster boy was struck by fierce doubts and second guesses. Am I really going to do this? Can I do this? Doubt, I'm just a junior high student that got lucky. No way can I measure up to the expectations of a top 10 hero. I'm just gonna fall on my face and he'll take it all back. With a lashing tail as his nervous thoughts held him in a deadlock, he never noticed the sound of somebody clearing their throat behind him. In fact, the first he was aware of them was when a hand came to rest on his shoulder, the sudden touch sending him up with a shout of alarm and whirling around to crouch defensively. Slim had seen a lot of things in from the slums of his home in Mexico to his time as a sidekick to his cetacean boss man. But a 6-foot-plus mutant teen leaping a full 5 feet into the air while whipping around to nearly decapitate him with a spiky tail was definitely a new one. If it wasn't for his finely honed reflexes sending him ducking back with a yelp, it's highly likely he'd probably be nursing a headache for the next month and a half, if his head was even still attached. Holding his hands up palm outwards as his wings flared from being startled. "Ay amigo, friendly. The large boy in front of him clearly took a moment or two to come down from the heart-wrenching surprise. Not that he's the only one. This boy can jump. Izuku stared at the mutant quirked individual in front of him, enemy doubt friend savior, his heart racing while his tail lashed side to side. After about 30 seconds of trying to get his voice back under his control enough that it wouldn't emerge as a feral growl, he managed to choke out an apology. Sorry about that. Little bit nervous." Despite his best attempt, he couldn't help but roll his R's into a slight snarl, his lip curling up over slightly elongated canines unintentionally. Luckily, the man opposite him didn't seem too bothered by it, his wings folding down onto his back as he smiled reassuringly. "Nah, don't worry about it. Everybody has nerves on their first day, doesn't matter what or where. You're Midoriya Izuku, right?" At his nod, the bug-headed sidekick smiled widely, his multifaceted eyes glinting in the sun slightly as he held his hand out towards the teen. "Name's Slim, sidekick name same as. Nice to meet ya, Midoriya." Shaking his hand, Izuku looked him up and down, his smile returning as he was reintroduced to a world he knew, heroes. "It's an honor to meet you, Dragonfly." At the quizzical look he was given, he hurried to explain, bringing both hands up in a gesture of worry. "Not that you would call yourself that, that's just what we called you on the Hero Board forums and HeroTube. You're such a good sidekick, but you don't spend a lot of time in the limelight. In fact, there are rumors and speculation that you deliberately go out of your way to avoid media attention whenever possible, despite the fact you've done enough work to easily go solo." Slim could only watch in mounting amusement as the fanboy went on to denote many of his greatest accomplishments, some of which he was pretty sure hadn't been broadcast or shared with the public. After about a minute, he couldn't help but interrupt with laughters, waving at Midoriya to pause. "Jumps high, talks fast, and sharp as a knife. I can see why the boss man likes you." Patting the greenette on the shoulder, the insect man walked past him with a casual follow-me wave. "Come on, I'll show you in. Boss should be waiting downstairs." Falling in behind him with a wagging tail, Izuku took a moment to appreciate the building without the mounting panic of his overactive mind. At first glance, what appeared to be an everyday office building seemed to have been reinforced at some point, the walls made of hardy concrete probably laced with something to support it. Ahead of them they came to the entrance and found a large metal door that had been painted a duller matte gray, beside which a small card reader was topped with a red light. Seeing his interest, Slim commented on the security. You might be surprised, or not, at how many times upstarts wanna start some trouble at a hero's home base. Only took once for the boss to shell out for some serious upgrades. Way I hear it, it left him hard in the hole for a good while, but he wouldn't have anything less than the best for the people working for him. Gang Orca is the best boss to work under, make no mistake, amigo. Stopping in front of the door, the sidekick turned to look at the monster teen expectantly, causing him to tilt his head in confusion. When he gestured at the card reader, it clicked, and Izuku scrambled to grab the card from his pocket. Pulling out the Orca card, he quickly swiped it through the reader, a pleasant beeping sound accompanying the red light switching to green. Pushing the door open, Slim led the way again, the teen gaping as he followed behind on autopilot to appreciate the interior now. The entrance led up to a large desk set in front of a wall bearing the Orca Hero Agency insignia, behind which sat a middle-aged black-haired woman in a smart-looking business suit and hair tied up into a simple bun, smiling cheerfully at them as she waved. Izuku couldn't help but pay special attention to the fact that her middle fingertip appeared to end in what looked like a nozzle or opening, the faint scent of gasoline reaching his sensitive nose before she went back to typing on her computer. Danger, fire strong. Moving further into the building brought them to an elevator beside a set of wide stairs, Slim pushing the button before waiting while humming a jaunty tune. Standing beside him, Izuku glanced around the hallway to watch a couple people go about their business, sniffing deeply as his mental scent radar mapped out the various nooks and crannies of the agency. There are 3 active sidekicks in the Orca Hero Agency, and I can smell who I think is reposed on the 3rd floor. No sign of the 3rd, and I can't smell Gang Orca either. About 20 different people working today, and I can smell the scent of leather? Curious, knew somebody is doing something on the 2nd floor, working with Dash. The sound of the elevator tone interrupted him as the doors slid open smoothly, allowing the 2 of them to enter the metal box. Surprisingly, it wasn't cramped at all, the interior wider than the now closing doors had hinted at. His stomach gave the expected half flip as they started to move down, the man beside him bringing his arms up to cross in front of his chest with a grin. Try not to geek out too hard here in a moment, amigo? Yeah, no, Izuku was geeking out, and he was geeking out hard. The elevator had opened up into an underground gym, a massive space that easily stretched over 10 meters end to end and another 10 meters to the ceiling above them, with solid rafters keeping it steady. The logistics alone in creating such a place must have been staggering without a specialized quirk to do something like this. The majority of the floors were covered in thick mats like the kind a professional gym would have, and one section was dedicated to a selection of workout equipment in progressively larger sizes. Standing beside one of the treadmills holding a clipboard was the number 10 hero himself, though it took the teen a second to recognize him out of his hero costume. Dressed in a comfortable pair of loose track pants and a white sleeveless workout shirt, Sakamata Kugo wasn't really that much smaller looking than usual. To Izuku's eyes, though, as the hero noticed them and turned to stride towards them, it was more a loss of presence his current stance and attitude seemed to portray. It was actually quite comforting to the boy, this living proof that even someone larger than life like a top 10 hero had such a normal side to them. Midoriya, it's good to see you here. You like the place? I got some help from Pixie Bob of the Wild Pussycats with the digging work. Well, that explained the massive workload in excavating this. Tucking the clipboard under his arm, the Orca man reached out to pat Izuku's shoulder in greeting with a slight smile. I hope you'll forgive my assumptive guess, but I had a feeling you'd show up. Smiling back at the hero, he nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Gang Orca-san. I'm absolutely certain this is what I want. I want to be a hero. Fierce, proud, strong, his tail mind certainly had it right even as the appendage started wagging frantically, causing Slim to hop out of the way with a strangled sound. Lowering his head in embarrassment as they both chuckled, Izuku tried to get his wayward part under control. Behave you! Meeting with limited success, he managed to keep it to much more contained swaying before looking over to his hero again. Sorry about that. Sakamata just waved his apology away with another laugh. Call me Sakamata-san when I'm not in costume, Midoriya, that will make it easier on all of us. First things first though. Motioning for him to follow, he led the way towards the exercise equipment and a small stack of items sitting on a box. Grabbing some of them, he held out a pair of shorts and a simple gray t-shirt to the teen. There's a changing room over there where you can put this on. To start with, we're going to measure what we're working with. This will give us a baseline to work with moving forward and goals to surpass. Basically a series of tests and measurements, nothing too strenuous yet. Any questions? When all he got was a grin and a head shake, he chuckled and handed off the workout clothes with a faux fierce grin. Get to it, then meet me at the weights. Let's get started, Midoriya. Just shy of 2 hours later, Izuku was both tired and exhilarated in equal measure, the burn of his muscles a pleasant ache in the background as he poured a convenient water bottle into his gullet. The tests had been pretty much as expected, with very good results if he said so himself. The results had been recorded by Sakamata-san, who'd been beside him the entire time with clipboard at the ready. Jotting down another note before passing it over to Slim, who headed away, Gang Orca wandered over to where Izuku was seated at the weightlifting bench. Well done. You're in good shape, and your quirk has clearly enhanced you in this form too. Izuku nodded as he caught his breath and rotated his shoulder to work out the barest ache from benching the heavy weights before his quirk quickly healed the damage. Noticing the slight crackling sound of his muscles reconstructing, Sakamata raised an eyebrow, filing away that little note for later. Healing factor, probably accelerates muscle growth too. Should look into it. Grinning slightly, the cetacean moved to stand in front of the teen and offer him a hand up, before moving towards the mats opposite them and speaking nonchalantly. All that's left is to find out where you're at in fighting. Come on, let's spar. Nodding without really paying attention, Midoriya followed along behind him while recapping the bottle, setting it down on the edge of the mat and slipping off his shoes automatically. Before his brain suddenly caught up to him. Sparring? And you? Seeing the hero stretching his arms and back, all he got was a nod in return. This certainly didn't help the boy calm down any as his tail lashed behind him, his feet almost falling over each other as his hands come up as if to deny it by shaking back and forth. I can't fight you, you're the number 10 hero. You've locked away more dangerous criminals than I've seen hero documentaries, and that's a lot. You're way too strong. Even as he said that, something in his chest seemed to clench and sicken. The feeling of wrongness only grew as the black and white mutant opposite him narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. And the single response stopped him cold in his tracks, mouth hanging slightly open as he stared. The next words burrowed into his skin and straight to his soul as he watched blazing red eyes burning against his greens. So what? I'm strong. But that's life. As a hero, you will meet someone as strong, if not stronger than you. When that happens, what will you do? As he spoke, he dropped his arms to his side, voice deepening and taking on an almost echoing tone that Izuku recognized as his hero voice. Will you run away? Tell them you cannot beat them and surrender? Tell me, Midoriya, what happens to the people behind you when you do? When the hero that should protect them decides that he can't win? Like the cloak he wore in his costume, an aura seemed to form around him, an intense pressure that pounded down onto the armored monster. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he swore, those eyes elongated and glowed, flashes of a shadowed face glaring into his soul, putting him immediately into a crouch. If you want to live in this world, Midoriya Izuku, then you will have to fight against those impossible odds. Show me that monsters like us aren't the selfish, cowardly things that people make us out to be. Show me you want to be a hero. His last words are a shout as his arms come up and out into his classic fighting stance, fingers curled like claws as his legs tensed beneath him and he bared his teeth. Pride, hunter strength, I am going to be a hero. Yelling back at his opponent, Izuku launched himself forward, his skin cracking and shifting as his gray armored plates grew thicker and wider. In a detached way, he heard the sounds of his socks being torn from his feet, lengthening and reshaping, and in his peripheral he could see as Slim through some sort of switch to bring up walls around the workout area, effectively shielding the equipment from harm. All this was secondary as his instincts roared at him to accept the challenge of the predator in front of him, and he gladly followed them. He wound up a massive right and launched a haymaker straight at the pro. Only to have it deflected easily by the palm of the experienced fighter, his fingertips grazing the rough hide of his armor before his free hand came down on his head and overbalanced him. He yelped as he tumbled down to the mats, rolling onto his back and instinctively covering his head. Fierce but sloppy. Don't telegraph as much unless you know you can hit. Izuku snarled as he scrambled up onto all fours, his claws digging into the padding to accelerate back towards his target. The cracking sounds of his quirk shifting his body echoed loudly in the room as his mouth started to split at the sides, eyes glowing red around the edges. With a roar he swiped furiously at the orca, claws rending the air when he quickly leaned far back. Naive. With a quick motion he jerked forward, bringing his own head crashing against the teens with a grunt. The devastating headbutt stunned the monstrous boy, who staggered back with a groan. You're strong, but without technique. Izuku tried to backhand where he heard the voice coming from, only to open his eyes to find him slipping under his now wide-open guard. A raised palm caught him on the chin and snapping his head up, before Gang Orca wrapped his fingers around his elbow and tucked his arm under his own. You're just a strong, flailing beast. Dangerous, but non-threatening to anyone who can outthink you. In other words, with a building yell the pro-hero whirled around in an almost complete spin, the leverage picking the heavier boy off the ground and building momentum. You lack discipline. With his shout Sakamata throws Izuku clear across the mats to crash into the luckily, heavily padded walls of their arena with a loud thumping sound, before falling to floor beneath. Groaning and snarling as he tried to pick himself up, Izuku couldn't think straight. Anger rage Hanki, he shook his head violently, grunting as his back swelled up with a sharp crack. His head was lost in surging emotions. His instincts and his tail mind were loud in his mental ears. Growing larger, the sound of tearing fabric vaguely alerted Izuku to the fact his shirt had just been torn, while footsteps approaching shocked him back into aggression. With a roar he lunged at the oncoming predator, his claws coming down in a double swipe to put down the encroaching threat. To be caught by the hands of the Orsinus quirk user in a grapple. Midoriya. Focus. Can you hear me? Snarling, Izuku tried to press his size advantage, his now 8-foot-tall frame pressing down onto his prey. Wait, that's not right. Shaking his head violently, he forced the thoughts out of his head. Blinking rapidly, he looked around and then down, seeing Slim watching on in rapt attention from the sidelines and Gang Orca currently holding back both of his massive gray-hided hands. Growling as he fought back the still-present instincts, he forced his fingers to open and let go of his opponent. Staggering back, he fell down onto his rear, both hands coming up to grasp his head as he groaned. I take it you're back with us? Glancing up between his fingers, he saw Sakamata shaking out his hands with a concerned look on his face, so he nodded hesitantly. I don't know what happened. I swear. Blinking, he tried to stop himself from growling, but to no avail. That's NRNU. He heard a chuckle from in front of him and turned to find that the hero had sat down cross-legged in front of him. Looks like your quirk's gonna be difficult. I had a suspicion it wouldn't be that easy. Something as strong as yours wouldn't just roll over and let you have the keys, scot-free. Seeing his confused and worried look, Sakamata shook his head and reached out to pat Izuku's gently, clicking soothingly deep in his throat. Don't worry, this is just another thing we're gonna work on these coming months. Seeing his unsure look, he ruffled his hair again, while the transformation slowly began to undo itself. Shrinking slightly as his hide seemed to liquefy and be reabsorbed through his skin, it wasn't a perfect conversion, it seemed. Some runoff of the stuff seemed to fall from his skin to glop onto the ground, the strange substance almost black and slimy looking. Luckily, though, it seemed to quickly dry out and then turn to feathery dust, requiring nothing more strenuous than a sweep to clean. Grunting as he stood up, the hero looked over to his new protege. You're a novice, but that's to be expected. I'm still 100% certain that you have what it takes to be a hero. The first step is finding a way to control your quirk, and to build up the necessary muscle, skills, and reflexes you're going to need. So, Izuku looked back up as Gang Orca's voice took on a different tone, seeing his mouth parted into a jagged toothed grin that sent a slight shiver down even his monstrous spine. I hope you're ready for 10 months of hell. You've got some catching up to do, if you want to show the world what you're made of. You ready to be hero, you DMN go be turd. Slowly an equal parts feral and excited grin spread across the boy's face, to match his mentor's. With a nod he shouted his answer with the hint of a roar. Pride strength pack friend. Yes, Sakamata-sensei. Chapter 18, Hatchling Steps. Izuku quickly fell into the rhythm of training with Gang Orca, the brutal but fair regimen he handed the boy, detailing not only his time at the agency but also his home workouts. In total the teen was at the agency 3 afternoons a week, with the hero footing any train expenses with a special pass. He also returned to school on Monday, and wasn't that an experience in and of itself? Turns out the majority of his school was unaware of the details of his disappearance, with the teachers only being told it was a hero-excused absence. When he'd walked back into the room that morning, he'd gotten no more than passing glances of curiosity from the other students, with one notable exception. As he'd sat down into his well-worn desk, Midoriya couldn't help but sigh resignedly, already wishing to be back in training rather than here at school. As the door slid open, a faint familiar scent reached him, a scent like burnt sugar mixed with simmering anger. The ingrained response was to cower down into his desk in an effort to avoid notice, but Izuku's mind almost violently pushed it aside. Instead he sat up even straighter with his tail slowly swaying back and forth behind him, as his childhood free tormentor came to pause beside him. Looking up to meet his eyes without flinching, the teen found the reds of Bakugo Katsuki looking back, appraising him with some kind of unrecognizable emotion swimming within them. Deku. Katsuki could see the tenseness in the nerd's shoulders when he spoke to him, and his green eyes never left his like they would have before. When he'd heard from the old hag that Deku had been brought home safely, he didn't really know how to feel. A confusing knot of tangled emotions coiled in his chest, one that he eventually just shoved to the side in favor of disdain. Of course he was back safe, his punching bag wasn't so weak as to be taken down by some half-bit villain wannabe. Somehow he wanted to convey this feeling, to tell the boy in front of him who made his chest feel tight with conflicting feelings of fear and anger that he was somehow glad that he was back. But what came out was, "You survived, shitty monster nerd." Yeah. The greenette looked back at him calmly, his tail tip twitching back and forth as he fought down the urge to growl and bare his teeth at the other male terrorbringer, fear, anger, disdain. "I made it back, Bakugo." The moment the name left his lips, he could see the eyes of his bully widen, mouth opening slightly before shutting with an audible click. With his sharp ears he could even hear the sounds of the blonde's teeth grinding in his jaw, while his knuckles popped from a clenched fist. Izuku's shoulders automatically tensed as the ephemeral sense of a threat built up, his lip curling up as fiery orange leaked into his eyes with a building growl, only to be interrupted by the teacher throwing open the door and hollering at the students to get back into their seats. Bakugo abruptly turned away to go sit at his desk, his hands clenched as he robotically went about the process of homeroom. Relaxing his body, Izuku did the same, unable to see the still wide eyes stuck in an expression of shock on the face of his former best friend. 10 months remain, might I suggest, Hero, Boku no Hero Academia OST. About a week into his training, Izuku received a text from Gang Orca requesting his presence somewhere new for his training. So, donning his gray workout outfit, he'd been bought a lot of the shirts, also paid for by Sakamata, he quickly jogged to the nearby location, arriving quickly at the edge of Dagoba Beach. Much to the detriment of the locals, the once idyllic beach had become a trash dump in recent years, its beautiful view covered by the garbage that naturally accumulated due to the tides. Humans, of course, being terrible creatures, promptly used that as an excuse to dump their own trash onto the sands, adding to the pile until the attraction became an illegal landfill. He couldn't really remember a time when it wasn't like this, but even the monster being couldn't help but feel sad that such a travesty was allowed to happen. Standing on the edge of the sand in his civilian wear was the Orca man himself, and he greeted Izuku with an outstretched fist as he approached. Grinning, the teen completed what had become their customary ritual at the beginning of each training, pressing his knuckles to the others in a solid fist bump between two mutants. Originally it had been Slim that jokingly began the tradition, but it had been adopted by everyone else in the agency with varying degrees of enthusiasm and amusement. Dropping his arm back down, Sakamata gestured to the trash heaps around them. Morning, Midoriya. Tell me, do you know what this place is? A public beach that became a dumping spot because of the tides, right? Izuku looked around at the literal piles of junk, noticing fridges, microwaves, a washing machine, even the rusted remains of a small car poking out from one of them. You also said we're here for training though? Nodding, the cetacean turned and motioned for him to follow, threading his way between the mountains of misplaced items towards the shore as he spoke. In my patrols on the water I've passed by this beach many times, and each time I couldn't help but lament the increasingly distressing situation of it. After a conversation with another hero on the roots of heroism, I've come to a decision. Arriving on the water's edge, Sakamata turned to gesture out to his sides with both hands palm up, a sudden gust of wind sending a spray of seawater shimmering into the air, framing his silhouette. Part of your training will be to clean this beach and restore the view that once was. Looking around at the piles of trash around him stacked higher than some of the houses he'd seen on the beachfront, Midoriya grinned and turned back to his trainer with a shout of agreement. Yes, sensei. 9 months remain. The days had begun to blend together when the last aspect of his training was introduced, the two mutants along with Skim standing in the underground training area. Bare-chested Izuku glanced around to see that the protective wall in front of the equipment was already in place, and he couldn't help but feel a slight hint of nervousness with a twitching tail. Turning back to Gang Orca, he stood ready to receive his next instructions, or so he thought. Today we're going to work on your quirk control. Izuku blinked at that, his tail curling up behind him in a questioning manner that had both of the others fighting back reactions at the surprisingly hilarious mannerism. I thought that I lose control when I try to use my quirk? Sakamata cleared his throat to get rid of any residual laughter before continuing. That's correct, and that is exactly why we must work on your control. We have seen some of what you're capable of. The boy winced a bit as he recalled his struggle against the doctor who'd kidnapped him, and couldn't help but agree with the hero's next words. If every time you transform you lose control, then your effectiveness as a pro hero will be severely impacted. We already know it's possible to control yourself, we just need to work on it. Gesturing towards the padded section, Gang Orca pointed out what looked like a raised section of large pads that formed a square platform, and several other large cushions of varying sizes and shapes. We're going to have you meditate, and try to come to grips with controlling your quirk. Looking towards the pads dubiously, the teen nonetheless climbed up to the center of the square and crossed his legs. I'll try my best, sensei. Not really sure how well this will work though. Closing his eyes, Izuku took a deep breath before exhaling slowly, placing his hands across his lap as he tried to empty his mind. A minute or two of fidgeting later and the boy couldn't help but be exasperated, letting out a huff of air at his failure to make any progress, only to be startled by a huge burst of hot air being huffed right back at him, falling backwards with a yelp and shooting his eyes open. Around him the sounds of insects in the nighttime woods were a constant backdrop to the occasional screech of strange wildlife, tall scrawny trees reaching up towards unfamiliar stars. But most importantly was the enormous creature laying curled on its side in front of him. Even laying down with its arms tucked beneath its chest was a massive bipedal saurian creature, with a sloped forehead above two forward-facing glowing orange eyes leading down to a multi-layered series of plates around the mouth that separated out into two mandibles when it opened. It didn't have a mouth full of sharp teeth but instead 4 large, uncovered fangs where the canines would be, and a long sinuous tongue that flicked out as it swiped along them. The color of the hide matched the look of the teen's transformations, and when the creature moved one large hand up to scratch the side of its neck lazily, he could see the same wickedly sharp claws at the tips of each long finger. Behind it a massive spiked club tail raised up before slapping down with a ground-shaking thump, while the muscle beneath the gently spiked shoulders rippled slightly. As the greenette looked up at the perfect physical representation of what his full transformation had looked like, he couldn't help but speak aloud his thoughts on the situation. Well, this is gonna SCK. 7 months remain. Huffing and puffing down the beach, Izuku hefted a small refrigerator over his shoulder, jogging across the beach towards the large flatbed trailer Slim had hauled to the beach parking nearby. Since they'd begun at the beach, Gang Orca made sure to leave at least one of his sidekicks with the boy if he couldn't be there himself, but for the most part he was trusted to take care of himself. The work was clearly paying dividends, the bare chest of the team covered in a glistening sheen of sweat under the glaring sun. Arriving at the half-full receptacle, the fridge found its place amongst the rest with a grunt and crashing sound, Izuku patting his hands to dust off the grime as he turned to look back at the site of his training. Despite the massive amounts of trash still remaining, there was a noticeable dent in the valleys of throwaways, a visible patch of sand now resting at the base of the stairs leading down from the road. As he gulped down the cool liquid from his ever-handy water bottle, a habit that he picked up from his mentor, always have one handy, a flicker of movement caught his eye, the monster boy looking over curiously with twitching tail. Standing at the edge of the guardrail near the stairs, a thin blonde man looked out at the cleared space in the trash, a curious look on his worriedly gaunt face. Curious, strange, strong? He honestly looked like a yellow-haired skeleton with two slightly droopy antennae made from it, and as he took a deep inhale through his nose, Izu swore he could detect the faintest scent of blood. Frowning, he started to move towards him, intending to ask if the man needed help of some sort. Before he could reach him, the stranger turned and disappeared down one of the many side roads, leaving the monster teen standing at the place he was before, curiously staring after the man who smelled of strength and blood. For months remain. During the hellish months leading to graduation, Izuku and Tsuyu had settled on staying in touch through texting. When the monster teen had mentioned his intense training in passing one night, Tsuyu had responded that she had also stepped up her own. Something that had been spurred by his disappearance from in front of her those months ago, and the feeling of helplessness that she wanted to try and bury forever. He'd heard that she and her family were headed to a place out in the woods, where she could freely practice with her agile quirk in both jumping among the trees and swimming in the nearby river. Fully supportive, the boy had wished her the best, gushing for a few messages on the various things he had thought up that might even be of help to her. Her response of teasing thanks made him stutter and blush for the next week, enough that Gang Orca had asked him if he was feeling well, but only after tossing him across the sparring ring. It pays to pay attention during the martial arts portion of training. 2 months remain. The early morning sun across the water shined on a mostly clear beach before glinting off the rusted chassis of an old van, on top of which the still figure of a young male sat cross-legged with hands folded in his lap. Even as he sat silently meditating, an onlooker would notice as his skin seemed to ripple and roll, like the muscles themselves were trying to escape their fleshy prison. Cracking sounds as the armored plating shifted and adjusted on his bare shoulders and down his arms, while his crossed legs seemed to bend and extend at the ankles slightly before returning to normal. As his face alternated between the muscular but still cute freckled face of youth and the stubbier, mandible jaw of his quirk, the sound of footsteps on sand broke through his enforced concentration. Opening his orange-colored eyes, Izuku turned just in time to reach up and catch a water bottle thrown to him, Gang Orca standing there with one of his own. Working hard at it, I see, Midoriya. Any progress? Cracking open the plastic container, he drained half of it into his wider split-side mouth and gulped heavily, standing up and slipping the bottle onto the roof of the van. Growling, still trying to figure out how to balance the instincts and pointless thought-thinking. Shaking his head side to side, he hopped down onto the sand with a muted thump, reaching up his elongated arms to stretch his back with satisfying pops. Are we going for another run today? Gang Orca nodded as he moved over to set his custom water bottle down onto the hood of the wreck. Jogging, then sand sprints, alternating until we cool down in the surf. We need to work on your transition between the water and shore some more. Come, let's begin. Leaning forward, the number 10 set off at a steady jogging pace down the clean shoreline, followed quickly after by the taller form of the transformative teenager. Try as he might, Izuku couldn't quite seem to maintain his usual gait with his elongated legs, and much to his embarrassment often settled into a lumber sway side to side as he accelerated. Sakamada had advised that he not worry about appearances, and instead to try and own it as his image in the eyes of the media. Huffing in amusement, Izuku lengthened his stride moments before his teacher started sprinting, dropping to all fours as he used his claws to dig into the sand with each lunge. Turns out having massively muscled arms made him pretty quick over short distances. 1 week remains. Roaring again as he lunged forward to collide with the solid wall that was his sparring partner, Izuku dug his split-toed feet into the pads for leverage and shoved. With a grunt, Gang Orca lost about a foot as he was pushed backwards, clicking angrily as he grinned and returned the favor. Slim watched as master and student went back and forth across the mats in a medley, fists meeting flesh and loud noises of surprise or aggression. If he didn't know better, the Bugman could have sworn he was watching two animals fighting for dominance, something about the fight resembling the controlled savagery of wolves trying to get the upper hand in the pack hierarchy. With a twist, the hero managed to overbalance the bigger combatant who fell with a snarl, but the pro was quickly forced back by the club tail whistling through the space where his head had been a mere moment before. Fall back, he regarded the crouched figure of a beast, the snarling maw framing orange human eyes as his fingers spread out with menacingly curled claws. Chuckling, he stood up straight and dusted off his tank top, barely so but noticeably winded as he spoke. "That's enough. Well done, Midoriya." Straightening up immediately from his crouch, the greenette grinned back at his teacher, the expression distinctly alien with the addition of the two mandibles spreading when he spoke or smiled. "How I do, Sakuma-sensei?" Another issue they'd found with his now dubbed half-shift was that his speech suffered drastically from his deformed oral anatomy, though it was understandable in all but the most stressful of situations it seemed. "Gurai last longer the time." He also growled when he spoke. Or thought. Actually, when any amount of his quirk was being let loose, Izuku had a tendency to inject growling, snarling, and deep chest rumbling into pretty much all of his mannerisms. Shaking his head and motioning for the boy to change back, Sakamata laughed aloud. "Much longer this time. I have to say, Midoriya, I expected progress over the course of our training, but you have far and away exceeded those expectations." Moving to stand in front of the shrinking boy, Sakamata couldn't help the swelling sense of pride in his chest. In the future, he would firmly blame his following actions on that pride and the dregs of post-combat adrenaline. Reaching out to grasp the shoulders of the younger male, he pulled him into a solid hug, making a happy click in his own chest as he praised him. "You couldn't be more ready, and I'm very proud of you, Midoriya Izuku. I'm proud to be your mentor." With eyes wide open against the shoulder of the pro, Izuku's hands twitched, before they came up to hug him back tightly, words choked up behind a rising tide of tears that he barely managed to restrain. Confused, the feelings his teacher and friend's words evoked in him brought back a half-forgotten memory smoke fire home, almost like the wraith of larger arms reaching down to wrap him up, joy, happy, want, and the blurry smile of a muffled speaking figure. Before the dreamlike memory vanished at Gang Orca, stepping back, sadness, longing. Before the disappointment at the lack of contact could manifest, one of the hero's hands came up to pat the top of his green curls playfully, and the teen looked up into the crinkled white eye patches holding smiling red eyes. Nodding underneath the hand of his role model, Izuku grinned at him with tears in the corner of his eyes. "Happiness. Thank you, Sakamata-sensei. Thank you for everything." 11 hours remain. The night before found. Izuku sitting at his desk, pencil moving across the pages of his notebook steadily. The scratching of the lead filled the room like a soothing song, while the swishing of his tail played counterpoint to his raging thoughts. Despite all the assurances of teachers and mothers, he was still nervous from a lifetime of doubt. Try as he might, he couldn't silence that nagging voice of pessimism, determinately telling him that a monster like me has no place, nobody cares about a monster. All alone not a lone pack friend. The feeling of his tail mind interrupting his self-destructive spiral jolted his head up, looking around wildly before settling back into the chair with a creak. Bringing one arm up to cover his face, the feelings of nervousness slowly faded back into the white noise of his mind, a smile tugging at his lips as he stood up. Shutting the notebook, Izuku looked to one side of his desk, where a pair of photographs stood framed in simple metal. The first showed Izuku shortly after his training began, carrying a microwave under the bright sun with a harried look on his face while Gang Orca shouted at him in the background with crossed arms. Slim had a habit of taking pictures whenever he could, snagging many of them with judicious use of his wings and cell phone. Despite the harsh training, Izuku couldn't have been happier at the time. Then came the second picture, and he reached out to pick it up gently. The second was a from-behind shot set in the morning at Dagoba Beach, the sun just rising off to the side of the focus. It was the day he had finished the cleaning for good, dragging the last car from the pristine sands just as Gang Orca arrived with Slim in tow. As the pro congratulated his protégé, Slim had quickly whipped out his camera to capture the moment. Izuku had been smiling widely at the praise with eyes closed and tears in their corners, while smiling softly opposite him Sakamada had reached out to rest a hand on the younger's shoulder. The angle gave a perfect shot to capture both faces, and Izuku felt that same swelling of pride and happiness as he contemplated the proof of his next step. With a determined quirking of his lips, he set the picture back down in its treasured spot, before turning to get ready for bed. No matter what happened, he was absolutely certain that he would make his mother and his teacher proud. Just like Sakamada-sensei said, "Pride, I'm ready for this." Entrance exam day begins.